Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everyone. I would kindly ask you to take your seats. The program will start in 5 minutes.
I think it's a bit low. I think it's a bit low. Or is it me? It's fine? No, I'll trust you anyway.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly make your ways to your seats. The program will start in less than 5 minutes. Good morning, everyone. Lovely to see you. Please make your ways to your seats. The program will start in less than 3 minutes. 3 minutes left before we start our program. Guten Tag, good morning, bonjour, buenos dias, everyone. And welcome to the Vienna Food Safety Forum.
Every meal, every product on every shelf depends on a food system that works safely, efficiently, and transparently. For decades, food safety has been built on trust, science, and oversight, and like the world around it, it continues to evolve. Technology is changing the way we track, certify, and safeguard food, not as a replacement for expertise, but as a way to strengthen it. Digital tools are already improving efficiency, reducing fraud, and increasing transparency. The question is, how do we harness their full potential? A processing facility detects a potential issue before it becomes a risk, because monitoring is happening in real time. A consumer wants to know where their food comes from, and now they can. A shipment arrives. However, the documentation is digitally shared with customs and food authorities to allow seamless cross-border clearance, reducing processing time and eliminating paperwork bottlenecks. From food safety inspectors to businesses, from local markets to global trade, digitalization is creating a food system that is more connected, more intelligent, and more resilient. The Vienna Food Safety Forum has always been a space for real-world solutions, not just ideas, but action. This year, we explore how digitalization is shaping the future of food safety and what the best practices and solutions exist for regulators and industry. The systems are evolving, the expertise is here. The moment to connect them is now. Welcome to the Vienna Food Safety Forum 2025.
Indeed, to the Vienna Food Safety Forum 2025 to you all. Guten Tag, bonjour, good morning, buenos dias, and be very welcome. My name is Anne-Marie Diaz-Borges, and it's an absolute pleasure to be your master of ceremony for this beautiful high-level event. So today marks the beginning of 3 days of insightful discussions, collaboration, and knowledge sharing as we explore together the potential of digitalization in enhancing global food safety. Before we dive into today's sessions, I would ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to put and keep your phones on silence, please. Also note that translation is available throughout, and if needed, bathrooms can be found just outside this room. So let's make this experience as smooth and focused as possible for everybody. So to start in, we'll hear opening remarks from heads and leads of agencies, as well as from representatives of pertinent authorities. And to begin this series of insights, honor to introduce Mr. Gerd Müller, Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. A round of applause for this video. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so glad to welcome you all to the Vienna Food Safety Forum 2025. We are here today to offer solutions for food safety. You are here. It's a pity that I cannot be with you. We meet not just only as policymakers, scientists, and industry leaders, but as partners with a shared responsibility. We must not only ensure that food is available and affordable for all, but also that food is safe in a time of mounting global challenges. Climate change, conflicts, and inflation, food systems are under increasing pressure. Especially now, we must recognize that without food safety, there can be no food security. It is key to ending hunger, which must be our priority. Every year, more than 600 million people become sick due to contaminated food. Over 420,000 lives are lost, many of them children under the age of 5. These are not just statistics, these are lives. families and futures. Ladies and gentlemen, for UNIDO, food safety is a pillar of sustainable industrial development. Low and middle-income countries need our support to produce safe food products. Through our projects in food safety and quality infrastructure, we are building food control systems. They are science-based and risk-informed. We support testing laboratories, inspector training, and value chain modernization. And we help agribusinesses meet international standards. Innovative tools with digital solutions that UNIDO offers help implement safety standards. We are also launching our UNIDO Food Safety Approach 2.0 to harness the benefits of digitalization in this sector. But we cannot do this alone. Necessary is new partnerships and the spirit of solidarity. Ladies and gentlemen, food safety requires multi-sector, multi-stakeholder cooperation. That is why this forum is so important. It brings together the United Nations family and partners from governments, regions, the private sector, and academia. Together, we are stronger. At the World Without Hunger conference last November, we made a bold stance ready as your partner in this. Thank you so much.
A big round of applause one more time for Mr. Müller's inspiring call to action. This forum is indeed very, very important. And Mr. Müller's words remind us that achieving resilient and inclusive food safety systems indeed require bold leadership, innovation, and collaboration, just like he said, across sectors and borders. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward today, let's keep the momentum alive, both here in the room and way beyond those walls, as we invite you to take part of the global dialogue on social media with our hashtags VFSF 2025, food safety, and potential of digitalization. This forum is indeed yours, and we would love to hear your insights as well. Let's amplify the voices way beyond Vienna. And now, it is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Vitaly Koval, Minister of Agrarian Policy and Food of Ukraine, for his opening remarks. Let's put our hands together to welcome His Excellency.
Good morning, dear friends, Your Excellency. For me, it's really a pleasure to stay with absolutely with you. Друзі, дякую вам. Сьогодні Україна пережила дуже складну ніч, але ми тут і щиро дякуємо за запрошення.
Dear friends, thank you so much. Today Ukraine has passed a very difficult night, but today we are staying with you here on the stage.
Ми та країна, яка як ніхто розуміє глобальне значення словосполучення food security.
We are the country that understands in full the meaning of the definition food security.
Я дозволю собі повернутися в історію на 100 років назад, коли в 1932 році окупаційна радянська влада зробила так, що ми не змогли, як українці, посіяти врожай і зібрати його потім.
Please allow me to return back to the history 100 years ago, when in 1932 the occupation of Ukraine didn't allow us to do the sowing campaign.
І, на жаль, в 1932-1933 році ми мали великий голод, який називається Голодомор, внаслідок якого ми втратили 10 мільйонів українців.
In 1932 and 1933, Ukraine had a disaster which was called a Great Famine, during which we have lost 10 million people.
Після того історичного уроку кожен з українців, кожен з фермерів, аграріїв чітко розуміє, що б не відбувалося в світі, потрібно вставати, іти в поле і працювати.
After that historic lesson, every Ukrainian farmer remembers that no matter what, he needs to get up and go to the field to farm.
І сьогодні під час жахливої війни українські фермери досі працюють і забезпечують продовольчу безпеку, поставляючи продукцію до 400 мільйонів людей в світі.
And today, even during the war, Ukrainian farmers keep sowing, keep planting, and provide the food to more than 400 million people worldwide.
Дуже важливо мати розуміння і єднання в всьому світі, що питання продовольчої безпеки – це не має бути викликом будь-якого конфлікту, війни, і що кожна людина в світі має право на продовольство.
And there should be understanding, global understanding and unity around the question that no matter which conflict takes place in any country, it shouldn't be the challenge for the country, and every person has the right for food.
І я хочу подякувати всім, хто в цей непростий момент допомагає Україні стояти, допомагає Україні розвиватись, і, зокрема, ми відчуваємо цю підтримку від ЮНІДО.
And I would like to thank every international partner who helps us to stand today, who help us to keep planting, to develop. And I would like to take this chance and also to thank UNIDO for your cooperation and your support.
Стосовно теми діджиталізації, друзі, хочу звернутися до вас. Яка б ситуація в вашій країні безпечною не була і не виглядала сьогодні безхмарною, завжди думайте про майбутнє і завжди створюйте умови, щоб продовольча безпека була прогнозована і була забезпечена альтернативними шляхами.
And I would like to take this chance and also to address every participant in this hall. No matter how safe and secure the situation in your country is, you need to think about the future. You need to think about tomorrow to ensure that food security is taken care of and that you will also have the food in your countries.
Саме діджиталізація, саме управління балансами, наявності продукції, наявності шляхів експорту цієї продукції і аналіз великих баз даних допомагає управляти в критичних ситуаціях.
And digitalization is a tool to ensure and to manage the balances of the food in your country, to secure the routes of exports and the balance of the present products in your country. This is a tool which will help you to address this issue.
І саме діджиталізація дозволяє збільшити довіру до країни, збільшити довіру всередині країни, тому що якщо процеси автоматизовані, то навіть допомогу надавати легше тим, хто її потребує.
And if you have a very developed digitalization in your country, it will also build the trust to your country. It will build the trust of all citizens of the country, and it will be much easier to manage the processes if they are automated.
Ми під час війни розробили з допомогою міжнародних партнерів систему «Державний аграрний реєстр».
With the support of the partners during the war, we have developed a system which is called the State Agrarian Register.
Туди підключено 204 тисячі фермерів.
And there are 204,000 of farmers have been registered on this platform.
І всередині реєстру є 7 окремих блоків, такі як, наприклад, є рослинництво, є тваринництво, є коноплярство. І ці всі сервіси об'єднані в одну комунікаційно-інформаційну платформу, через яку йде управління всього агросектору країни.
And there are 7 separate modules included in this platform, such as e-planting and many others, and we can manage the flows of products in every sector by the support of this informative communicative system.
Кожен фермер, який підключений, має можливість знати про державні програми, про міжнародні програми підтримки, про взаємодію з банківськими структурами через цю платформу. Ефективність автоматизації, діджиталізації надзвичайна.
And with the help of this platform, every farmer can get the information about state aid programs, about international support programs, and also about cooperation with banks. And it provides an opportunity to use it effectively and to know about all the changes in the sector.
Коли ми почали глибоко аналізувати дані, накоплені в даній системі, ми розуміємо, що дуже важливо не просто виростити продукцію, а важливо цю продукцію зберегти і доставити до клієнта. Тому що в розвинутих країнах ми бачимо, що близько 35% продовольства не доходить до кінцевого споживача, а нищиться під час збирання та під час зберігання. І це дуже важливо управляти потоками продовольства, щоб ті, хто потребують продовольства, мали доступ до нього через аналіз даних і через канали дистрибуції.
When we have started to analyze the data on this system, we have understood that it is not only important to grow and to plant the harvest, but also it is very important to secure and to deliver it to the end user. We have realized that 35% of the harvest is not reaching the beneficiary of these goods, because it is very important to manage the flows of food which are going from the field to the end user. And 35% of such food is not reaching the end user.
Ми впевнені, що кошти, які направляються на автоматизацію і діджиталізацію, мають найбільший мультиплікативний ефект для забезпечення продовольчої безпеки.
We are sure that the funding which are managed to provide for digitalization and automation of all systems gives the best multiple effect on the economy and on its facilitation.
Я дякую вам, що ви підняли це питання на глобальний рівень, тому що ми, як країна у війні, розуміємо, що це дуже важливо об'єднуватись навколо відкритості, навколо тих речей, які допомагають реагувати на виклики, які виникають незалежно від причини, але вони дуже важливі. І реагування на ці виклики сьогодні – це питання не однієї країни, а спільноти. І саме через механізми діджиталізації ці виклики можна подолати набагато швидше.
And I want to thank you for raising this important issue today, because we, as the country in war, we understand that we need to unite around the principle of openness, around the principle of transparency, and we need to react on challenges not only in one specific country, but with all international community, not depending on which reason of such conflict or challenge is. And we need to take the digitalization on a new level and to ensure the transparency of every process.
Продовольство – це інструмент допомоги. Це ні в якому разі не має бути інструментом шантажа та війни. Тому закликаю всіх зробити доступ до продовольства максимальний для всіх країн. Дякую вам.
Food is the instrument and tool of help and support. It shouldn't be the weapon of war. So I want to call on actions on all present representatives here to ensure that food should be the tool of support and help. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Another very strong call to action from His Excellency, Mr. Vitaly Koval. Your Excellency, Dakuyu. Next, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming His Excellency Mr. Tarek Aloubi, Chairman of the Board for the National Food Safety Agency of Egypt and the African Food Regulatory Authorities Forum. Let's welcome him all very warmly.
Good morning. Since we have only 3 channels for the language, English, Spanish, and French, I should switch from Arabic to English. And I have a both paper, hard copy, and also I have a digital edition, so I use my laptop. Excellency, Mr. Vitaly Koval, Ministry of Agrarian Policy and Food of Ukraine, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Warmest greetings from the land of history, hospitality, and innovation, regardless from Egypt. It is a great pleasure to be with you today at the opening of the high-profile conference held under the theme, The Potential of Digitalization. As the National Food Safety Authority of Egypt, we firmly believe that digitalization is a powerful tool, strengthen food safety system, enhance transparency, and promote the sustainable development. We are currently developing an integrated digital platform to manage and coordinate all our activities, from inspection and risk analysis to food traceability and stakeholder communications. This initiative underscores our strong commitment to innovation, efficiency, and public health. As a part of our digital transformation efforts, we are also working on the implementation of Lab Information Management System, LIMS, to contact and streamline all labs involved in food safety testing in Egypt. This project will ensure real-time data exchange, improved accuracy, and faster decision-making, further reinforcing and reliability of our food control system. And speaking of the progress, I am proud to share that the next month Egypt will celebrate the opening of the Grand Egyptian Museum, one of the largest museums in the world. It will house over 100,000 artifacts, including around 5,000 pieces from Tomb of King Tut. A major cultural event that is a show how our rich history and the modern vision can come together. It is not just about respect the past, but also about moving confidently into the future. Just like our effort to digitalize our food safety activities and system. As we come to the end, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to UNIDO for organizing this variable event. I look forward to further fruitful dialogue and for the main cooperation with all of you. Once again, thank you, and have a wonderful event.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Let me switch very briefly to the little Arabic that I know to say shukran jazila. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is as far as my language skills go, by the way. Ladies and gentlemen, let's now all put our hands together to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Tom Black, Chairperson of the Codex Committee on Food Import and Export Inspection, and First Assistant Secretary at the Australian Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. Let's all welcome Mr. Black.
Minister, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the Vienna Food Safety Forum. The Australian Government is absolutely thrilled to be able to partner with UNIDO to support this iteration of the Food Safety Forum. And indeed, it is a great pleasure of mine to be able to stand here and welcome you all today for the discussions over the preceding 3 days. We are very grateful to UNIDO for hosting what I'm sure will be an incredibly engaging series of talks where we can discuss, collaborate and importantly share insights on digitalisation in food systems. Australia firmly believes that digitalisation holds great potential to enhance food safety outcomes for consumers while also providing efficiencies for industry and regulators alike. And importantly, as we heard from the Minister this morning, it will also help us make sure that we get food to the places that it is needed most. This forum provides an incredible opportunity to share perspectives, to learn from each other, to catalyse thinking on new approaches, and to think about how we might overcome hurdles to realise the potential of digitalisation in food safety. It's also really timely because, as I'm sure we will hear throughout the forum, digital approaches are being implemented right now by regulators, as we heard from our previous speaker, and by food business operators, and by governments right across the world. We need to make sure we can continue on this journey in concert with each other so that all economies can realise digitalisation's full potential for food safety while ensuring we eliminate unnecessary impediments to food trade and food waste. At the multilateral level, regulators have certainly started tackling emerging opportunities to protect the health of consumers and ensure fair practices in the food trade. And this is absolutely evident in the recent and current work program of the Codex Committee I have the privilege to chair, CCFIX. CCFIX has developed guidance on the use of paperless exchange for official certificates. This work was adopted in 2021. It supports competent authorities to exchange information on official requirements in a rapid and more secure manner, promoting the smooth flow of trade. CCFIX has also developed guidance on the use of remote audit and inspection, stuff that we will hear about in sessions later on this week. This supports the appropriate risk-based use of tools by competent authorities, which can free up resources for activities aimed at higher risk areas. The committee is also in the process of updating the principles on traceability, something the Minister talked about earlier, with a national food control system to provide guidelines that incorporate modern concepts such as interoperability of information exchange. And perhaps equally as important, we're developing guidance on the prevention and control of food fraud, which, while not focused explicitly on digitalisation, is really important to mention. It's an important risk to public health, and it's a serious issue in terms of crime, and our ability to collectively address it will no doubt be enhanced over time through the use of digital tools and improved scientific innovation. And finally, and quite excitedly, CCFIX is beginning work to develop principles for digitalisation of national food control systems. This is going to aim to provide high-level, flexible guiding principles and an overarching framework to help competent authorities to incorporate digital approaches into their national food control systems. I think we will see this week, with the diversity of the context-specific work that's happening, the importance of all the CCFIX work that I mentioned just previously. At the national level, Australia has a really significant focus on improving the way industry and regulators interact through digital collection of information. We're keen to make it easier for industry to navigate government certification systems and for government to be assured that food safety and other market access requirements are met. But we recognise that this journey it's challenging, with different economies and different businesses at different points on the journey. But it's also an essential journey because enhanced traceability, digital tools, and indeed the use of artificial intelligence can modernise how we manage food safety risks, improve responsiveness, transparency, and further enhance trust in food systems. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all a very great 3 days, and I look forward to participating with you during the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Black. It's indeed vital that we all learn and work together and collaborate in a relevant manner. So before we proceed, just a quick reminder that a translation is available pour le français et pour l'espagnol, para español también. So please make use of these available extra languages. And now we invite you to watch a special message from Alan Azegele, chairperson of the Codex Alimentarius Commission. A round of applause for Mr. Azegele.
Distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, partners in food safety, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great privilege to join you for the third Vienna Food Safety Forum. While I regret not being able to be with you in person in the vibrant and historic city of Vienna, I'm deeply honored to be invited to speak during this important event. I wish to extend my sincere thanks to the government of Austria and all member partners involved for convening this diverse and distinguished group of food safety professionals, policymakers, industry leaders, scientists, and academics from across the globe. This year's forum takes place at a moment of transformation in how we think about, manage, and ensure food safety. New technologies are opening up remarkable opportunities to detect risks earlier, respond faster, and act smarter. At the same time, our food systems are facing growing pressure from climate change and antimicrobial resistance to increasingly complex supply chains and evolving consumer demands. The central challenge and opportunity before us is to harness innovation to build food systems that are safe, resilient, and inclusive. It is fitting then that the theme of this year's World Food Safety Day is Food Safety Science in Action. That theme could not be more relevant to our discussions here in Vienna. Around the world, science is powering new approaches to food safety, from real-time monitoring and predictive risk modeling to artificial intelligence-driven inspection and digital traceability systems. Yet, turning innovation into impact requires more than just tools. It requires policy leadership, regulatory agility, cross-sector partnerships, and above all, trust in science. The program of this forum reflects that understanding. Together, we will explore emerging regulatory approaches that use digital technologies and data ecosystems to anticipate and manage risks. Further, the application of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and digital platforms to enhance food safety decision-making, and the critical role of public-private partnership in scaling innovation and enabling safe, fair trade, particularly in low and middle-income countries. As chairperson of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, I am proud to say that Codex continues to champion science-based, consensus-driven standards that evolve with the needs of member countries. We are increasingly engaging with digital tools, not only how we work, but in how we respond to global food safety challenges. Our success depends on strong engagement from all sectors, and forums like this help ensure the regulators, scientists, businesses, and consumers can move forward together, grounded in evidence and united by purpose. I urge all participants to make full use of this forum, to share insights, challenge assumptions, and identify practical, forward-looking solutions. Food safety is not a static goal. It is a dynamic, collective responsibility. It depends not only on what we know, but on how we apply that knowledge in real time, at scale, and across borders. Let us be ambitious, collaborative, and grounded in science. Let us put science into action to protect human health, promote trade, and strengthen the foundation of trust that underpins our food systems. Thank you for your commitment, your expertise, and your vision. I wish you all a productive, insightful, and impactful forum. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Azegele. Well, it is now my pleasure to welcome on stage for her opening remarks, Mrs. Najat Mokhtar, Deputy Director General and Head of the Department of Nuclear Sciences and Applications. Welcome, Mrs. Najat Mokhtar.
Thank you, Excellency Minister, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to join you today at this important forum. I extend my gratitude to UNIDO for convening us to address one of the most pressing challenges of our time, how digitalization can transform food safety when grounded in reliable data, robust partnership, and equitable access to technology. The Vienna Food Safety Forum is not just a meeting, it's a call to action. In a world with growing population, complex supply chains, political instability, and climate changes, ensuring the food is safe, the food we produce, distribute, and consume is more challenging than before. And here where digitalization becomes an ally. It offers accuracy, transparency, and time efficiency. 3 pillars that can help managing risk, compliance, and responding to crises. Although digital traceability, AI, and remote audit hold immense promise, their power depends on the quality of the data behind them. Through initiatives like Atoms for Food, our joint IAEA-FAO flagship initiative launched in 2023, we integrate nuclear science with digital tools to create end-to-end solutions from farm to fork. The IAEA, through our joint IAEA-FAO Center and its world-class food safety laboratory located in Cybersdorf that I hope many of you will visit this week. I think on Friday we're organizing a visit to the labs, so please do. We're waiting for you. The joint center and the lab play an important role in advancing digitalization in food safety using cutting-edge nuclear technologies, capacity building, and partnership. Our focus is turning cutting-edge science into actionable insights. And let me give you a few examples. Using nuclear techniques, we empower member states to analyze food contaminant with unmatched accuracy. This data forms the backbone of Codice Alimentary standards, trade decisions, and emergency responses. And let me give you a few examples. In Benin, our methods restored $450 million pineapple export industry by resolving chemical contamination. In Thailand, we enabled testing for veterinary drugs residues across nearly 1 million tons of poultry export. And in Seychelles, detecting carcinogen aflatoxin in imported dairy product led to recalls and stronger food laws. So another area where also we focus on is fighting food fraud with data fingerprints. Food frauds undermines trust and trade. According to the US grocery manufacturers, food frauds cost the global food industry an estimate of $40 billion every year. Through nuclear techniques, we help build databases that create unique fingerprints for authentic products, whether coffee, dairy, or spices. In Czech Republic, we supported geographic fingerprinting of dairy products, enabling appellation of origin. labels that boost market value. In Costa Rica, our work with LANASEV laboratory has made it a regional hub for food authenticity testing using nuclear methods to protect the country premium meat exports, for example, and to neighboring nations. Now, with AI and machine learning, we are scaling this effort globally, partnering with institutions like National Institute for Standards and Technologies to create international databases for artisanal products, turning scientific innovation into economic opportunity. Another area where we are also focusing on is proficiency testing for credible results. Digital tools are only strong as the labs behind them who provides data. Our proficiency testing schemes ensure laboratories worldwide meet international standards. This is not optional. It is the foundation of trust in data. In another area also for crisis management, the IA transforms food safety through integrated nuclear and digital solution. Our laboratory information management system ensures unbroken traceability from the moment a sample is collected at local farms through nuclear analysis for contaminant to final regulatory reporting. Finally, even established methods like food ionization, a science-based proven method to enhance food safety, is increasingly supported by digital systems to ensure transparency, traceability, and regulatory compliance. The IAEA role is clear. We bridge the gap between high-tech innovation and real-world impact. But achieving good digitalization demands more than tools. It requires collective action. So together we must invest in capacity building for all countries so that digitalization can contribute to and benefit from a data-driven system. Prioritize transparency, ensuring digital solutions are inclusive and equitable. Foster partnership like the one we have with UNIDO and FAO and the private sector to scale the work that we are doing. Atoms for Food embodies this vision, combining nuclear science, digital tools, and partnership to safeguard food systems globally. The future of food safety is digital, but it must also be credible, accessible, and actionable. Let's build it together. Thank you, and I look forward to an insightful meeting, and let's work together this week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Mokhtar. Like you said, let's all work together this week. You said it at the top of your opening remarks. This forum is much more than a meeting. It's a strong call to action. Thank you one more time. So up next, here is a video message from Mr. Jean-Marie Pogam, Deputy Director General of the World Trade Organization.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thanks a lot for your invitation to the opening of the 2025 Vienna Food Safety Forum. At the WTO, we certainly view food safety as a critical enabler of trade. When agri-food products meet international standards, farmers gain access to new markets, creating jobs, especially for women and youth, generating higher profits for businesses, and increased revenues and foreign exchange earnings for governments. These are tangible benefits that support sustainable development. Around the world, governments and the private sector are embracing digital innovations that transform cross-border trade, making it faster, more efficient, secure, and less costly. The Standards and Trade Development Facility, housed at the WTO, plays a key role in this transformation. Its projects have helped countries across Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean turn innovation into concrete results. A flagship example is the STDF-funded e-Phyto project led by the International Plant Protection Convention at FAO. This initiative created a global hub for the electronic exchange of phytosanitary certificates, and it developed an accessible system that enables developing countries to benefit too. Since 2017, close to 9 million e-Phytos have been exchanged among 97 countries, speeding up clearance times, reducing fraud, and cutting border delays. In Zambia, for instance, clearance times dropped from up to 1 week to under 24 hours. In Morocco, exporters save around $280 per container. Building on e-Phyto's success, countries are expanding digital trade facilitation, including piloting e-certification for veterinary products in Latin America and the Caribbean, supported still by the STDF. In the WTO, digitalization is also a key focus of discussion and ongoing work to modernize trade rules. In our SPS committee, for instance, the members are exploring how new technologies can enable more targeted import controls for safer, more efficient agri-food trade. Our members are also actively exploring various dimensions of the interplay between trade and e-commerce, recognizing the important role of the WTO as a forum for structured discussion and engagement. A group of over 90 members has negotiated disciplines that aim to facilitate e-commerce, enhance trust for online consumers and businesses, and promote an open digital environment, and support access and inclusion of developing economies, including least developed countries. Engagement is ongoing, aimed at incorporating these disciplines in the WTO's rulebook. As digital trade grows, WTO members recognize that this offers enormous potential for safer, faster, and more inclusive commerce, especially for small businesses in developing countries that face the highest barriers. Your discussions here at the Vienna Food Safety Forum are very relevant for ongoing work at the WTO, including the preparation for the upcoming ministerial meeting that we will have in Cameroon in March 2026, where e-commerce digitalization will be a key focus, seeking to harness digital tools for improved trade efficiency and greater inclusivity. I therefore wish you a very successful event and look forward to hearing more about the insights and outcomes from the forum that will help shape the future of digital trade. Thank you for your attention.
And we thank you, Mr. Pogam. And now, finally, to close our opening remarks segment, let's welcome Mr. Gunther Beger, Managing Director of the Innovation and Economic Transformation Directorate at UNIDOR. Big round of applause, please.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. I wish I could speak so many languages like you. And I think you speak German too. Yes. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Mr. Kowal, Minister of Agrarian Policy and Food. Excellency, Mr. Tarek Al-Houbi, Chairman of the Board, the Federal Food Safety Agency of Egypt, dear Najed, dear Tom. First of all, I would like to echo the words of our Director General, Gerd Müller, at the beginning, and from my side, a very warm welcome all here to you all here in our home in Vienna, at the Vienna International Center. I see Ambassador from Austria, our host country, Ms. Sellner. Thank you so much for attending this meeting. I would also like to thank the distinguished previous speakers at the opening ceremony for their very inspiring and insightful welcome speeches, which show me how important this topic of food safety is, and also the significance of this third Vienna Food Safety Forum. And a special thanks to you, Minister Kowal, for your participation today. I am particularly pleased that there's such a great interest here in the room in this conference. It's the third conference after 2015 and 22, and we are able to welcome more than 300 participants from all over the world. I think the longest trip is with my friend Tom from Australia, but I know many other guests come from far away. And I think that's another sign of the interest. But we have also to say there are major challenges we face in the area of food security. As our DG Müller already mentioned, more than 600 million people suffering from food illness. But I have also to say more than 700 million people are starving. Around 3 billion people worldwide are undernourished or malnourished. And the numbers, and that is the bad news, are not decreasing, they are increasing. And we now in the year 2025, ladies and gentlemen, we are further away from achieving SDG goal number 2, ending hunger, than ever before. And in this context, food safety is not a side issue. It is central to development. And at UNIDO, we see food safety as a bridge between public health, trade, and industrial development. If that bridge fails, everything else becomes unstable. Almost 10 years ago, UNIDO launched its first food safety approach, which paved our engagement with our partners. And in the past 10 years, many changes have occurred, which encourage us to revisit how we support our member states. Today, as indicated by our Director General, I'm pleased to introduce our updated approach, the UNIDO Food Safety Approach 2.0. And similar to previous approaches, we center the UNIDO Food Safety Approach 2.0 around improved practices and capacities of food business. As food safety is a shared responsibility where the industry produces the food what we eat, the central pillar is on supporting resilient and improved food safety practices in business through effective capacity building. Based on our experiences, sustainable food safety initiatives at national and regional levels require an enabling environment on robust food systems for food business. Through supporting competent authorities and interlinked conformity assessment bodies, they can reach international recognition. The modernization of this practice is inevitable for enhanced trade and overall improved food safety outcomes. Furthermore, stringent food safety regulations play a crucial role in reducing both food waste and food losses. You are experts, you know that around 1/3 of the food produced in the field unfortunately still not reach our stomachs, but is instead lost to human consumption. And by preventing, for example, contamination and spoilage, more food remains safe and edible for consumption. Dear colleagues, I would like to reiterate the unique mandate and role of UNIDO on convening all stakeholders involved in food safety. Today's event is a perfect example for this. We also know that transformation of food safety systems requires broader partnership with industry, competent authorities, academia, and consumers. And for this reason, I'm happy to see so many of you here, and a more structured engagement with partners will be embedded to the third pillar of our approach, on fostering food safety advocacy and partnership. This pillar also highlights the importance of the Addis Ababa call to action announced during the World Without Hunger conference in November last year, and we need more investment in food safety systems, and we need faster technology transfer, including digital solutions. Food safety must be treated as a public good, and innovation must be shared. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, let me conclude by emphasizing once again our engagement, UNIDO's engagement in the area of food safety, bringing together stakeholders to accelerate the responsible use of digital technologies in low and middle income countries. Let us make this event a driver of change. And finally, I would also like to thank the Australian government, dear Tom, which is a strong partner for UNIDO on this issue, and also has made a significant financial contribution to making this conference possible. I think we can applaud on this. I thank you, Tom, but also all the other partners, long-standing partners like Mokta, other ones, for this cooperation and for making this event possible today. Thank you so much, and I wish us now all 3 inspiring days. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Berger, for such powerful remarks. I want to say Dankeschön. That's all I can do. And I would like to invite, actually, all our dignitaries sitting at the front row to come and join me on stage for a group photo, please. A big round of applause for our distinguished speakers this morning. And ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to tell you that we are now going to take a small coffee break, and we'll be back here at 11:30 sharp for the rest of our program and our keynote presentation. Thank you. I do. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. I would kindly invite you to take your seats and please come to the front. Wherever you see empty seats, don't be shy, come to the front. You also have the opportunity to ask questions to our experts coming up. So feel free to move to the front. I want to see you a little bit closer as well. Do not be shy. I hope that you enjoyed this refreshing break, that it was the opportunity to meet up with old friends or maybe even make new ones. So we now transition to a pivotal moment in our agenda, a keynote presentation that will illuminate the potential of digitalization to accelerate the development of food safety systems, highlighting how data can transform industry practices, regulatory approaches, and consumer outcomes, particularly addressing the development gap between low and middle income countries and industrialized nations. To guide us through this vision, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome someone who has been at the heart of this forum, Mr. Gabor Molnar, Industrial Development Officer at UNIDO. A big round of applause now for Mr. Molnar.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and friends. An honor to set the scene for this 3 days forum, and I would like to welcome again in Vienna. I hope you are having a nice time with us. And today, I would like to present and talk about a vital as well as timely point on how digitalization can accelerate the development of food safety systems. Digitalization offers a powerful set of tools for regulators, industries, and development partners to address risks in food safety systems. But let us be clear, digitalization is not just about automating processes. It must be opportunity-driven, not merely efficiency-focused. When applied effectively, digital technologies can have the power to shift from end product testing to preventing system-based food safety, modernize regulatory practices from reactive compliance to prospective oversight, as well as enhance the understanding and engagement of all food safety stakeholders. This transformation is not technological alone, it's institutional, behavioral, and collaborative. However, this transition is not without its challenges. First, we are seeing an outdated regulatory environment in many jurisdictions. From the digitalization and AI perspective, broader national and regulatory policy and regulatory frameworks have to be assessed and developed. From the food safety perspective, the deployment of these technologies should be well defined in compliance with international standards. Second, public authorities face deep resource constraints. Digitalization and digital solutions can help close these gaps, not just by increasing efficiency, but by expanding capacity and access. Third, the proper use of digital technologies requires organizational restructuring and reskilling of food safety practitioners, which leads to high upfront investment costs. At the same time, the digital divide is growing. In industrializing countries, food operators may lack the infrastructure, technology, affordability, and training to apply digital tools. The tools exist, but they are not always accessible and inclusive. Finally, existing systems and platforms might have interoperability issues, creating difficulties for regulators and industry to make better informed decisions. But all these challenges can be addressed. And this is why this forum was organized, to identify emerging practices and technological solutions in food safety, to provide opportunities in low and middle-income countries, to identify opportunities for modernization of their food safety systems, and support regulatory innovation through collaboration and knowledge exchange. I would like to briefly touch upon the major topics being discussed over the next 3 days. Digitalization means more than digitizing documents. It means rethinking entire processes and systems. The Internet of Things offers us real-time, continuous monitoring from farm to fork. Whether it's temperature sensors in cold chains or smart labels on food packaging, IoT devices provide actionable data for faster interventions. You will see emerging technologies using sensors and satellite data to ensure better animal welfare, product safety, and better informed risk management at food business operator level. And behind it all, cloud-based systems that offer real-time surveillance, predictive analytics, and the necessary foundation for AI-powered risk management. A key necessity is data sharing. As a first step, we have a large amount of unstructured data scattered among various stakeholders, which we have to structure and share among each other. To address our data readiness, we must tackle interoperability, data privacy, and trust among actors. If food safety is a global public good, then data must serve the public good securely, ethically, and equitably. Since 2022, when we had the last Vienna Food Safety Forum, there were multiple updates, and we had a lot of discussion how we can actually deploy electronic certificate and remote audit and inspection services post-COVID. During this forum, you will hear about digital or electronic certificates in SPS compliance and see how we can address national single window systems that streamline trade. At the same time, we will also talk about remote audit and inspection practices that reduce costs and increase reach. And I think many of you are very excited to talk about artificial intelligence in these days. We are also seeing promising applications of AI and machine learning. Take predictive analytics. AI can analyze inspection records, climate patterns, and consumer complaints to improve border control practices or provide outbreak forecasts before they cause any harm. For example, AI systems predicting where listeria outbreaks are most likely to occur, allowing inspectors to prioritize those sites. This is the future for risk-based inspection, efficient, proactive, and data-informed. As we began this forum, I would like to present 5 points for our dialogue, which can contribute to the uptake of digitalization in food safety system. Firstly, forward-looking modernization of food regulatory and policy frameworks. Secondly, encourage international data cooperation in food safety with the involvement of all stakeholders. Thirdly, identification of needs for capacity building, especially in low and middle-income countries. Fourth, data-informed risk management for regulators and quality managers. And last but not least, international standards development to address interoperability and data governance for secure, trust-based data flows. Colleagues, the path is is ahead of us, full of discussions, and let's start to work together in order to create a system which is just, inclusive, as well as impactful. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to discussing with you in the upcoming days.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Molnar. Don't go just yet. I have a couple of questions for you. Like I said, you are the driving force behind the Vienna Food Safety Forum 2025. So I want to ask you first, what inspired UNIDO to organize this forum for the third time?
Thank you very much. And just a bit of history. The first time we organized the forum in 2015, and there were some major regulatory reforms all over the world. In 2022, during COVID, we realized that digitalization and digital solution innovation is changing our life. And this is rapidly changing since then and in the upcoming years. So this is also the reason why we wanted to bring together stakeholders to discuss about this vital topic.
Thank you very much. And finally, how do you see the world changing in terms of digitalization and food safety?
It's changing very rapidly, and we also see it in the news. Nevertheless, we also expect that how we think about data, digitalization, artificial intelligence will change the way how we work. We will spend more time on monitoring, controlling, and validating data, and machine is trying to serve us. And this is very important. Machines should serve us and not the other way around.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Mr. Molnar and a very insightful and informative overview. Let's now proceed to the first session of the day, Food Safety Regulatory Reforms, Leveraging Digitalization and Artificial Intelligence. And this session will explore how regulatory practices are integrating novel data analytics solutions for better informed decision-making. And we'll hear about some of the changes. And we actually have a very exciting list of speakers for this segment. First, it is my pleasure to welcome back on the stage our moderator, Mr. Tom Black, chairperson of the Codex Committee on Food Import and Export Inspection and first assistant secretary at DAF Australia. Welcome back, Mr. Black. Please also welcome our speakers, Mr. Jeff Ogle, Chief Executive at Food Standards Scotland. A big round of applause as well for Mr. Ogle. Let's also welcome Mr. Donald Prater, Principal Deputy Director, Human Foods Program at the US Food and Drug Administration, as well as Mr. Amare Ayale, Senior Advisor at the African Union Commission, Mrs. Deneswari Mohun, Head of the Non-Tariff Measures Division of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement Secretariat, and finally Mrs. Ravinan Shamshalem, Director of Division of Agricultural Commodity and Food Standards Policy of the Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperatives of Thailand. A big round of applause for this wonderful panel.
Hello. Oh, excellent. People can hear me okay. Anne-Marie, thank you. Thank you for guiding us so ably through this morning's opening session. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to session one of the Vienna Food Safety Forum. We're through the really formal stuff, and now it's time to get down and to start to do some work as colleagues and to start our really detailed engagement. I hope you had an opportunity to have a discussion over a cup of coffee and are ready to go for this next session. Excuse me. We have about 75 minutes. I'm conscious that you have heard a number of speeches already this morning. You are going to hear a few more, so each of our speakers is going to speak for a few minutes. And I had planned on asking them each a question, but I think it is probably, and sorry guys, I'm putting you on notice, it's probably better that we hear from you and hear from the floor. So we'll see how we go in terms of time, but I think it would be great if we can really start that engagement, see what you are all thinking once our panellists have had their conversations. So this session is specifically about how different jurisdictions are leveraging digitalisation and artificial intelligence. Food safety regulatory practices in many countries are integrating novel data analytics solutions for better informed decision making and improved food safety control. Some are experimenting, as I mentioned this morning, and others are a bit further along the journey, and we're going to hear at all ends of the spectrum today. This session will explore recent developments in several national and regional jurisdictions, the benefits as well as the conditions necessary for implementing novel data analytics solutions. We've had our panel introduced, and so without further ado, I'm going to introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker is Mr. Jeff Ogle, Chief Executive, Food Standards Scotland. Jeff is an accomplished senior civil servant with a rich public sector background, specialising in operational delivery, change management and policy development. As the inaugural Chief Executive of Food Standards Scotland since 2015, he brings extensive experience, having served in key roles within the agency. Please welcome Jeff.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. So I'm delighted to speak to you today. Food Standards Scotland is an organisation of 300 people doing food and feed safety, food and feed standards, and we also do diet and nutrition and food crime. So in terms of our journey today, I'm going to take you through where we started. So this is the kind of journey we've been on. You'll notice the strategy is in the middle, and that was partly by accident and partly by design, but it shows you the journey we've gone on in terms of putting our toe in the water at the start right through to use of AI where we are now. For those of you born after 1990, the picture on my right-hand side, your left, is a cassette tape. And in 1979, the Sony Walkman was a revolutionary change, although you'd have to have walked around with about 40 tapes to get a full range of music experience. It was inflexible, a single-use system. Compared to Spotify now, it costs you a few pounds, but it's up to date. You can share, you can search, you can be specific, you can develop a playlist, and it learns your preferences. And while we weren't quite in the cassette phase in 2015, I think we probably were not that far off it. So we've actually gone on a journey from developing our analog systems into more of a digital age. So the first one is some of the stuff we've done, which was just basically taking an existing dashboard and thinking about a database and how we could actually use the information. And where we got to was this kind of flow from information, turning that into intelligence, then into insights, and then into investigation. So as you see, it enabled us to do trend analysis and breakdowns of types, microbiology, chemistry, etc. And it was a real shift in terms of being able to present data. And this was moving stuff from 6 months to produce a report to literally 6 minutes. We then moved on to optimization. This is about what's the best way of using the data, not just, okay, we've got some data, let's do some stuff. It was about thinking around what we could do with it. Certainly the key issues were around removing human error, and it was also about being able to tailor our reports to share them with businesses and stakeholders. So a key benefit was actually about not just having the data, it's actually about sharing it as well, and being able to influence those in the industry and the sector we regulate to make change. That then led us to development of a strategy. I'm not going to read the detail. One of the most significant changes, though, was moving from the outsourcing of our IT and data platforms to actually bringing it in-house and having the staff to do it. One of the big issues and challenges for us is skilling up the organisation. We've got a data scientist and data analysts, and they are absolutely brilliant, and they are, I think, absolutely key in this day and age. But there is a broader challenge around skilling up the organisation in terms of digital and data, and the organisation being able to use IT and digital to its best effect. We then moved on to shaping system design. So this is about digital by design. This is actually thinking about the stuff that you want at the end of the process and designing your systems to give you what you want in terms of performance, information, data, digital, etc. And as you can see, this is something that we've done for our meat plants. And it provides us information for our vets, our inspectors, but also has the potential to be shared with those that we regulate as well. We've also done it for multi-sectorial, so we've done it for the shellfish sector, where again we're using spatial visualization in this one for harvesting areas and sample collection points. And it's also about sharing across government and with industry in terms of the information. Again, the automation removes the risk of human error. And it's not that humans deliberately make errors, it just actually takes that risk out of the process. On areas like incident management and food crime, again, it has enabled us to shift our focus on prevention using the data we collect on incidents to make the argument to industry, and taking the data and then using other tools like Power BI in terms of that capability to manipulate data and present it. And certainly we've heard about food crime today. Some of the software we use, Clue, Clio, and a software called Chorus, have been absolute game changers in terms of certainly investigation capabilities, turning things that take 6 months into literally minutes. So again, this is about taking our information and actually thinking about how can we use it differently. So it's not all about new systems, new designs all of the time, but it is about thinking quite imaginatively about how you can use what you've got. Again, in Scotland, we have most of our food law delivery is done through local government, and again we set up a national database which has information on all the businesses in Scotland, about 74,000 businesses. It's fed by the 32 local authorities. One of the challenges here has been actually around the cleanliness of the data, and that is definitely one of the challenges in terms of digital optimization. Having the confidence in terms of the data and what it's telling you is absolutely critical, and certainly in terms of getting this up, that actually took quite a lot of time to get us to a point where we had confidence in the information, what it was telling us. But what this also does, it gives information to the local government organisation, and it allows them to make comparisons with other local government organisations. So it's a tool for comparison, for trend analysis, for information, for enforcement history, for compliance levels, for number of premises visited, not visited, etc. So it's a wealth of information, which again was not available a few years ago. And that takes us to AI. So this is a program we've been working on. It's 50 partners involved in this project. 50 partners, 30 projects, looking at 16,000 pathogen sequences. So the purpose of PathSafe is to improve the ability to attribute pathogens associated with human illness to food vehicles, the environment, or animal sources. And certainly in terms of the benefits, it certainly fits into a One Health narrative in terms of being able to bring all the sources of pathogen infection together in terms of being able to analyse sources. So again, here, what we have is pathogen sequences are generated by the program. They can be analysed alongside historical whole genome sequencing, and it enables us to share the data with researchers looking at things like molecular characteristics, AMR profiles, etc. We in Scotland focus particularly on E. coli because of the particular risks around E0157 in Scotland. But again, in terms of incident management and prevention and being able to identify the sources, this is a game changer for us. It's not completely there yet, but it's almost there. But it's the use of machine learning. As more data is entered into it, the machine learns and gets better. And I'm just about on time. And if you're struggling with a strategy for data and digital, this is what ChatGPT produced. Strategic objectives, so you want to know where to start with ChatGPT. In 2015, this might have saved us a few hours of work. But as you can see, enhance food safety and standards, strengthen digital food crime detection, ensure robust governance, modernisation, influence and collaboration, all the things you'd want in a data digital strategy. So it looks like ChatGPT, just to go back, got it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Insightful presentation and absolutely hit the brief in terms of the time. Fair warning for anyone that is going to be sitting on the stage or speaking at some point this week, there is a massive countdown clock that tells you how you're going against your time. So don't be intimidated when you hop up here. So our second speaker this morning is Ms. Ravinan Chamlachurn, who is the Director, Division of Agriculture, Commodity and Food Standards Policy, National Bureau of Agriculture, Commodity and Food Standards, ACFS, Thailand. Ms. Chamlachurn will speak about digital integration for food safety in ASEAN, including the ASEAN Rapid Alert System for food and feed, and opportunities to evolve it into an AI-driven decision support tool. Please welcome Ms. Ravinan to the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be part of this forum and pleased to share my experience on how digital solutions enhancing food safety across the ASEAN through the risk communication tools called ARAF. Let me start with this mouth-watering pictures, Tom Yam Gung, Thailand's famous spicy shrimp soup. No, I'm not here to share secret recipes, but imagine this. What if the ingredients contaminated with bacteria or chemical residues? Suddenly, the dish become the health threat. This shows why food safety matters to everyone. I begin with ASEAN's food safety structures, then look at the digital progress in the region, and finally focus on the ARAF, its current role and future potential. ASEAN food safety is overseen by 3 ministerial tracks. First, the ASEAN Agriculture and Forestry Minister cover agriculture, including focus on food safety at the production stage. Second, ASEAN Health Minister focuses on public health and risk assessment. Third, ASEAN Economic Minister handles food safety through trade and standards. Each track plays an essential role in implementing ASEAN guidelines and food safety approach, but overlapping mandates and lack of coordination between these 3 keys always the weakness. Many working groups carry out similar activities without communication about who is doing what. The result in overlapping work that may weaken the effectiveness of the regional collaboration. To fix this, ASEAN adopted 2 important frameworks: the ASEAN Food Safety Policy in 2015, and then ASEAN Food Safety Regulatory Framework Agreement in 2024. The ASEAN Food Safety Policy is kind of strategic goals for harmonized food safety system, while the AFS-RFA is a binding agreement that ensure the coordination between the sector through the legal and institutional mechanism. Although right now the AFS-RFA has not yet entered into force, but it is expected that once it implemented, the ARAF will be adopted as a mandatory mechanism for risk communication under this agreement. The digital solution always play a key role. ASEAN began with the ASEAN Single Window in 2000, then moved to the ARAF launched in 2008, and SPS e-certificate initiative began in 2016. And almost recently, ASEAN is revising ASEAN Trade in Goods Agreements with the SPS chapter promoting digital tools for regulatory cooperation and risk communication. Take a look into the ARAF system that established in 2006 under the AMAF as a digital tool for a risk communication. It's a Thailand-led initiative and has been administered by Thailand. The system was modeled after, of course, the EU Rapid Alert System. Everyone knows about RAF. It's a stronger regional coordination in managing food safety emerging, and also to prevent the unsafe product from spreading across the region. And the main intention is to fast information sharing among the ASEAN members. Here is how the system works. When the risk is identified, a focal point submits the notification. The information that the focal point submit included, for the example, product info, hazard type, origin, and action taken. All the member states receive this alert, so they can take timely action, which could include recall, inspection, or public alert. And the system coverage is all the food and feed product. This is the official website of the ASEAN Rapid Alert System for Food and Feed that's accessible at the www.araf.net. The system is, of course, the web-based platform, while some data is restricted, but selected data are made available to the public to promote transparency and raise the awareness. This is the example of the notification similar to the EU RAF. This is how the competent authority in each country see when they log into the system. The system provides clear details for member states to act promptly. However, while some data is restricted, there is some selected information that public we can share with the public. And this is the example of how everyone can access to the basic detail from the public notification. It is also important to find the balance between the transparency and confidentialities when talking about the public. Talking about the system that has been 15 years old right now, not that much notification, around 650 since the beginning, and around 40 or 50 notification per year. The notification is still lower than expected due to some ongoing challenges. The first challenge is the system performance, because the current platform is 15 years old now, and it is not user-friendly anymore, and the limited process of capacities which make the data management and even the analysis inefficient. So we also have a plan to improving the performance of the system. Second, the personnel who are responsible to input the data must receive the training and have sufficient time to carry out their tasks. When workloads are high, they may not have enough time to input data properly. The third, the level of investment and infrastructure varies countries by countries, so creating limitation for those with fewer resources in ASEAN. In addition, in some cases, the legal frameworks prevent the immediate disclosure of the action, because some countries may require that the legal process will be concluded before publicized notification, which can delay the timely risk communication. ARAF was originally developed as a tool for risk communication today, but it also plays a broader role as a risk management tools in the ASEAN when the hazardous product enter into the ASEAN market and alert is issues. Countries can immediately take action, for the example, recall, destroy the product. And in the future, ARAF is expected to serve as a strategic tool to support ASEAN's risk management policy, especially when similar hazards are repeated detect. And the AI also can be the part of important data analytics. The system could then help identify emerging risks, analyze regional food safety trends, and provide evidence-based insight for proactive decision-making in the futures. And this is what I cover from my presentation today, and that's bring me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Ravinan. Terrific to hear about ARAF and the work that ASEAN is doing and implementing. Our next speaker is Mr. Donald Prater, Principal Deputy Director for Human Foods, the US FDA. Don was previously Acting Director of the FDA Centre for Food Safety and Applied Nutrition, a role he took in 2023. In that role, he helped lead the centre during a time of transition, prioritising nutrition and the safety of food supply, dietary supplements and cosmetics, while helping to re-envision the organisation. Please welcome Don to the stage. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you all. Well, Greetings from United States Food and Drug Administration. So we're very pleased to be here, and also thanks to the organizers, to UNIDO, for hosting this Vienna Food Safety Forum. Once again, very exciting topic, and to Government of Australia for supporting this. So I had a few topics that I wanted to share this morning on the potential for digitalization. I'm impressed with how people can roll that right off their tongues. So it's not easy for me, but I will say that one of the things that we're aware of at US FDA is the rapid pace at which information is being created and digitized. So every day, megabytes, terabytes of information are being created. It's just amazing. Everything that we're doing now, all of our science, our data, our analytics, digital. Increasingly, we're able to digitize some of those previously held records on paper. Everything that we do now is directed by digital sources of data and information. And it's a game changer for food safety. One game changer you all are familiar with as food safety professionals, whole genome sequencing. It was spoken about this morning, but it is a technology that has changed the way that we do food safety. With respect to attribution, whole genome sequencing can help us solve things that we couldn't have previously solved. It helps us to be able to connect points of information across the food spectrum. And so we've been able to solve listeria outbreaks and a number of other things using whole genome sequencing. Similarly, new digital tools, and I'll speak about these in terms of what we call quantitative analytical techniques. It's all the same big overarching bucket of artificial intelligence, machine learning. These are new tools that will change the way we do food safety from now on. And so some of the things that we've already heard about this morning, Mr. Molinar's presentation this morning was chock-a-block with the new concepts that we need to consider as we are beginning to use some of these new tools. So I'll speak about our experience at FDA with some of these tools, and then I'll talk a little bit about data, because it is large data sets that underpin the use of these tools. About 3 years ago, we launched a project to begin to use, put our toe in the water, as Mr. Ogle says, to use algorithms to look at imported food safety. We import into the United States about 15% of our food supply. But for some commodities, it's actually quite a bit larger than that. Over 90% of our seafood, 52% of our fresh fruit, and 33% of our fresh vegetables imported from abroad into the U.S. What that equates to, about 14 to 15 million lines of import. Being able to, as a regulator, to be able to determine which of those consignments do we need to take a look at. It's a huge problem. But being able to use machine learning to look at large data sets to predict which products are actually potentially violative has helped us to do two things. One, it's helped us to make better use of our regulatory resources. It takes a lot of resources to open a box, to look at a label, to take a sample, to send that to the laboratory. And so we want to use those resources in the most efficient and effective way possible. The other thing that it helps us do is to speed safe food into commerce. People need to eat. They need to get food. Food needs to move around the world, and safe food is what we want people to experience. So using the power of these new algorithms, we're able to almost double the rate at which we would find violative shipments. And so we're focusing our efforts on those products that are likely to be violative while speeding those products that are safe into commerce. Another tool that we're using more recently, and it's been spoken about already, large language models, ChatGPT, other types of models that go by different names, but essentially these are large language models that utilize generative AI. What is generative AI? Well, that's the ability to actually query these large data sets and produce narratives. And I'll tell you, if you haven't had a chance to use some of these large language models, they are powerful. They can generate narrative that is as good as anything I could have created after many days of work. I started my job over 20 years ago at FDA as a drug reviewer, new animal drugs. That's how I got into the food safety business. And it would take me days and weeks to review a regulatory submission because it has many pages. And those things now can be quickly and effectively summarized. Last week, under the leadership of our new commissioner, Dr. Marty McCary, we rolled out a large language model to all of our review staff so that they could begin to use these tools, not to replace human decision-making, but to assist it. When I started, I was greeted on my first day at the office with what we called a jacket, a regulatory submission about this thick, in 30 volumes. It takes weeks to go through those pages. Now, that can be done in a matter of seconds using large language models. And this is something that we're very excited about. We think it will hold great potential to make our work more effective and efficient at FDA. Computer vision. Computers are able to read things. We talked about this morning already, structured data and unstructured data. Images, videos, unstructured types of data can be read by computer vision. One of the things we're very interested in is looking at labels. Labels, incredibly important for consumers. They're also important for regulators. Allergen labeling violations are one of the things that we see most frequently. By using computer vision, we believe we have the potential to read labels and have much greater throughput and find those allergen labeling violations much more quickly. It's already been mentioned, inspection modernization, predictive analytics, being able to help our investigators to know where to go, when to go, what to do when you get there. These are all the tools that we'll be using in the future. When we take a sample, it will be driven by data and risk and hopefully have the most public health impact. Geospatial, satellite imagery, understanding crops and water temperatures. You saw a very nice map of shellfish already. It's important when those water temperatures rise, increases risk for certain pathogens. Crops, drought, flooding. Those are also things that we can take into account to be able to predict potential food safety risk. They're large data sets and they require these new techniques that we have in these tools. Let me just speak a minute about warehouse management and distribution centers. These things are also improving rapidly. Businesses know they need to know their inventory, where it's coming from and where it's going. Traceability still remains the Achilles heel of the food system. When we do a foodborne disease outbreak investigation, we are still frequently confronted with paper. That's going to change. You heard already, Codex Alimentarius is tackling this, traceability, updating, modernizing those standards, maybe to include key data elements, critical tracking events, and other types of information. So this is how we will do our work in the future. I'll take just 10 more seconds and talk about data. It's all underpinned by data. You heard from Ms. Mokhtar this morning about data quality. If these powerful tools have poor quality data, we will get poor quality results. So there is increased emphasis on looking at the quality of data, these large data sets. And we have, actually some of these new tools can help us look at data quality as well. We need to pay attention to data governance structures and how these data are shared, because that will facilitate data sharing. And there was a mention already this morning about public-private data sharing partnerships. Industry sits on a mountain of data, we do too, and there's also, as regulators, and there's also third-party sources of data and information that we can bring to bear for food safety. A lot of good work being done out there by third-party, for example, third-party food safety audits. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Don. Oh, food for thought there. We've got some. We're getting right into it, and for the huge potential that is in front of us. Our next speaker is Dr. Amare Ayelu, Senior Advisor, African Union Commission, presenting on the Africa Food Safety Agency. Dr. Amare is Manager of the Partnership for Aflatoxin Control in Africa, PACA, at the African Union Commission. He has over 30 years of experience in mycotoxicology and more broadly food safety and sanitary and phytosanitary matters. For the past 11 years, he has led PACA's strategy, launch the launch of regional and country programs, including development of government-led and stakeholder-aligned national aflatoxin control and food safety master plans across Africa. Please welcome Dr. Amari to the stage.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As indicated by the moderator, I will briefly present on the new Africa Food Safety Agency, as well as the Africa Food Safety Data Hub. But first, maybe a very brief background. As many of you know, global reports indicate that Africa is disproportionately impacted by unsafe foods. If you take the WHO 2015 Global Burden Report, we see that the mortality due to foodborne disease in Africa is 1/3 of the global mortality, but we have only 16% of the global population, which means the burden is twice in Africa as the rest of the world. The economic impact is also huge. So we can address these challenges through sustained efforts which are led by strong institutions and not through fragmented and scattered responses. So one such effort in Africa is, in terms of building institutions, is the recently established Africa Food Safety Agency. And so I will share with you very brief information about this new agency. In a landmark decision in February this year, the African Union Assembly of Heads of State and Government adopted the establishment of the Africa Food Safety Agency. And so let's try to look at what the mandate of this agency is, what will come next to operationalize it, and what this means also to each one of us and what we could possibly do to make it successful. But to put things in perspective, in the African Union, we have African Union Inter-Africa Bureau for Animal Resources, which has been established in 1951. And shortly after that, in 1954, the AU established the Inter-Africa Phytosanitary Council, which deals with plant health. Around 2012, food safety came on the radar of African Union. The AU established what we call PACA, the Partnership for Aflatoxin Control in Africa, dealing with mainly aflatoxins, but also broader food safety issues. And then it took us more than 12 years to come up with the Africa Food Safety Agency, and it's not even operational yet. So the mandate of the agency, probably if I look at the objectives of the agency, this might give you an idea of what the mandates will be. I can't go into details within the time I have. So one of the objectives will be to promote modernization and harmonization of food safety policies and strategies in the continent. The other is to coordinate initiatives, food safety initiatives in the continent. Of course, here in Africa, we have what we call regional economic communities, which are regional blocks that do some coordination. So without overlapping with the mandates of those regional economic communities, the agency will be tasked to coordinate food safety initiatives. And the other is to strengthen the capacity of member state food control systems. Also, data is another big area, food safety data, also even serving as a center of expertise for risk assessment in the continent. And then we have also another objective on consumer awareness and engagement. And lastly, spearheading the implementation of the Africa Food Safety Strategy, the current one as well as future strategies. So maybe very quickly, in terms of what the African Union is trying to do now to make this agency operational. So the AU is looking at a comprehensive institution building approach. One component is looking at institutional setup, which includes selection, the usual things like selection for a host country, adoption of the structure of the agency, and setting up the secretariat, hiring staff and setting up the secretariat. In the middle, you see some strategic assets, which include the Continental Food Safety Data Hub, a rapid alert system, as our colleagues from ASEAN were speaking about, a risk assessment center, and also a midterm strategic plan unpacking the Continental Food Safety Strategy. And at the right, you see a component on stakeholder engagement. We are trying to build this institution from bottom up with a big work on rallying the continent around food safety and the agency. And so these three components are being pursued actually in sync, not even in parallel. So what the agency means to different stakeholders. So here you could see what it's, how it could serve different stakeholders, African Union member states, the regional blocs, trading partners, and developing partners, as well as the broader public. So we have a publication which came out recently. So the link is there. Maybe if you could, if you are interested to read more about what the agency means, I think you could check that. And also, in terms of what different stakeholders can do to support, having a successful Africa Food Safety Agency, here also, most of the burden rests on the shoulders of our member states, but all of us, the regional economic communities, international development partners, research and academia, as well as civil society organizations have a role to play to make it a success. Then maybe very briefly also about the Africa Food Safety Data Hub, which is one of the strategic assets of this agency. Very briefly again, so the objective of this Africa Food Safety Data Hub is, first of all, it will be part of the agency, and the main aim is to support Africa-specific data generation, analysis, and use. And what I mean by use is evidence-based decision-making, food safety policy formulation, and so on, and also real-world impact in terms of boosting intra-Africa trade within the context of the single market, and of course, it will have impact in the agriculture and food security arena as well. So the main features of this data hub, the way the African Union has developed the blueprint or the architecture for setting up the data hub is, first of all, it will be built gradually in a very flexible manner, and it will use cloud-based architecture, and we have identified data priorities and data sources as well. And of course, there will be a strong team to manage it. And gradually, probably the AU will have to move towards a cost recovery model. So to end with some quick messages, the building African institutions is key to sustainably address food safety. I mean, for any governance matter, strong institutions are important, but for something like food safety, which is cross-cutting and complicated, strong institutions are key. And but not just one agency, but multiple agencies because of the complexity. And one of these, Food Safety Agency for Africa, could be a game changer. And all of us, especially initiatives within Africa, should support it, shouldn't undermine it, the work of that. And the data hub will be also very important, foundational to some of the functions of the agency. And also yesterday we had what UNIDO calls a lighthouse session, and in that very good ideas came up on how to possibly operationalize the Africa Food Safety Data Hub, and we are keen to follow up on the next steps that were identified in that session, and we look forward to working together with many of you. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Amare. Our next speaker, and by no means least, is Ms. Deniswari Mohun, who is the head of Non-Tariff Measures Division, Directorate of Trade in Goods and Competition at the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat. Sorry, turning the page. Prior to taking on this role, Ms. Mohun occupied various positions, including NTM Program Manager in the UN, Evaluator of EU ACP projects in the EU Trade Commission Program in Brussels. Please welcome Ms. Mohun to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. So let me start by trying to make this work. This shows how good I am at data management and technology, by the way. So yes, I work at the AFCFTA, the AFCFTA being the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and we work at the Secretariat, where we are trying to implement this continental agreement. So I'll zoom in because of time limits onto SPS issues. What we have in the agreement is an annex, which we call the Annex 7 on SPS, sanitary and phytosanitary. And you see that the objectives of that annex is very similar to what we have in the WTO agreement on SPS. It follows the same structure. That is, we want to facilitate trade while safeguarding human, animal, or plant health of our state parties. Enhance cooperation and transparency. Transparency brings us the link to what we are having this week here in Vienna on data and transparency. Of course, we need also to enhance technical capacity of our state parties. That is, all the 55 African countries on that continent, Africa, which belong to the AFCFTA. So I'll zoom into the SPS work program. What we have done with this annex we have on SPS, part of the agreement, we have developed a work program. This work program has been developed in the SPS committee, which comprises, of course, of delegates of all the state parties, and we have also our colleagues from the AU, African Union Commission. We have our regional economic communities. My colleague just mentioned them before, the RECs, what we call the RECs. And we have therefore together developed this work program, which focuses on a number of areas, including harmonization, equivalence, and, as I mentioned before, transparency. Now, where's food safety in all that? We have got a number of articles on food safety in the SPS agreement. And here we have highlighted one of them, which is the linkage. You see here on transparency, it is mentioned that state parties have to exchange information, including on food safety issues. So sharing and facilitating information on food safety, that is what we need to do. That is how we would implement going forward. And we have, therefore, to develop an electronic platform for submission of SPS measures. We haven't done that yet. So we are quite new as an institution organization, and we are at the moment developing that platform. It's still work in progress. So again, here you would see some of the work program activities related to food safety, like facilitating harmonization of procedures. We are doing a lot of work on equivalence. We are developing a mutual recognition agreement. This is also work in progress. We've developed the document. It still needs to go through our state parties, and it will then hopefully be adopted. So this word, I was very happy to hear one of the colleagues and panelists who said that this is a very difficult word. So I won't even risk myself, but you can read it there. And you can see that some of the things that we are already doing. NTM data collection, non-tariff measures data collection include, as you would know, sanitary and phytosanitary regulations and data. This, the AFCFTA Secretariat has started doing, but it is, of course, in collaboration with other partners, including, for example, UNCTAD, World Bank, etc. So here you see that these data have been collected for 41 state parties. And of course, they are already available on, you would know, the trains, etc. database. But what we need to have is also a database at the AFCFTA. This is also work in progress. Now, we have to also establish mechanisms for consultations to address concerns on food safety. This also is being done. What we also have is a non-tariff barrier online mechanism. This one already exists. If you go onto the AFCFTA website, you will see there is a non-tariff barrier online mechanism, which we are very proud of, which we are very happy to already, working. And this is where state parties or private sector representatives can come and report if they have any issue regarding their barriers to trade. And that would include, therefore, SPS-related areas or food safety-related areas. Challenges and opportunities. I think I listened to Asian and, of course, my colleague from the AU who have mentioned the same type of challenges that we have. We have limited data. Data collection is a huge challenge in Africa, like many of you who collect data would know. Of course, there's still inefficiencies in food safety processes, etc. I would say also we need to be aware of the realities on the ground in Africa. While we are talking here about transparency, data, in some of our countries, still today, there are real problems of infrastructure, electricity, internet. These are the everyday realities in Africa. So when we mention capacity building and technical assistance, we still need it in so many of our state parties. I keep hearing so many, people saying things like, but we've been giving capacity building. I know we have been still on the ground, and we work on the ground, and we go to the countries. There is really a big need and requirement on the continent for capacity building in a number of areas. Conditions for success policy, I think we have talked about that, but again, we are repeating here. Excuse me, but I can't see very well my own slides, but hopefully you have better eyes than me. But what we need is, of course, continual collaboration with our partners. We have just mentioned a few of them here: Codex, FAO, AUC, UN agencies such as UNIDO, UNCTAD, STDF, and other partners. We are very thankful and grateful for all the help we are having, and we need to continue doing that so that we can really address and upskill our food safety initiatives. Thank you very much. I will conclude on that and take up any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And can I have another round of applause for all our speakers, please, and what's been a terrific opening session. Thank you. I'm now I'm being dazzled by the lights, and I'm not going to let people go to lunch without you guys doing a little bit of work too. So I'm going to ask if we can have some light in the room and no longer the lights quite so brightly on all of us. That's better. Now I can see where the people are nodding off in the back row. Oh no, people seem to be awake. That's a good thing. That means that everyone is engaged. So we've heard the differing experiences across regions, across economies with digitalisation, and I practiced it in the mirror this morning. It's such a hard word. The experiences that we've got across economies and regions, and it's now your turn to ask this esteemed panel some questions. So we've got a little under half an hour. I'm in your hands. Who would like to go first and dip a toe in the water and ask a question? I have a hand up there, please.
Bueno, muy buenos días. Luis Matamoros de Costa Rica, del Servicio Veterinario. ¿Listos? Disculpas. Luis Matamoros, de Costa Rica, del Servicio Veterinario Nacional. Bueno, primero que todo, muchas gracias por las presentaciones y definitivamente el tema de los sistemas informáticos para las autoridades competentes que deben garantizar la inocuidad y la seguridad de los alimentos son sumamente importantes. En el caso de Costa Rica, pues hemos diseñado diferentes plataformas y principalmente tenemos una enfocada en el tema de poder recabar todos los datos, digitalizar esa información en la parte de los establecimientos de sacrificio y empresas que realizan alimentos para consumo humano de origen animal. Me surgió, bueno, en el caso de Costa Rica es un gran reto el tema de poder dar continuidad a estas herramientas digitales. Con un proyecto del STF pudimos desarrollar esa plataforma, pero definitivamente el tema de darle continuidad en el tiempo y mejorarlo, creo que es el reto que tenemos todos los países, porque a través de proyectos es sumamente sencillo desarrollar una plataforma, pero lo complicado es poderla mantener en el tiempo y mejorarla día con día. Entonces me pareció muy interesante el comentario de uno de los panelistas donde expresaba que tuvieron mejoras marcadas cuando trasladaron esos mantenimientos de las herramientas de la parte externa o las instituciones, de las empresas externas que dan soporte a estas mejoras y la trasladaron a sus técnicos informáticos institucionales. Me gustaría, tal vez si pudiera ampliar un poco sobre concretamente cuáles son esas mejoras que pudieron medir con relación de pasar de un soporte y un mantenimiento con una empresa externa a la institución a incluirlo, esas mejoras y esos desarrollos dentro de la propia institución con personal propio. Esa sería la pregunta, si puede concretar un poco más cuáles fueron esos beneficios alcanzados con hacer esa mejora de trasladar los soportes y mantenimientos de la plataforma con personal propio de la institución. Gracias.
And I think that question is directed to Jeff. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, the decision to move it in-house is mainly because it gave us more control over where we wanted to go and what we want to do and the cost benefits that go with it. I think we all recognise one of the challenges with this is the cost that goes with it. And it is expensive, and in times of constrained budgets, being able to carve out money in terms of digital is really important, and it's a key leadership requirement, really. You don't need to understand the power of the technology. You do need to understand the opportunity it creates for the business. So the issue about bringing it in was actually we wanted to be less reliant on contractors. And there are some other issues around things like having to go out for procurement and tendering and all those sorts of other things when you go external that kind of just delay things. The challenge, the organisational challenge, though, is these people that come in. They are highly sought commodity people. You know, they are very skilled people, and part of the challenge and the risk, which is beyond the digital, is actually creating environments where these people want to stay because they're very, you know, they have the opportunity to move. So the decision for us was basically about giving ourselves more control over the direction, and there's the practicalities. We all know you go outsource, you come up with an original scope. There's then some change, the scope creep, the specification develops, and suddenly the contractor says, "Oh, that's all very interesting, but here's the extra pounds that goes with it." So I think it's really about, you know, we're not spending more money by bringing it in-house. We do have a little bit of risk in doing it, but actually the main benefit is gives us much more control and influence around what we want to do, when we want to do it, and where we want to go with it. Thanks, Jeff. Don, yeah, I think also has a view.
Yeah, I'd like to come in on that too, because we face the same challenge. We have a number of legacy systems that we've built over the years. Each one of those comes originally with a particular purpose, maybe a particular contractor, and we too are trying to bring more in-house one of the motivations, in addition to some of the things that Mr. Ogle described, is to start to break down the silos between those data sets. And so we find that increasingly that these data sets can inform other work that we're doing, particularly when you're using quantitative analytical techniques. And so you want to have the data accessible across many different segments. And so that's it's been a challenge because we have systems we've been building for a number of years, but by bringing them in-house and looking at them, it will hopefully break down some of those silos between the data so that we can optimally use the AI, the machine learning, the computer vision tools.
Thanks, Don. And I see another hand. I might just relay quickly the Australian experience, and we're quite similar. We have had in-house developed tools. I guess the upside is that you have the control. The other side is that whether it's in-house or externally provided, there is an ongoing cost. You develop a new tool, and it's going to continue to cost you money right throughout. So these things don't come free. And they continue to cost throughout their lifetime. In fact, they can get more expensive as they get older. So you've got to be pretty clear-eyed right at the beginning that there might be build costs, and then there's sustainment costs to ensure that you continue to operate. Okay, next question. I see your hand over here first. Chap in the dark jacket.
Hello, everybody. My name is Marko Jaukovic, and I'm a college professor from Belgrade, Serbia. However, I used to work for the national control body as a laboratory analyst for about 14 years, testing mycotoxins. And I have a question. First of all, thank you all for the very useful presentations. And I have a couple of questions regarding that data collection. I think we can all agree that data play very huge importance in this process, and actually Mr. Jeff Ogle mentioned, correct me if I'm wrong, you currently are running a project trying to narrow down the potential resources of E. coli. Am I correct? Yeah. And I suppose that you use data from the official audits and official authority audits and monitoring. Do you use any other kind of data, like scientific data from universities, from colleges? Do you use, as Mr. Prater mentioned, data from third-party audits or food business operators' internal quality control audits? If yes, how is that from the legal point of view regulated? Can we use these data coming from third-party audits and coming from food business operator internal quality control system control? And do you think in the future that would be possible? And do you think that food business operators would freely share their quality control data, which, for example, Mr. Prater mentioned that third-party audits could help us have more data. Thank you very much.
Good question. So I suppose at a kind of strategic level, there is certainly a question about the accumulation of, if you like, government data and industry gate data, and is there still a way to go with that? Yes, there definitely is. Certainly in the legal framework we've got and the EU's got, if you detect pathogens, you're required to report them anyway. So there's an obligation in those senses. But the wider point about sampling and the ability to combine the multiplicity of sampling that's being done to give you more capacity and more opportunity is definitely something I think all authorities are actually looking at. I certainly know Don in the US are kind of talking about that as well. I mean, in terms of the project we've done, as I recall, I think most of it has come from the reference labs and the official laboratories and the whole genome sequencing. So it hasn't, as far as I'm aware, used industry data. But saying that, there is a fairly large contribution from the research community into the whole programme. I suppose I would say in terms of opportunity with data and digital, as I said, how you get an arrangement with industry would be really useful. The interesting thing about sampling and data and what we found is it allows you to be more targeted, but in being more targeted you find more problems because it tells you where to look, and you look there and so lo and behold, you're finding what you're looking for. So that's quite interesting when it comes to it. But yeah, I think there is a level of power yet in terms of your proposition in question that still needs to be, I think, investigated and developed. Don.
Thank you. I can't resist the opportunity. And it is an opportunity that we still have yet to solve. So we were very early days. I think in terms of looking at data sharing, public-private data sharing, I mentioned that we sit on a mountain of data. We have thousands of inspections that we've conducted over the years at different facilities, probably millions of samples that we've collected. But at the same time, industry as well has collected similar types of information. And how do you begin to share that information? How do you unlock those data sources? So again, it's very early days, but we recognize that there are potentially ways to solve that. So we have to respect proprietary data, confidentiality of data sources. It's a reality in the environment in which we work. But we also recognize that there's quite a bit of value in this data. And so there are folks out there that are trying to help us to do this. So third-party data aggregators or folks that will set up systems to protect that data and information. Those sources of data we can use techniques such as de-identification, anonymization, aggregation of data to sometimes overcome some of those challenges. Even aggregated data can help us to identify trends. Just knowing if there is an emergence of a new hazard somewhere, a new production practice that may be put in place that might still be yet to not have problems. And so this is one of the challenges that we face. How do we unlock those data? How do we continue to be able to work with our regulated industry and with those third parties? I mentioned the third-party food safety audits. There are thousands of those that are conducted. They're conducted in a business-to-business relationship, so they're not a substitute for a regulatory inspection. Let me be clear, not a substitute for a regulatory inspection. It's a different rubric that they're using. Nevertheless, much like national food control systems, they're based on codecs. And third-party audits standards are usually based on codecs. So there's a lot of similarities here, and so the information can potentially be useful. So,
thank you, Chair. And I can't resist also coming just a word on data collection within on the African continent. I don't know how many people are aware, but in some countries in Africa, when we collect the data, it's really very manually done, where you have a national consultant or somebody from a focal point in certain ministries who will collect the data from, I'm talking about non-tariff measures data, which includes, of course, SPS data. So they have to go to each of the organizations or institutions in that member state or state party and collect the data from each of them. That is the regulations regulating, for example, SPS. And then these data, they enter it. Sometimes it's done manually, like in an Excel sheet. So you've got all the data there accumulated. And then we can then upload the data onto the system. So in some places, it's still really, you need somebody to get that data and regulations by going into the country and going to the different agencies. So this is something that needs to be now, we are working on it to facilitate it, like to have a sort of one window, single window where you can collection of data can be done more rapidly. It's still work in progress. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're touching a rich vein of questions. So, a gentleman here, and then I've got a couple of flags here that I can see. Just letting people know we have 8 minutes left, so if we can be tight with our questions and tight with our responses, we'll try and get through as many as we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Babatunde from Nigeria. I want to ask a question almost similar to data collection to Mr. Amer with regards to the African Food Safety Hub. One, what are the measures are we putting in place to ensure that data quality is ensured? Because the speaker mentioned that without the quality of the data, whatsoever thing we are using it for, especially when we're using the large language model, it gives us the result, is in and out. What are measures are we putting in to ensure the quality of this data? And the second one is I know the complexity of data privacy. A lot of regulations now around data privacy, and sometimes it's very complex. How do we want to ensure that, as regards with the hub, the African Food Safety Hub, that these regulations, the barriers with regards to data privacy is being being managed well, so that when we are sharing data, we are not going against the regulations or the breaking the laws of some countries. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Those are very, very good questions. So first of all, on data quality, the data architecture, or rather the data hub architecture, I was trying to very briefly share in 2 minutes. That is, by the way, more than 100-page document, and it recognizes the importance of data quality. And we have different measures, starting with the development of standard procedures for the collection of the data, and also even the existing data. We have to harmonize the existing data in manners that do not undermine the quality and that makes the data useful. So there are many measures. Maybe we can have bilateral on that to save time. Same on the confidentiality. By the way, confidentiality, we had the experience with previous attempts to generate food safety data in the continent. We have what we call Africa Food Safety Index, and before that also aflatoxin information management system. And with those two systems, we have the experience that countries are reluctant to widely share their data, food safety data. We don't believe hiding is a way, but that has to be done in an inclusive manner, maybe in a continent-wide continent-wide data sharing, negotiation and protocol. And AU has also already a data policy, which we can tap into. So those are important questions, but very complicated, and maybe I can discuss with you bilaterally. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The first flag that I saw was Ecuador. So, Ecuador, you have the floor.
Muchísimas gracias. Me presento Rommel Betancourt, de Ecuador. En primer lugar, agradecer a los organizadores y anfitriones por la invitación a este foro y felicitar a los panelistas por sus aportes. Brevemente, unas 3 consultas a manera de reflexión que podrían provocar alguna reacción entre los panelistas. Definitivamente es un reto contar con un talento humano preparado para el uso de la tecnología. De las experiencias compartidas, ¿cómo se está incluyendo a la academia, a las universidades, para preparar al talento humano que ya está trabajando en las diferentes agencias, sobre todo tomando en cuenta la brecha generacional que existe entre muchos de nosotros, digamos así, y también cómo preparar a los cuadros nuevos? Eso por un lado. Por otro lado, se presenta también el reto de formar formadores, de tal manera que podamos llegar a la mayor cantidad de la base de operadores que producen alimentos en el menor tiempo posible, porque definitivamente esta ola nos ha cogido a todos en un momento de un surf muy grande. Y finalmente la colaboración entre los servicios sanitarios, las agencias sanitarias, para compartir los resultados de estos análisis que ya se está teniendo, estas predicciones, como nos hablaba el colega de la FDA sobre todo, ¿no es cierto?, para que nosotros, los países exportadores de alimentos, podamos tener una reacción rápida y también poder gestionar e identificar e ir a donde estos operadores que presentan mayor riesgo, y definitivamente seremos muchos más eficientes en origen también. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your question. So I may share the experience on cooperation between the health agencies to share the information in the rough system and in my countries. Yes, it is very difficult to encourage them to share because as I mentioned in my presentation, that sharing information also concerning the legal framework, in some agency they need the legal process to be finalized before they share the information. They think that it is confidentiality and it is not the data protection policy, that if it is not finalized, it cannot be shared. So this is one of the obstacles that the ASEAN and also my countries faces in the sharing information as quick as they can. As you mentioned, that the exporting parties also want to know as fast as they want to kind of cope with these problems. So that the point that I want to share.
Thank you very much. Would anyone like to tackle the university aspect? Don, please.
Well, I'll just say shortly that I'm worried. I'm worried that we have enough students that are coming through food safety these days. They have so many different opportunities, many of them in this very segment with IT. And so I think as they come to understand that we're using data and predictive analytics and quantitative analytical techniques, whole genome sequencing, it will be very exciting for food safety. But I am worried about the number of students that are coming through. I think academia is doing a great job, but I think the students have many other opportunities at this point.
Thank you. Yeah, in terms of the point, the second question on training the trainers, certainly conceptually in my head, at an organisational level, I'm thinking about a number of levels in terms of you have your digital capability. So if you like, level 4 is the really specialist data scientist type level, where you probably you don't need that many. At level 1 is the kind of the basics of being able to navigate through digital, and then you've kind of got growth levels. So I think the issue is, once you've got people through the door, how do you keep them? And I think that is part of the challenge, and that's where I said in my presentation some of the wider benefits of working for the public sector, I think, is the things that you need to play on, because that's the incentive lies in staying because of those rather than because of the digital bits. So I think the thing for us is actually making sure you've got pathways. We haven't actually got there yet, but I think that's the way for me anyway. Thank you. Unfortunately, we are right on time, and we do have rules around our interpreters who do need to take a break. Can I thank everybody for your engagement? Please, can I have a round of applause for all our speakers? I am heartened by the fact that there are lots of questions, and clearly there's going to be lots of discussion. Take the opportunity during the next few days to engage with each other. Grab people as they're walking off the stage if you need to. Enjoy your break, and we'll see you later on this afternoon.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tom, once again, and our brilliant panelists. I cannot think of a better way to kickstart those 3 days of discussions. Thank you very much for such an informative and engaging segment. Just a couple of remarks before we break for lunch. Our colleagues from UNIDO are standing at the back. They'll show you the way to the cafeteria. You'll have to bring some form of payment, either cash or card is absolutely fine. And also, although our official break runs until 3 p.m., we strongly encourage you to come back here at 2 p.m. for our dynamic solution talks. These are presentations that will spotlight innovative platforms for data sharing and compliance tracking. So please do join us if you can at 2 p.m. Until then, enjoy your lunch. That was good.
Test, test, 1, 2.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Perfect.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Just unmuted now.
Welcome back, everyone. It's really lovely to see you. Thank you for making the effort of being here during the lunch break. I hope that you have had a little bit of lunch. Before we proceed, let me remind you that you can ask questions via the forum's swap card app. And to do so, please enter the app, click on the agenda button, then select the current session and click on live interaction. And you can submit your questions that way. So now, let's proceed to our solutions talk. And I would like to mention as well that these solution talks will not be interpreted. So please bear that in mind. And now I would like to invite to the stage our esteemed moderator for this session, Mr. Jason Slater, Chief AID and Innovation Officer. Welcome, Jason.
So, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our solution talk. We're going to be today discussing driving food safety with digital transformation and AI. My name is Jason. I'm serving here in UNIDO as the Chief of AI, Innovation and Digital, and I will be your moderator this afternoon. Before we invite our panelists, just to give a small little preamble, that yesterday we actually did a innovation and solution workshop in our innovation lab here. And this was about how could we bring together and collaborate on advancing food security, particularly in a world of data-driven and how we can leverage artificial intelligence. This workshop brought together around 20 representatives from the African Union, Asian countries, leading academic experts, private sector leaders, etc. And together we identified shared priorities that reaffirms the importance of cross-regional collaboration and developing ecosystems. What came out was a clear vision for food safety data hubs in Africa, and this was presented by the African Union and supported by Asian efforts. They outlined a modular cloud-based platform to support risk assessment and regulatory harmonization with pilot implementation planned in around 5 countries. This was a clear call to action on how we can come together to put forward proposals that are required to build up the necessary skills and infrastructure in alignment with funding partners to advance food safety and data initiatives. The reason why I mention this today is because we're going to shift gears now into 4 of our panelists who've actually operating and implementing solutions that could help support such initiatives. So, without further ado, I would like to invite now to the stage the 4 panelists. I would like to invite Matti, Brendan, Mark and Darina to come and join me on the stage, who will then give a very brief presentation of their solution. So please welcome our panelists to the stage. I will sit. Matti. So let's get started. My good friend Matti. Me and Matti have known each other for a few years, and it's an absolute pleasure to have you here and join us. I do appreciate the effort. So, Ms. Matti Yeti is the Chief Sustainable Officer from CGI, based in London, former UK government. She's an award-winning strategic leader with expertise in sustainable development across public and private sectors. And today, Matti, you will be talking to us about food safety security, especially in the area of innovation and data challenges that you have overseen and led within CGI. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jason, for that fantastic introduction. I will stand right here if that's okay. And I can see there's a timer there, so I will fly through all of my slides. For those that might not know who CGI are, Hopefully that works. Okay. Right, there we are. For those that might not know who CGI is, we are an organization that was founded in 1976. We have about 95,000 consultants globally. We're a Canadian-based organization, although we're based in 40 countries in 400 locations. And what we do is we are a large system IT integrator. We work across all sorts of technologies from artificial intelligence, AI, blockchain, and many other solutions. We work in several different industries from healthcare, government, retail, logistics, transportation, and much wider. In terms of the solution, if I move through to my slides, if I can navigate the clicker. Right. When we talk about the data challenges that we've really been focusing on, we've started really doing a lot of work with organizations around data collection. For many of our partners, data collection is quite a challenge, especially those that are based in remote, rural settings, where it's really difficult to harmonize and collect different data sets. And so we do things as simple as web scraping. We can scrape data from various websites and various sources. We have satellite technologies and capabilities that collect data from different land-based solutions and wider. But we also, again, leverage machine learning, AI, and we build these systems, large language models that have all been spoken about earlier today, to help collect and harmonize data. The second is the storage. That tends to be a really big challenge, and that's also quite costly. So we develop data storage solutions and strategies to really support some of our clients. The third is data processing. Data processing can be, again, challenging, costly when you start thinking about big data and bulky data. We've got platforms that are able to process data fairly easily and quickly for some of our partners. Data analytics is another, and I won't dwell too much on the remaining. Data assurance, validating where that data is coming from, and then finally data management. Moving through to the next slide. Hopefully the clicker is going to work for me. I'll try and go back. This is one example that we have been supporting an organization called Food Forensic. What they really do is they have works and solutions that support different stakeholders from the perspective of food safety, authenticity, and traceability, and also testing of food. So we're leveraging AI, machine learning, to really help them accelerate their work around authenticating food items, where they've come from, and being able to provide relevant information to different stakeholders, including governments and consumers. The other solution, again, that has been leveraging AI, I'm going to hopefully navigate the clicker. Went too far. This is another ProSteward 360 solution. This specifically focuses on labeling of chemicals, chemicals from different products, different food items, but it also has not just a database, it provides insights, scenarios on what could happen if specific products or specific chemicals were used in particular contexts, and also supports different stakeholders from governments and wider in developing strategies around chemicals associated with food products. Another solution, and I've got about 3 or 4 solutions, so hopefully I think I'm still well within time. Clicker is not working for me. But Again, CGI is fantastic from the perspective of using satellite, again, big data, blockchain. So areas such as risk management, scenario modeling, being able to predict activities into the future, right from land management, land use, all the way to manufacturing, production. And if we go to the next slide as well, supply chain, hopefully the clicker is going to support. Right. If we go to the next slide as well, supply chain traceability, due diligence, these are all areas that our solutions have been focusing on. Leveraging solutions like digital twins, again, back to satellites, but also thinking about things like establishing policies and standards, understanding the regulatory framework in which we're operating, accreditation, data labeling. A lot of our solutions harmonize all of this information using AI, digital twin, machine learning, and wider. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matti. Thank you. And we'll discuss in a few minutes some of the challenges and opportunities, how we can look to replicate and scale those in our member states. So, moving on, I'm pleased to announce next we have Brendan Ring, who's the Commercial Director at Creme Global. Brendan is an experienced B2B sales executive, over 20 years of expertise in engaging, pitching and negotiating with C-level executives across industries. And Brendan will be presenting a brief journey for data, AI and food safety. The floor is yours. If you'd like to go to the lectern. Thank you.
All right. Hi, everybody. Thank you very much to UN and Gabor in particular for the invite here today. It's been a really exciting morning, a great session yesterday as well on the a lighthouse session where we're looking at, how can you really bring into action the data that exists out there, make decisions on it, and take action. So it is a brief run through some of the projects that we've been doing, and how we help to take data out of silos, and clean it and make it into a usable format. So yeah, we're a science company, and we use data and AI to solve problems. Really looking at safeguarding reputations of companies and of regulators as well. So we're 20 years old, and has been on an exciting journey. So we work with a lot of regulators, the US FDA, who spoke earlier, EFSA, and then a lot of member organizations as well. So member orgs, they often are the catalyst of pulling data together for where it's they have a lot of different members and they all have a lot of data and they need to be able to share it. But how can you do that in a safe and protected and anonymized environment? Because sometimes these are competitors. So we've been helping companies to solve that. So it's a little bit of the journey, I guess, in terms of the types of data that you need to collect, whether it's chemical or pathogen, and then actually exposure. What does that mean? How many people could potentially be exposed or contaminated? And then what can you do about that? So, actually this is a real reflection of the journey we've been on. So we started in exposure 20 years ago, kind of came back into developing data sharing platforms and now using AI and other tools to provide action and insight. So very briefly, a data trust, what is it? So it's two parts. So one is the agreement on who can see the data, who can submit the data, who can approve the data, and how that might be used. And then it's also the technology and the platform. So, there's a kind of a brief schematic of what it might look like. One org bringing the data in, it gets anonymized. You're bringing in other publicly available data as well. And also a lot of other organizations all bringing in data and then, doing the predictive modeling on that and making that available in interactive dashboards and insightful dashboards and bringing that back through. So a couple of the case studies, FDA, one of the big projects that we're working on. And I guess the big learning here is how do you take siloed data? So, every company we always talk to, our data is everywhere. That doesn't have to be a problem. You really can, the technology that's available now, you can very efficiently pull all of that siloed data out and clean it up, visualize it, but also then build out the predictive model. So it's been a really exciting journey and project with the FDA. The Food Industry Intelligence Network, so another very interesting project. Professor Chris Elliott here in the audience as well, one of the founding members of this. So this is where food companies are uploading the tests that they're performing on the products as they come into their facility, and then that gets anonymized and shared out. So the real benefit here, and the big lesson learned here, is it's the wisdom of the crowd. In order to see the data, you have to submit data. But now you can see everybody's data, even though it is anonymised. Ron McNaughton, actually here in the audience as well, from Food Standards Scotland, one of the big visionaries here, because as a regulator, he was able to say there's way more benefit in industry sharing this data. It followed the horse meat scandal, so people knew about this but hadn't shared the data. It could have been caught so much sooner if that had been known. So, really understanding what is the benefit. Defining that up front, we've seen to be critically important. How are people going to benefit and be able to get over the hurdle of sharing this data? So some of the companies involved, there's 70 companies involved now, so a lot of big names, and the legal department in each company had to get over the hurdle of being willing to share this very sensitive data. So we work with leafy green growers, so that's always a challenging commodity as there's no kill step. And, how do you implement the best preventative measures? So there's a lot of trust building being generated now and facilitating data sharing between industry and regulators. So a very novel activity as well. So exposure modelling, there's a lot of, how do you actually understand all the different sources of contamination? So essentially looking at what people eat, the concentration of those chemicals in the food, and doing Monte Carlo simulation then to really model exactly what this looks like for all the different things that people eat, and being able to, so in terms of the activity then, in terms of enhancing trade, so bringing all of that data together, creating a digital twin of the ecosystem. How can you reduce the delays of frequency of the frequency of shipments that are being delayed? So in particular on fresh produce and short shelf life products. So reducing paperwork. Knowing what's going to happen before it comes in. Next generation. So currently being scoped is like, how do you use AI to enhance food safety inspections? So how do you make each inspector work as a seasoned expert? It's a really challenging environment for inspectors to work in. You need such a diverse array of knowledge, and having something in the palm of your hand that is already analysed where the risks are likely to be, driven by both global and local activities. So that's a really challenging area. So we're working on some really interesting projects, and how do we help developing countries, so the global south, to enhance their trade and to look at things like MRLs and pesticide activity. So what can you do? How can you use all of these tools to really help countries to grow their exports and expand? So that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan. With 30 seconds to spare, and we'll use the opportunity in a few minutes to dig a bit deeper into what you're doing in the global south, building trust and those ecosystems that you've been developing. So thank you very much. So moving to my right, we have Mr. Mark Flanagan, the CEO of Safe to Trade, also someone from the north of England like myself, we found out last week. Mark has got 25 years of experience in safety across industries, collaborating with leading professionals, and Mark will present a very interesting title, How Can We Make Our World a Safer Place to Eat, Work and Play? Thank you, Mark.
So, yeah, our purpose is to make the world a safer place to eat, work and play. My slide's gone off, hasn't it? Oh, no. And just a basic introduction into Chief Exec of Shield Safety Group and Chief Exec of Safe to Trade. Shield Safety's been trading for 22 years now. We focus on food safety, health and safety and fire safety. And it's a tech-enabled business. We have software. That software is used extensively. So I bring experience in hospitality and catering, so specifically hospitality, catering and retail. And that software is used across many countries. We collect millions of data records, and the benefit for our customers, enabling our customers to communicate to their customers that they're doing a successful job at managing compliance in their business. And we've been able to achieve this through a voluntary third-party assurance scheme, which is called Safe to Trade. So, as you will know, a voluntary third-party assurance scheme is there to enable businesses that become a member of that to gain benefit to their customers. I'm going to talk about the data that we collect within the Safe to Trade scheme and how we can use that data and our experiences with the regulator in relation to using that data. And just to touch on also as well, data quality and data security, and hence why I've put up there about cyber essentials. So the key areas of the problems that I'm going to focus on, firstly, standardisation and governance around data collection. So when we embarked on looking at how we could use the data potentially from a regulatory benefit, we did a project with the Food Standards Agency that looked at using the data that food business operators collected. That was a combination of data that they inputted and data that was inputted from third-party audits. There was a number of positive outcomes came from that project, but one of them was to discuss is the data is used differently by a food business operator than by a regulator. Fundamentally, the regulator was overwhelmed by the amount of data, and they only wanted a specific subsection of the data. That and how do you? There was a definite issue based around trust of the data as well, and where did how and who collected that data. So one of the key things that we achieved based around starting to build trust with the regulator and how they could use the data is the standardisation of how the data is collected from a third-party audit perspective. So if I just talk about the UK. What we have within the UK is risk-based legislation that is written for the food business operator. It's not necessarily written for the regulator, but what the regulator does, and official controls are carried out by local authorities, they have to interpret that legislation, and that process of interpretation is based around their competence and skills. But there isn't a standard inspection process that the regulator follows. So for us to start to look at how we can use the data in, data out, as we've discussed a number of times today, creating a standard to conduct an inspection against was a key part, and I'm happy to take questions based around that. That's an interesting process as well about creating a standard, particularly with risk-based legislation, because standards are black and white. There's no interpretation, otherwise it's not really an effective standard. So I'd be happy to talk about that. Getting a lot of data in, and we collect a lot of data, being able to risk profile that for the food business operator. There's lots of benefits for the food business operator that we can provide actionable insights for them, but that also can be used by regulators to inform official controls. So I'll be happy to talk about our experiences in relation to doing that. And fundamentally for us, as I mentioned, one of the key purposes of the business is to make the world a safer place to eat, work and play. We see the best way for us to go about doing that is actually through software. To get that out globally, we've got a standard, and what we're doing within the software is allowing the food business operator, and again, just to remind you, we're talking about hospitality, catering and retail type businesses and how they manage compliance. And just as a point as well, within the UK, that's where most foodborne disease outbreaks are within those particular sectors. And there's more inspections that happen within those particular sectors as well. And so using that as a standard where the software then can measure the food business operator's performance against the standard. Now, we've been doing that manually, and we're now teaching the AI to be able to do that, so the AI can inform the food business operator, and it becomes what's called a SaaS model, software as a service. In essence, it's the same instance, and everybody gets the benefit of the updates in relation to that. So I'll be happy to take any questions based around what we do there. But I've just put the there's a QR code there if you want to get further details on the Safe to Trade scheme, and if anybody wants to contact him, my contact details are there as well. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mark. I think following on later, I mean, the number I saw there, 1 billion consumers per year, that's a tremendous amount of data. So looking forward to learning more about how you capture that, how you share actionable insights, etc. Thank you. So last but not least, we come to our very own, and Dorina Nati. She's an industrial development officer with us here at UNIDO, working in the competitiveness and quality and compliance unit. And Dorina will present how standards, compliance and analytics is a game changer for global trade and development. Thank you very much, Dorina.
Thank you very much, Jason. I'm here today to present the UNIDO Standards Compliance Analytics Platform, which we hope to be a game changer for global trade and development. This is a platform where we try to understand the complexity of global trade based on data analytics and what are the real reasons for trade disruptions. The Standards Compliance Analytics is a tool that analyzes border rejection data and therefore helps to pinpoint very concrete bottlenecks in international trade that lead to products being rejected at import markets, leads to financial losses, the destroying of these products, and ultimately losses for the countries that are trying to engage in global trade. By analyzing this kind of data, we hope to make trade smoother and to allow for very concrete interventions to address those challenges. Why is this important? This is important for different actors. On the one hand, it empowers the producers to better understand what are the needs of the market, what are the challenges, and what are the most pressing issues that the regulators, the importing markets, are looking at. And on the other side, it helps to inform policy decisions where to concentrate efforts to improve the quality of local production in order for these exports to actually reach global markets. And in our development context, very important, it helps to allocate resources that are often scarce and limited to very concrete challenges and overcoming this very last bit of the chain that is required to enter new markets. This enhances the capacity of the industry, allows the exporters to increase the growth of their production and engage in global trade, all of this supported by informed policy reforms. I told you a lot about what and why, and this is the platform. The platform specifically, for the time being, has harmonized information on 5 major importing markets from Australia, China, European Union, Japan, and the United States on 23 product groups based on HS codes around food and feed products. It has information about all exporting countries based on the import rejection data. So a country needs to have attempted to import to one of those markets to be captured, and it provides information about relative and absolute rejection rates of those countries and the different products. Let me give you an example to illustrate what the data can give us. In the very concrete case of Albania, you see here just a couple of screenshots from the platform. We can see Albania, aspiring to be a member of the European Union, has a clear focus on the European market. You see this here in the first graph in blue, where the majority of the rejections come from the European market, explained by the majority of the exports going to this market. You can also look at the reasons for rejection. The main reasons for rejection are pesticides, which we know the European Union is quite strict about. It's also bacterial contamination, additives, and other products. And it shows us the trends. We can see in the case of Albania that these rejections have increased in the past years. This is also due to an increase of exports towards the European market. So this 2-3 graphs already give us a very concrete idea of what are the key challenges that the country is facing. We then embark on an in-depth analysis report that gives very concrete recommendations on how to address those challenges. And this brings me to a couple of examples from different products. In the case of Albania, we have a strong focus on pesticides, where we work on strengthening the laboratories, the reference laboratories, help them to achieve international recognition through accreditation. We also work with the producers to educate them, and we're attempting to apply AI-driven technology to optimize the use of pesticides and therefore increase the quality of the products to reduce border rejections. Some other cases in Indonesia and Vietnam, where hygienic condition and bacterial contamination were main reasons for rejection. We're working on, for example, the harmonization of standards, residue monitoring plans, food safety risk assessment, and others. Ukraine, labeling was identified as one of the major challenges, and where they are working specifically on aligning labeling requirements and supporting the producers to meet the requirements of the global markets. Georgia, similar to Albania, aspiring to export to the European market, we're working on a database for better pesticide management. But not only that. What is the other side of the coin? There is, of course, the compliance capacity of the private sector, but there is also the national compliance infrastructure, the national quality infrastructure. And we're trying to look at this in conjunction. So the Quality Infrastructure for Sustainable Development Index helps to quickly look at what is the capacity of the national compliance infrastructure, the national quality infrastructure, to actually serve the needs of their market around sustainable development. It looks at the capacity of national standardization, accreditation, metrology, conformity assessment, and policy. And very much aligned to the border rejection analysis, to the standards compliance analytics, we often see that conformity assessment is the missing link in the big picture, where it often comes to these problems with the product quality, with the food safety, that then result in border rejections. So, going back, compliance is more than the sum of its parts. Why am I saying this? Because what we are trying to do in our work, starting from a very concrete analysis of bottlenecks, of standards compliance challenges in the market, we're trying to look at the picture comprehensively. So definitely supporting the private sector with its compliance capacity and overcoming food safety challenges, but also working on quality infrastructure, bringing internationally recognized services closer to the market, and therefore enabling market access for especially small producers. And ideally, all of this happens in a conducive policy environment that is supported by data evidence in its decisions to drive sustainable development. And with that, I leave you just with a link to the homepage, because everything that I just presented is publicly available on the UNIDO Knowledge Hub, hub.unido.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Darina. I mean, really fascinating how we see there that we have real concrete solutions. So we identify a reason, but not only just point out the reason, but come up with real solutions and how they can address it, both for the businesses and the governmental level. So I want to thank all of our panelists for their solution presentations. We're now going to shift into each one of those solutions that you put forward and to see how we could perhaps bring those to the global south. I know, Brendan, you already mentioned it. I know this is an area Darina's operating in, but for Matthew and Mark, we'll see how CGI and yourself, Mark, can bring that to the global south. So the question that I pose to the panelists is, how can your solutions be effectively scaled to the global south? What do you see as the main challenges, such as infrastructure cost, digital skills, policy, and how might we overcome those? Who wants to go first? Brendan? Yeah. Thank you.
I'm happy to start. I guess one of the huge benefits that technology has brought to us is the ability to be able to use AI and at a really local level, surprisingly. So a lot of the global south countries, actually, they have very high mobile phone penetration. So being able to bring a data capture solution right on into the hands of the farmers, into the growers, which essentially could be as simple as taking a photograph, or being able to just enter some data in their own language as well. So another really powerful tool or feature of the AI capability is rapid translation. It's not perfect, but it's an awful lot better than where we were even a couple of years ago. So giving that power to the user on the ground, and then being able to complement that all along the supply chain, being able to gather all of that data. The cost of storing data and aggregating, collecting data now is a fraction of the cost it was a couple of years ago. And then looking at a more macro level, satellite data has become way easier to access, way cheaper to access. So you can build up a global picture, so where previously it just wasn't that practical or possible, where you needed like local infrastructure, local computing infrastructure to be able to do these types of projects, that is now waning away, and being able to implement, quite advanced, quite high-tech solutions that can all be done in the cloud, being able to facilitate training, interactive training in local language that's responsive to the current expertise level of the user. Tools like that have been such a game changer. It's there's a really opportunity actually for the Global South to fast track, like they did with the mobile phone penetration in terms of like computing. They've got all access to all of this capability now, and are not encumbered by legacy systems. So huge opportunity for the Global South to make very rapid leaps.
Jason, I think we would probably start from a scaling perspective by thinking about the idea of proof of concept, and really working with stakeholders from the Global South to start small and identify what I would call safe to fail environments where we can learn, we can identify stakeholder needs, we can assess the needs from different stakeholders, galvanize and mobilize different stakeholders, and then co-create the solution or a solution that is fit for whatever context we're looking at. I think I would also then think about the service model. Now, from a service model, I know that would sound like it's very client driven, but actually we need to think about who are the internal users. Who is this solution serving? Are we serving external end users, citizens, or are we serving the actual teams that are needing to do the work to support governments and wider? And that service model would effectively look at what is the end-to-end solution. What does that look like? If the solution breaks down, who's going to fix it? And how do you finance it? How do you manage and build resilience for this solution over time? How do you also think about topics like security? Because when we talk about technology, innovation, and data, we live in a world where we need to think about security and protecting data and information and GDPR privacy rules. In terms of the barriers and how we address them, I think from an infrastructure perspective, now I know that infrastructure could be a challenge, particularly in different parts of the world, but from a CGI perspective, we would look at different models, such as how do we as CGI host the infrastructure and the solution for the different users, especially when we're talking about big data, or you're developing a solution that is supporting millions and millions of citizens. You're really talking about large-scale platforms. And so we've got the capabilities. We've got cloud hosting environments. Is it an on-premise solution? But CGI's got those capabilities where we can take on the burden of hosting and the burden of storing data and the burden of managing data and wider. So I think from an infrastructure perspective, we could help there, as well as a skill-based model where we would work with different stakeholders on the ground, right from the top down to the actual end users, to enhance their skills and their knowledge on different topics, digital twins, blockchain, and wider.
Thank you, Matty. Mark? Yeah? I think given what you were talking about with standardisation, etc., and the challenges within the UK, it will be interesting to hear how that could be leveraged within the Global South. Thank you.
Is it on now? Oh, we're on. Thank you. Sorry about that. Wake you up after lunch. So the short answer is SaaS for us. SaaS software, getting it out there, training and support. But when we think about markets, we think predominantly about three stakeholder groups. So those stakeholder groups being the consumer, the food business operator and the regulator. And they have different requirements. And I know we haven't talked that much about the consumer so far, but just to talk a little bit about the influence of the consumer stakeholder group on our product. So this is a voluntary third-party assurance scheme which has been set up to enable the food business operator to demonstrate to the consumer that they are operating and providing safe food. And that's particularly important to the consumer and of growing importance to the consumer. Now, I did mention in my presentation about the foodborne disease, the cases of foodborne disease, the highest contributors to that is the catering and hospitality sector. Certainly within England, there's more inspections that happen in relation to that. But there's also 1 in 7 guests which will have an adverse effect on eating food, whether that's an allergen intolerance or something similar to that. So when consumers go into food business operators, or when you go in and you know, we're all consumers here. I know there's lots of people, eminent food safety professionals, but consumers generally have an optimistic bias. And so they don't think they're going to be ill. They think their friend might be ill or somebody else ill. They've got an iron constitution, I'll be fine. It's when you get ill that does actually change, and there are vulnerable groups as well which are more susceptible. So if you're an expectant mother, if you've got an allergen or an intolerance, you're going to be more heightened to what goes in if you're immunosuppressed, if you're elderly, if you're with any of those groups. And what consumers do when they go into a food business is they look for visual cues, and those visual cues are, is it clean? Because you're making an assessment, and we've all just had lunch, and I don't know how many of us have done this during lunch, but is this a good place? And yes, it should be, because we're here and it's safe and everything else. And part on that list of making that choice is a food information scheme, and that's what the voluntary third-party assurance scheme is, safe to trade. Now, there's a big benefit there for the food business operator, because they want to tap into the guest experience. It's why they exist. You know, they're there to enable consumers, to get more consumers through the door and the same consumers returning. And that is part of a decision-making process for those. So I think for us, communicating that to consumers. So when we'd look at different countries and what we would do, holiday destinations are places like that where when you go to a traditional restaurant that you're used to, you become, the optimistic bias kicks in more. When you go somewhere that you haven't been before, then you're looking for these visual cues more as part of doing that. And that's where we'd see the scheme. So we'd look at that stakeholder group and how we can communicate or support the food business operator to communicate to that stakeholder group, because we know that stakeholder group is actually looking for these things. So voluntary third-party assurance schemes are really important from that perspective. From the food business operator perspective, they're getting the benefits, and then we have the regulatory potential. Now, we've done a number of different projects with one with the Food Standards Agency, another with Food Standards Scotland, looking at how they can actually use data to inform official controls. Some of that was initially based around doing a remote inspection. I know there's a session later on today on remote inspections, but that was really interested in how the regulator, tries to use the data to inform that, because we found that the regulator really found it difficult to consume the data and weren't really set up to be able to do a remote inspection. And they don't want all of the data, and certainly within the UK as well. People have, we've got freedom of information requests. We can go in, so if the regulator has the data, then they're subject to those kind of requests. So managing the data is really important. And I think fundamentally, actionable insights from the data are really key. So we would look at the regulators' requirements for those actionable insights as well, in short.
Yes, Thank you, Jason. Well, I would like to think as the standards compliance analytics as already a scaled solution in the sense that we're trying to incorporate information from all countries, looking at 5 major markets. Of course, on our way forward, we want to improve the platform, expand it to make it more valuable to the stakeholders. So we are looking to expand information from different markets to also capture interregional trade, such as in Africa, for example, to pinpoint what are the challenges there. We are currently exploring the application of AI to better gather the data, to harmonize it and to make it easily accessible, because we understand that the kind of data that we present is quite complex and requires some expert knowledge to really analyze and digest. So in the next step, we want to use AI also to help us analyze the data and make it easier understandable for all the stakeholders. Our focus are the developing countries, the global south. So this is the focus that we're working on. I tried to also illustrate some of the concrete examples of how this translates then into actionable solutions. And similarly, while we can explore the application of these technologies at our global level and improving the platform and the data and sharing the knowledge and bridging the information gap, where we still face challenges when it comes to the application of sophisticated technologies in the field. And this is where, of course, we're also looking to improve and seeing what solutions are out there. But we face that although solutions are available, they're not always applicable in the context that we work. Unfortunately, so there is still a lack of digital literacy. There is often a lack of as simple things as electricity, not even internet connectivity. So unfortunately, these are the challenges that are still a reality in many countries that we work. And on the way forward, I think we have to be careful to see how we can overcome these challenges soon, quickly, not to further drive the digital divide, which we see happening, while we also see opportunities for leapfrogging, as was mentioned, and I can only confirm this. I just want to also look at the other side of the coin and highlight the need for us to focus on bridging this digital divide and working harder to make the sophisticated solutions work in developing, challenging contexts. Thank you.
And thank you, Dorina. You've just described my job, what I need to solve, so thank you for that. I think, look, we had a few more questions, but we'd rather listen to you, our audience, and any questions that you may want to pose. We've heard about country-based solutions, regional solutions, global solutions, technical solutions. So are there any questions from the audience? There must be one. There we go. Gentleman at the back. You can briefly mention your name and where you're from.
Hi. Chris Elliott, Professor of Food Safety, Queen's University, Belfast. Great discussions. It's just one of the topics that was discussed was trade disruptions. Very, very nice data. But the big trade disruptions are actually coming from conflicts and changing tariffs. How are you going to factor those into the kind of algorithms you're going to build? Thank you.
Dorina.
I think this question was for me. Thank you. Indeed, yeah, there are many reasons for trade disruptions, and like every database and all the data, this database also has its limitations. It clearly focuses on import rejection data. So it looks like at the consignments and what are the reasons, why were they rejected, where are they coming from, what are the products that are rejected, at what rate. So this already implies that there was a transaction, or an attempt to export to one country to another, that there were costs implied, that this was, like, to an extent successful, and it is really just, like, let's say, the last link that is missing. Certainly, the times that we live in are very challenging with the tariffs coming up. I cannot give you an answer to that, how this will factor into the data that we are collecting on the trade rejections. What we are seeing, however, and something that we want to look into closer, is that there are more and more regulations and requirements coming up from the markets that relate to sustainability, to due diligence, to deforestation. This is mostly linked to reporting, and these, we assume, can have an effect on the border rejection. So this is something that we're trying to look into because it directly relates to the information, the data that the markets themselves disclose on the reasons why the imports did not reach the market. When it comes to factors like war, we're very well aware, I manage multiple projects in Ukraine. There are other factors that have to be considered that cannot all be captured by import border rejection data. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorina. Matti?
Yeah, just to add a very short comment, and I'm looking at it from a technology platform perspective. I think we're seeing a very strong, actually, emphasis on security to address some of the challenges, and a really strong focus on developing platforms that are more locally based and locally supported, with infrastructure that is built from a local data center or driven from a local context. And so I think from a technology perspective, we're beginning to overcome some of those challenges by placing strong emphasis on regional, local, plus a heightened emphasis on security and evolution of new technologies like quantum to accelerate security protocols.
Thank you, Matti. Dorina. I saw that. Did you, Brendan, want to add one quick point?
One very quick point, Kristen. Thank you for your question on that. So actually, sometimes I can, in terms of prioritizing which shipment matters, it can be really critical to understand, well, what's the product being shipped? And yes, it may cause a delay, and that might be a financial impact, but from a food safety perspective, using technology like temperature and humidity sensors, and what's the likely pathogens typically are what matter over time, may exist before this shipment left its port, and is a delay actually going to matter from a food safety perspective? So the who cares thing, I guess, is feeding that data into models, growth models, and that will look to see, okay, if there was a medium risk of pathogens being present, what's the likely growth rate? When something might, if the refrigeration runs out of diesel and, pathogens can grow at like double at every 20 minutes at room temperature. So understanding what does that delay matter is really critically important in terms of prioritizing resources.
Thank you, Brendan. I noticed we had one other question from the floor from our friend from Zambia.
Thank you, moderator. It's a general question. We've all been reminded that we are consumers, and we are talking about these food safety platforms, various platforms. My question is, how do we strike a balance between an individual accessing this food safety platform as a consumer? This is an individual who is more concerned about eating, about food security rather than safety. How do we strike that balance?
That's a very good question. So I'd ask each panellist 1 minute, if you could. Quick response. Mark?
Well, I use this one. So food hygiene, food standards are built within our standard of food security. We have a technical standards committee, as you would expect, within a voluntary third-party assurance scheme, and that and building in more food security built within the standard, I think, is the short answer. We'd see that as the key approach, really building it into the standard, then building it into the software. What we are currently seeing within the UK is that the consumers are very interested in food standards. The food standards, labelling, allergens, that type of stuff. And they're looking for, as I mentioned earlier on, visual cues. Whether it is, can I trust this? It's saying it's vegan. It's saying making these food claims. Is this a safe place to eat? And in the absence of a voluntary third-party assurance scheme or a food information scheme communicating that to the consumer, it's difficult for the food business operator to be able to demonstrate the controls that they've got in place. And I think the success based around that really is enabling or supporting the food business operator to communicate what the standards are that they've got in place in relation to the scheme. That's how, our approach. And obviously that has to tie back as well to the regulatory benefits. The particular scheme, because a lot of these schemes are built on quality. Our scheme isn't a quality scheme. It's based on regulatory standards within the UK, and we have a global standard now. So it's just looking at how the food business operator is actually complying with the requirements.
I think it's important that we understand the priorities of those stakeholders and what's really important to them in their local context, because actually they may have very different challenges. They might not have a mobile phone to access platforms. Somebody mentioned they might not even have access to energy and wider. And so I think it's really important that we understand the local context in which we're operating and try to target solutions that are fit for that local context. I know I've just mentioned mobile phones and smartphones, but actually we can leverage those as well to do a lot more, because actually how many people will have a laptop, or how many people will have access to internet and Wi-Fi and so forth. So understanding the local context, understanding the resources that are available to those stakeholders, and really targeting solutions that are fit for them is going to be key.
Thank you, Matti. Dorina.
Thank you very much for this question, which actually loops back to my last slide. It says that compliance is more than the sum of its parts, because the way we promote it is that the quality is a system. There needs to be a whole system in place to ensure that products are safe. This includes the regulators, the producers, the quality institutions, the testing laboratories. But it also includes the consumers, and creating a culture for quality, creating understanding what quality is, where it comes from, what are the different links that are needed, that need to be in place for the products to be safe. I think this is a very important part of creating a safe environment for food products, but any other kind of product to reach the market. So I think the engagement of the consumers and all of our role as consumers to inform ourselves and to make a positive contribution to this system, I think is vital. Thank you.
Brendan, 1 minute.
1 minute. So yeah, actually, I think you can maybe look at this from two perspectives: the micro level and the macro level. At the local level, I think training, education for the consumer is critically important. What are the things that you need to be able to see and identify, to know that this food is safe. So, your questions around food security and the challenges around, products, people not having something to eat. I think one of the big challenges that's happening as well is that substandard food sometimes gets moved on to markets that might be more willing to accept that food. If it's a quality related issue, okay, at least it's food. But sometimes this is happening when it's a safety related issue, and still that product is getting shipped. So having more transparency around, those large shipments, literally the ships that pull into port, and maybe an aflatoxin issue with it, having really clear transparency around that and being able to share that in a rapid and efficient, effective manner, I think that can work at the macro level. So that's it.
We're coming now within 1 minute, but I have one very quick last question for you. And it is a one-word answer from all of our panelists. So driving food safety with digital transformation and AI. Call for action. One word, Mark. Matti.
Collaboration.
Consumer interaction.
Consumer interaction.
Connection.
Share.
Thank you. Thank you to all of our outstanding speakers and panelists this afternoon. We leave you with a call to action. Come forward. UNIDO is an organisation that believes in solutions. Gabor and your team has put on a phenomenal event. Thank you for giving us the opportunity this afternoon, and wish you the rest for the conference and the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Well, they promised some concrete solutions, and didn't they just delivered? A big round of applause one more time for this incredible panel of experts. Hello, welcome back to all those of you who have just joined us. It's lovely to see you back here. Before we proceed, I just want to remind everybody that you can submit your questions via our application swap card. To do so, it's very simple. You just need to click on the agenda button, then select the current session and click on live action, live interaction. So again, agenda button, current session, and then live interaction. If you have any issues, please ask a member of the UNIDO team and they will help you. So now let's proceed to session number 2, which is data-powered risk prioritization, enhancing food safety management, which delves deeper into how digital solutions can enhance food safety. And to guide us through this very important conversation, I'd like to welcome now the moderator, Mr. Matt Kovacs, Chief Executive Officer of the Food Industry Asia, to the stage. Welcome, Mr. Kovacs. Let's also welcome another incredible panel, Mrs. Ludovica Verzenazzi, Nestlé's Global Head of Regulatory and Scientific Affairs. Welcome. Let's also welcome Mr. Eric Sampson, Standards and Technology Diplomat, Corporate Standards Group at Microsoft, as well as Mrs. Antonia Brunn, Senior Manager Public Policy DAC, that's Germany, Austria and Switzerland for Amazon Web Service. Let's also welcome Mr. Marcello Carmignani, Director Operational Excellence at Deloitte. And finally, Mrs. Wu Jin Loy, Deputy Director at the Operations, Policy and Development Department at Singapore Food Agency. Welcome, Mrs. Loy. Mr. Kovacs, the floor is all yours.
The lights are very bright, aren't they? So we can't see you, but we know you're there. So welcome to this panel. It's a great panel because, and how we're going to do this panel, we don't have any individual presentations. We're going to get straight into some Q&A. And then we're going to open it up. I'll ask the lights to come up because I know there's a lot of questions. And this one is kind of, it's not the same as the session before, but there's some similarities for sure. But the best thing is that we've got a combination of those from technology, from the technology platforms and tech companies, and we also have some one of the biggest food companies in the world with us, as well as a regulatory authority, and we have Deloitte, our friends from Deloitte, who and Marcello's experience cuts across. So before we start, I know that we had a great introduction of names, but it would be nice to go around just to say what is it that you actually do in your organisation, so that we establish that as well. So perhaps I'll start with Jenny first.
Thank you, Chair. So very pleased to be here to be sharing about Singapore's experience in using data to enhance our food safety management. So I'm from the Singapore Food Agency. So we are the national agency overseeing food safety and food security throughout the entire food supply chain. And part of my job is actually planning the operations on the ground and then coming up with policies on how we can achieve greater efficiency by using data to power through our analytics and also doing targeted operations as well.
So this is Eric Sampson. I'm a technical diplomat with Microsoft. And what is technical diplomat doing? Basically, we are building bridges between universities. on one side, we have the IT regulators and lawyers. On the other side, we have software engineering. And we try to find consensus and common language between those two different worlds, very different worlds, so that at the end of the day, we can have software being compliant with the regulation. On the other side, we have regulation that is potentially implementable in some software stacks.
Thank you very much. So my name is Ludovica Verzegnassi, and I head the Regulatory and Scientific Affairs Division at Nestlé. Nestlé, #1 food company, as I guess you all know. There's more or less 500 people working in this department, and their role is to make sure we implement the food regulations, to make sure our products are compliant and safe, of course, when they reach the consumers. And another of our activities is to follow the very dynamic developments in the regulatory world.
Yeah, thanks so much. Antonia Brun. I work with Amazon Web Services as Senior Manager Public Policy based in Berlin usually. So Amazon, probably a lot of people know, maybe you have ordered something there. I am not part of that business. I'm part of Amazon Web Services, in short AWS. We are the cloud computing part of Amazon, so to speak. And as I think we'll discuss on the panel today, a lot of what is enabled now with AI and technology, really the boom came because there's so much compute power in the world. So really looking forward to this panel. I'm delighted to be here, and also later to the questions from the audience.
Thank you. Marcello Carmignani, working for Deloitte, and I'm a former employee of the European Food Safety Authority, EFSA. I've had the pleasure and honor to work there. I continued in public health, focused on food safety agencies, the US, EU, and otherwise. And in the last year and a half or so, we've expanded our scope, agri-food system transformation at large, working with the UN agencies such as FAO, UNIDO, of course, WFP. Enormous opportunities, enormous responsibility, and I also look forward to talk about this important topic.
Thank you, everyone. So we're going to kick off now. And Marcello, I'm going to start with you, partly because you've sat on both sides. And I would really like to, so we're discussing how we really sort of improve food management systems and the use of digitalization, AI as well, and how we go about that. And we want to get into some real case studies, of course, but perhaps you can start with what the sort of the art of the prize, how you see it from a big picture, and what the opportunities are and where we need to begin. And then I'll go into the rest of the panel to give some examples.
So I'll try. Obviously, the topic is very broad, but I'll maybe just the personal experience. As I said, I went through both sides of it's not a fence on both sides of the system. Maybe the history of what Deloitte specifically is doing in food safety. We started very simply by supporting private companies to comply with food safety regulations, or the growing body of sustainability regulations such as UDR. As we did so, we realized that the questions were not just about how to comply, but how the data that they were going to collect and capture, what was the intention on how to use it, making sure it was not just a cost of business to comply, but it was adding new capabilities. And as we were doing so, in parallel, we were working with food safety agencies pretty much globally, for different triggers, but many of those had to, and you're in the room for sure, had to reorganize, design new processes. And it was interesting to observe that a reorganization, where usually you look at boxes in an org chart, in reality, the topic of how do you harness the potential of data, and how do you design your organization and your processes so that it's most conducive to use the data, that was constantly at the forefront. Basic questions such as, well, where does my data unit sit? Does it sit with IT? Does it sit under the scientific department? Do we need to build a knowledge management function that does the ontology? So plenty of questions, and many didn't have answers. But as Deloitte, we were certainly saying, well, look at the broad scope of this topic, food safety, that is forcing to unlock all these dimensions. Again, in parallel, we saw growing consumer sentiment, much greater awareness on food-related matters in general, food safety, also driven by social media. And so we started to experiment and explore solutions. I will not, there's so many experts here, but we ourselves as Deloitte, we acquired companies, partnered with big tech players such as Antonia here and AWS to truly understand the art of the possible. The art of the possible, you heard it through the whole day, is pretty incredible. I mean, there's technologies that are stunning, and it covers the whole end-to-end process. Regulatory, we do look into norm engineering for the ones who are familiar with the term. So you can scan through all the regulations, expose inconsistencies, expose redundancy. This is very important for the industry and for the regulators. From a science perspective, I think this will enormously increase in terms of potential. You can enable scientists with machine learning to collect so many data sources, and therefore they can make so many more hypotheses. In the drug sector, you can produce a drug with a certain degree of confidence in weeks instead of years. So we see that. We also see completely new models. We invested in controlled environment agriculture, so greenhouses where you can truly experiment, again, the art of the possible with computer vision, with drones, with the sensors, and all of this is then moved to the cloud. Enormous possibilities. So in that sense, the art of the possible tells us we should all be incredibly excited, and I know we are. At the same time, all the conversation we're having say, those solutions need scale. And this is true for not only food safety, agri-food system transformation, sustainability. So how do we scale? How are we inclusive? And it's all, in this instance, about the data, or mostly about the data and regulations. I'll leave it at that so we can have a conversation, but this is what we see as Deloitte right now.
Really big picture. I'm going to take it way back down, and I want to bring in Jenny and Ludovica to talk a little bit about their experience of what they're doing now. Perhaps Jenny, if you would like to go first. How is SFA actually approaching this at a more sort of at a strategic level, but then also what you're doing at a granular level to try to achieve those strategic ambitions?
For agency, we deal with a very large and diverse pool of stakeholders, and that includes more than 100 competent authorities from different countries and regions, from which Singapore imports more than 90% of our food from. And we also have about 16,000 food traders licensed in Singapore. And as a small city-state country, we also do have 200 different food farms that are producing eggs, vegetables, and fishes locally. And in terms of food establishments, we have about 55,000 food businesses that include slaughterhouses, food manufacturers, processing plants, restaurants, food retail stores, cold stores, and warehouses. So as Singapore being a food paradise, we see our food industry growing steadily over the years. And it is growing in its size and its complexity in terms of how they import the food in and the food supply network within the country and also globally. So as in parallel, SFA also sees that with the increasing growth of the industry, the amount of workload that we as a food regulator has to do will increase as well. So to keep up with this growing food industry, we actually think that we need to shift the way we work as a food regulator, and that will mean that we have to move towards digitalization and using automation to achieve greater efficiency. But on one end, going digitalization doesn't mean that it's like moving from hard copy documents to soft copy documents. So we actually need to rethink the way that our food safety assurance processes, how it can be revamped, and what kind of appropriate IT infrastructure and systems is needed to support for us to actually increase operational and resource efficiency, and also to deepen joint responsibility with the consumers and also the industry. And with that in mind, SFA actually, we conducted an agency-wide business process re-engineering study. And this study actually aims to transform our processes with the aim to reduce administrative work through leveraging technology and automation for processes, and also wanted to focus our efforts to do targeted operations through data analytics. And also lastly, the most important part is to promote and facilitate joint responsibility with the food businesses to implement food safety assurance systems in the country. So one of the actually, the study outcomes took about 1 or 2 years to finish, and it points towards that Singapore will actually need to adopt a proactive and responsive concept of operations to actually allow us to embrace technology and data in our processes. So specifically speaking, a big part of SFA's work scope is actually to regulate the supply and sale of food in Singapore itself. So that involves a lot of inspections of more than 55,000 food establishments. And we used to adopt an episodic fixed frequency inspection regime to inspect these food establishments. And that actually means that we used to do a fixed, every establishment in Singapore will be inspected by SFA at least once every 3 months, 6 months, or a year. And most of the time, or more than 90% of the time, we see that the food establishments that we have inspected are actually compliant to our food safety standards and requirements. So we think to ourselves, do we actually need to go back and repeatedly inspect these food establishments who have proven that they have good food safety practices in place? Or should we actually look at which part of the industry sector actually has lacking or weaker in implementing food safety practices, and then we focus our efforts into conducting more inspections and food safety engagements with these players who are lacking and help to improve the overall food safety standards in the country itself. So with that thinking in mind, we actually shifted from this episodic inspection approach to a more outcome and data-driven data analytics approach to identify high-risk food establishments for inspection. So this data-driven approach analyzes different data sources to risk tier the food establishment in Singapore. So we look at their past history compliance, like including their inspection failure rate, their track record of association with foodborne cases that has happened in Singapore, and also track record of their public-related, food safety-related feedbacks that has been filed against these establishments over the different years. And with this change, we see that there's actually more than a double increase of detection in non-compliance cases during our inspections. And that actually is an indicative that this data-driven approach can help us to identify which areas are lacking in compliance, and then we can work on doing more food safety engagements and help them to improve their food safety practices overall.
Thank you. So, you know, Nestle has more than 400 different factories around the world, and these factories span from mineral water to pet food through infant products, foods, pizzas, sauces, confectionery, Milo, Nesquik. I mean, so a big range of raw materials, all possible raw materials. Now, when you think about climate change and you think about flooding, droughts, you imagine, and we all know the number of hazards that are going to change in these different raw materials. So here, in order to make sure you have a valuable food safety management system in place, speed is of the essence. And you need to be very proactive in finding out what are the possible hazards that your raw materials will have. So AI is very important for Nestle overall, but specifically in the food safety management part. And this is where we have invested in a tool that was constructed on purpose together with a third party for horizon scanning. This tool scans more or less 10,000 different websites where we can get information on new hazards that occur on raw materials that, of course, we use. And this type of information then, so likelihood of occurrence, as a food safety person would say, this very important tool of horizon scanning is then used in our digital HACCP, digital HACCP tool. Again, very important tool that allow us to define centrally a food safety management HACCP study for a given product category, and that centrally is updated with this information on new hazards that come from the horizon scanning tool, and then automatically is shared with all the factories that use the same type of raw material. So an integratable AI digital system that, of course, leverages expertise from our food safety experts, level of risk from this high occurrence of hazards in raw materials, but is essential to make sure that we can handle food safety in a proactive and fast way, as is required today by the climatic changes and risks that are brought in by these unavoidable events.
Thank you. But perhaps I could just ask a follow-up question to both you and Jenny, and that is, when you went about this, Jenny first, what were some of the sort of the internal challenges, the ones that you can talk about at least publicly? So maybe just to give a flavour, because I'm sure a question would come up and say, you know, from a regulatory authority's perspective, what were they and how did you overcome them? And then, Ludovica, a little bit to you in Nestlé is this huge, big company as well, and how you overcame some of those challenges in the beginning to get to where you are today.
So as with any digital transformation projects or initiatives, actually one of the biggest challenges that SFA face is actually on data integration. So there are many different ICT systems that we have in place that manage different kind of processes, like from one system individually that is supposed to be licensing of food establishments and food traders, and other systems that actually host the inspection and sampling data, and another system on enforcement data. So this results in really like the silos of the different data that they don't talk to each other from the different systems. And so when we want to do the initiative to do data analysis, we have to do the manual download of the data from different systems and then do the cleaning and formatting to actually make sure that this data can be used for analytics. And this is actually a very manual and tedious process. Yep. So to address this, SFA is actually working on a system solution which actually consolidates all the different data and processes into one single system. And this proposed solution actually is aimed to allow easy configuration and also integration of our processes so that we can actually future-proof our operations against any regulatory shifts or any new insights that we want to analyze on. We can actually go to just one system and have all the data in sync, and that would actually facilitate whatever we want to do in terms of using data and technology itself. And this system is also aiming to have an analytical and dashboard features, and that can actually help to do predictive modeling or risk assessment of food imports and also food establishments that can actually help to give us more insights to drive our policy decisions and targeted operations approach.
Yeah, from our perspective, the great thing was discovering that there is no existing tool that allows you to do this. So, you know, you had to convince senior management that it's not about buying an existing tool, it doesn't exist. So you need to work and put, of course, funding and people in order to construct your horizon scanning AI tool and in order to build, of course, always together with third parties, external partnerships, the digital HACCP food safety management tool. And I think this was that then requires, of course, both require standardized data to be fed in the system, which also doesn't exist. You know, this is, I know I'm bringing nothing new to you, but the complexity of not having standardized data to be able to build what we need to ensure food safety in general as society, not only as food industry, I think is something that needs to be tackled by, international bodies.
Thank you, Ludovica. And perfect segue to Eric. So that word, we've heard a lot this morning and in the side chats, coffee and over lunch, a lot about standardization and data sharing. So now's a good opportunity to bring Microsoft in, just to pick up on what Jenny and Ludovica said, but also to perhaps give you a vision of what's that solution going forward as well.
Okay, so I think we all agree around here that AI is going to help improving food safety. That's given. Now, the problem is, and that's a big problem, is we don't have enough data today. You need to know that today, all the businesses in the food industry and all industries, across all industries, they don't share more than 1% of their data. That's a fact, and that's a huge problem. And why? Why? Because as soon as you share data, you lose control over your data. And then there is a business risk. It could be that also there is a technical risk, but we can deal with that. It's not a big deal. It could be that there is a regulatory issue, But in most cases, it's a business risk, meaning that someone could misuse your data or forward your data to some illegitimate companies, could do something that is contrary to your values with your own data. So that's not a risk that is acceptable. So what we can do in order to stimulate data sharing? Data sharing is mandatory, but it's not happening. That's the bad news. So no data, no AI, no improvement of food safety. We need to break that vicious circle. And that's where we are introducing a new concept that we call data spaces. A data space is a trust environment, because the best way to reduce the risk, the business risk, is to establish trustworthiness between data sharing participants. And a data space is exactly that kind of environment that is based on policies. So you have a virtual environment. I'm not talking about a giant data lake in the middle of all the participants of a data space. It's not like that. All participants are going to keep the data where it is, in their own cloud or even on-prem or where they want. It could be in Amazon, could be in Google, could be on-prem, could be wherever they want, a local European provider. And there's no global platform in the middle, so there's no big cost associated with a data space. And in the data space, each participant is going to describe the data assets he's willing to share with other participants, but he's going to associate policies around that. A policy could be, for instance, I'm willing to share that data, food production data, but only for LLM training. I don't want you to use that for, I don't know, sales or marketing purpose. Forbidden. Just for LLM training and maybe research, if you want. You are going to delete the data after 30 days. You have 30 days to do whatever you want with that. And I ask you, for instance, if it's a food company in Switzerland, I ask you to keep the data in Europe. I don't want you to move the data to the US. So those are your own policies. Each participant can have new policies. And then as soon as a data user is interested in a data provider data asset, they are going to enter into a data sharing negotiation where the data user will have to provide claims and evidence showing that he can match the requirements from the data provider. Yes, I'm based in Europe and I will keep the data in a European data center. Yes, I'm going to delete the data after 30 days, and no, I'm not going to use that data for marketing purpose. So now, after some exchanges like that of claims matching policies, they can start to trust each other. And they decide that they are going to enter into an official legal data sharing agreement that is enforcing all the terms and conditions that have been discussed during the negotiation. And then, once it's done, they are going to orchestrate the actual data sharing. Maybe the data is going to move, maybe not. It's not even necessary in some cases. But now we have a trusted environment to protect the data of the data providers, the data owners, the data rights holders, all those guys. And now they are going to share because they know they are protected. So that's a way to stimulate data sharing. That's a way to stimulate a new economy of data. The beauty of it is that all those data spaces, they have been designed with regulation in mind. This morning, we had a lot of questions about how to share data, but being compliant with regulation. Data spaces, they have been designed from the scratch, from the very beginning, to be compliant with regulations like the European Data Act, the Data Governance Act, and many other regulations in other regions, including China, Japan, and other ones. So that's one thing. First of all, it's built to make you compliant with the existing data sharing regulations, mentioning also the GDPR for sure. And the second thing is that there is a huge ongoing standardization effort around data spaces at the ISO level, the international level. So the standard is in draft state right now. Hopefully it will be fully approved before the end of this year. There is also an ongoing standardization request from the European Commission. So there is also a standardization effort at the Senelec level. So it's very important because what we are doing here, we are creating a new protocol for trusted data sharing. Not just data sharing. We have a lot of things we can do today, APIs, tools, ETLs, whatever, for data sharing, simple data sharing. But what we need is trusted data sharing. And we are creating a protocol that we call the Data Space Protocol, DSP, that is going to be to data sharing what HTTP has been for web browsing. Exactly the same thing. It's free, it's open source, it's available to everybody. That's also something very important, that we don't exclude any small state or small farmer company, or everybody could be able to join. So there is a big open source initiative around that. It's available to all of us. And that's really the way to build the trusted internet of data of tomorrow.
Have a specific example of data space now? You waxed rather lyrical, very nicely and positively, but what case study do we have on that?
Okay, so first of all, there is what we call the data space radar, and there are more than 150 data spaces already referenced over there across all industries. The Spanish government has recently started a new project for 80 public sector data spaces in Spain. In China, they did the same beginning of 2025. They started a big initiative where they are going to create 100 data spaces in China covering all industries, including agriculture, maybe not food safety, but we can talk about that later. A good example is not in the agriculture or food industry, but the largest data space today is what we call Catena X. That is a data space for the automotive industry. So you have dozens of thousands of suppliers and big car manufacturers part of this Catena X data space. And every day they are going to share data about their production, their daily production, their issues, everything related to PDM and BOM and just-in-time manufacturing and so on and so on. So that's an example of a big European data space. It's going to be expanded to Japan, by the way. There are ongoing discussions right now. So that's an example of a very big existing data space. The same one is going to be started for the aerospace industry. Another one in France about the nuclear plant, nuclear power plants. Once again, there is a big supply chain. EDF has more than 20,000 suppliers involved into that, so it's important to be able to collect the data from all those guys in a trusted way. So those are examples. There are many other ones. As I said, there are 150 references on the data space radar.
Thank you. Antonio, thank you very much for being patient. You've heard a little bit there from everyone else. So you have the advantage now of commenting on what everyone else has said. But perhaps you could pick up on what Eric said. So he was talking about data spaces, but from AWS's perspective in Europe. So how are you playing in this space, or in terms of food safety as well?
No, happy to dive right in there. A bit dangerous to give me now the free-for-all card. I can talk about whatever, but I'll try to make it short and interesting. I thought there were so many aspects on this panel to touch upon, but maybe also to pick up some of the things, and I think we had a great conversation already on data and how that can work. So that was super insightful. Maybe to bring a few more observations we have on AI currently, because it's actually a study that just came out 2 months ago called Unlocking Ambitions that we did in Europe to see how quick is really the adoption of AI. Of course, then thinking about if the data is already there, how are organizations actually picking up on it. And it's super fascinating to see that. Obviously, the EU has grand ambitions in the digital decade, and we see a lot of countries interested in it. So we said, okay, let's take stock. Let's see how the adoption is actually going. We surveyed around 15,000 businesses and citizens as well. And there are interesting statistics. So the first one, which is I just find baffling, is that the adoption of AI is moving quicker than the adoption of mobile phones did in the early 2000s. So just in last year, 3 million businesses in Europe adopted AI, and I found that crazy. I mean, I don't know who's here today without a mobile phone, probably no one. And just like that, I think a lot of us have already adopted AI, whether that's the chat maybe on your phone or something else. But I mean, how lucky are we to be alive in this time and space? What a speed of adoption. The other thing I find really interesting is who is adopting AI. And we're actually seeing that startups, 68% of startups have adopted AI, but only 53% of enterprises, so large organizations. So there's a gap. And that's also an interesting data point, I find, because, of course, we want to have a broad array of organizations reaping the benefits of AI. And startups, we ask them, why is this happening with startups more? Of course, they're nimble, they're quick. They oftentimes are also adopting AI at a deeper level. So, the first tier being talking with your LLM, asking them some questions. But they're also adopting it at a deeper level, product level, so to have an advantage in their products. And that's maybe a conversation we can also have later on in this panel. Why is that so? We also identified a few of the barriers that are hampering adoption. But just to say...
go ahead. What are those barriers?
Should I go?
No, please,
I want to leave a cliffhanger. So to briefly touch on it, and some of it was already mentioned on the panel. One of the things is remaining regulatory uncertainty. So we had a great quote from one of the survey participants that said, trying to meet AI regulation is like doing a puzzle where the pieces keep changing. And I think that's such an interesting thing to imagine. You're trying to put together a puzzle and everything's changing all the time. Now, obviously, for those of you who are in the EU, we do have the EU AI Act, but we also have an implementation at national level. I come from Germany. We are sort of lagging behind, and we haven't transposed it yet into national level. And that creates some uncertainty. A second burden, or a hurdle, I should rather say, is the skills gap. So simply to have the people in your organization that, from technical level know how AI works, but also to the non-technical folks. So do you have people, and you touched upon that so nicely, you understand how your organization is set up? Because really, it needs an organization that is ready to adopt the processes, and maybe we can dive into that a bit later. And then, of course, do you have compliance and possibly even legal folks in your organization that can help you? But these two factors were really the things that were pointed out.
Thank you. Marcello, could you come in there? So what Antonio said there on startups in particular, maybe some small businesses that are nimble and adopting it at a deeper or more accelerated pace, although Nestlé has also explained that they do it as a big company, they're in it as well. Maybe you could just sort of pick up a little bit on that skills gap, and because you have a kind of a very broad perspective. What are you seeing there? Is that something that you could go? Are you seeing big companies really adopting, or some big companies having challenges with this, or smaller startups in our space of food safety that are being able to embrace this far quicker?
So on the startups, I don't have direct exposure. My colleagues do, but definitely they're nimble. Their organization structures are nimble, and they're all geared into innovation. So I think that's probably, and they're younger. And so I guess those, and probably there's so some of these elements. But in terms of having an intentional competencies and capability strategy, I think someone said it earlier today. This is so essential, and without making names, but imagine the largest meat processor in the world not too long ago, in a conversation saying, by no means we have an issue of data, by no means we have an issue of infrastructure, we have the financing, we have everything. Now we're truly struggling with sourcing the competencies to and also having the time for humans to learn what are the possibilities of this data. And that seemed, it was not a provocative comment. It truly was his challenge. And so he was also having questions about where do we source? Should we, and there was the other part of the conversation earlier today, should we create these capabilities embedded in the organization or out? So this is a big topic, and I know it's not the hard, tangible tech solutions, but it can make the whole difference. I will add, this is pure my perspective, Deloitte perspective, larger organizations are often tied. They do not, at least even feel they have the bandwidth to experiment. If you are in a business as usual function, if you're not in the carve-out, spin-off, innovation, subsidiary, you're firefighting. And I think organizations should optimize the processes, should just give a little bit of a wiggle room for people to actually learn and experiment. And I feel this is underestimated, and so this comes to mind. And the same applies to regulators. I don't know, Matt, if I can, I just want to, otherwise I forget. Can I say?
You can. I'm not going quickly, unless it's going to be an hour-long speech, then no.
No. So I just wanted to say how interesting that SFA has found when they prioritize risk on the basis of, emerging evidence as opposed to static scheduling, the incidence of true positives, the double. So that's great, and I think we want to incentivize people with data spaces to trust them, but maybe also incentivize them economically. There's the saying, information or currencies only have value when they transfer. The same is for this type of information, so we can incentivize people.
Eric, did you want to pick up on that?
I totally agree with that. We need to find a way to incentivize data sharing, but I wanted to go back to the previous question about the lack of adoption potentially. I think one reason is that today it's still difficult to understand how the LLMs are producing results, and then you are not sure that you can use that or not. It's still unclear. There are recent progress in the research about it. Maybe it's going to be much better soon. That's one thing. The second thing is that today the LLMs, the generic LLMs, the ChatGPT, Gemini, all the other ones, Claude, and all the other ones, they are all trained on publicly available data. That is basically Wikipedia and the Common Web project. That is a snapshot of the web at a given time. And it's not providing to business users the quality of results they are expecting. We need to have an LLM specific for food and maybe for food safety, something that is trained with quality data coming from the real actors of that domain, with specific validation of the results by people who are experts from the food industry. That is not the case at all with the data from the generic LLMs. So we need to have those quality industry-focused LLMs in order to move further. And then I would like to say that LLMs are very nice. It's very trendy, hype. That's the buzzword, okay? But AI is not just limited to LLMs. I think we should think in terms of multi-agent systems. That is much more interesting, where you could have one agent in a system that is focused on regulation, another one on chemical aspects, another one on production, another one on distribution. And then this multi-agent system connected to different specific LLMs will be able to produce exactly what the users in large organizations are really waiting for.
Thank you. Anthony?
Yeah, happy to go in there because it's actually one of the most asked questions that I also get because our AWS customers, and you just mentioned some of the LLMs that exist, they of course do want to access said models, and then they ask us, how can I do this safely and securely? And in my remit, also in Germany, I cover data privacy, so of course there are a lot of data privacy questions. And so a service that we, for instance, have within AWS, we call it AWS Bedrock. It's I think of it in very non-technical terms, like a portal where you can access these different LLMs, but you can also put in your settings, also speaking in a very untechnical way here. So for instance, I want to put in my organizational data, but I don't want the model to be trained with it. So I don't want it to leave my organizational boundaries. And that can already help take sort of the first compliance hurdle, because of course organizations have data that is confidential, that is applicable to data privacy laws, and we've had good experience, or our customers have had good experience in putting in sort of these guidelines on the side to make sure that when they do reap the benefits of these very powerful LLMs, that they can do it on their own terms. And I couldn't agree more that, of course, the magic happens at the moment where you take these pre-trained models. And that's the revolution happening currently. You have these pre-trained models, but then use your own data to make it yours and to make it applicable for the organization. And I think hearing from Nestle, that was already a great example of how to then reap the benefits for yourself.
Perhaps Ludovic and Jenny, I don't know if you'd be able to comment on this, on what Eric and Antonio just built on quality-focused LLMs on food safety. You know, maybe Jenny, as SFA, is that something that you've thought about as well? All the actors within that in Singapore, and in Singapore is quite a unique case where we import an enormous amount, pretty much most of our food, don't we? So is that something you've had discussions on at SFA?
Yeah, actually, LLM is actually a very new and niche digital tool, AI tool that Singapore is actually looking at. Like you said, we import more than 90% of our food, and the global food supply is very connected. And one of the ways that we use LLMs is actually to do horizon scanning of the global food safety news, so things like recalls or zoonotic cases. So to make sure that the food imported into Singapore remains safe for our consumption, we actually have to be on our toes on what is happening, the food safety incidents that's around the world. And one of the ways that to do it is actually monitoring the news that is happening on food safety incidents that's happening around the world. And to do that, sometimes like manually monitoring the news and need to be fast enough to give a fast response and respond immediately to come up with testing methods, or whether we should recall a product that has been recalled elsewhere. If it's done in a manual way where a human goes and monitors on the news and then track and analyze them manually, it's a very time and labor intensive, and it can actually delay in the response time that SFA has to act. So we are actually looking at whether there are any LLM models that can help to categorize, analyze these food safety news around the world that can actually give us very quick insights and let SFA immediately provide a response on whether we will need to test similar products of the same batches or similar food category that has actually a higher food safety risk. And this actually gives us an early warning indicator of emerging food safety threats that is coming into Singapore.
Yes, I mean, I agree with a colleague from the Singaporean Food Safety Authorities. Horizon scanning is one of the most relevant uses for us still today. And it combines both scientific publications. I think that's those peer-reviewed publications contain a significant amount of data, which somehow one should be able to leverage for food safety management systems, together with news related to recalls, withdrawals that come also from official websites, right? From the RAS in Europe, from the EPING WTO. So there's quite an amount of available information over there related to these topics.
Before I forget, Ludo, one other was just what Marcello said about small companies being more nimble on that. But just give us an idea of the culture at Nestle. It is a big company, but how are you being more nimble then? And
no, I mean, innovation for us is key, right? That's the future of the company. However, I have to say that sometimes you are tied up by the software that the company historically uses for different other uses than food safety, right? So you have an architecture in place that somehow allows you to use one system for also AI food safety system rather than another. And sometimes this is what is the binding tool. Despite this, we of course monitor many of the proposals that exist out there, at least to make sure that the internal becomes as efficient as the young proposals.
That's why AWS has Bedrock, yeah? I would like to open it up to some questions, because we got a little bit more time, and from the previous sessions there were a lot, but if you could take up the lights, please, because they are unbearably bright. Feels like I'm in Singapore sunbathing on the beach. Thank you. There you are. There's everybody. So now's the time for some questions, and we've had some great input from the panelists. So if I can see if anyone has any questions, we do. Madam, with your hand raised over there, thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le modérateur. Merci à tous les intervenants pour la qualité de votre présentation. Moi, c'est Nogueï Diagne. Je suis chargée de programme au niveau de l'Alliance africaine pour le commerce électronique. L'Alliance, c'est une association qui regroupe les guichets uniques d'Afrique. Nous avons eu à expérimenter l'IA dans le cadre d'un projet que nous avons eu entre le Sénégal, le Mali et Kenya. Comme nous avons une plateforme pour intégrer des données du commerce extérieur, nous avons eu des soucis pour l'intégration de ces données, puisque les données qui provenaient de l'Afrique australe n'étaient pas conformes, les tables n'étaient pas conformes à la plateforme qui a été développée. Donc nous avons eu à utiliser l'IA, mais sauf que je pense qu'il faudrait qu'on puisse parler un peu des défis. L'IA est vraiment... le coût de cette solution n'était pas accessible. Donc, je pense qu'il y a ce besoin-là qu'il faudrait revoir pour certaines initiatives, puisque aujourd'hui, nous travaillons pour l'intégration régionale au niveau de l'UMOA. L'autre aspect également sur lequel on a utilisé l'IA, c'était lorsqu'il faille aujourd'hui, entre guichet unique et la douane, échanger, par exemple, les données de la facture. Donc, certaines factures disposent de caractères beaucoup plus, puisque aujourd'hui, la facture n'est pas réglementée. Donc, nous avons eu à expérimenter cela en échangeant les données entre les guichets uniques et les douanes, et nous avons eu également à utiliser une solution IA. Sauf que les mêmes soucis se sont répétés. Le coût de l'IA n'est pas aujourd'hui accessible pour certaines initiatives, et je pense que ce serait important d'aborder également ce point-là. Merci.
Je vais répondre en anglais peut-être. Ou en français, je ne sais pas. Qu'est-ce qui est le mieux?
Either way.
Either way. In English, then. Okay. I totally agree with you. The cost of those systems is a key point. And that's why I mentioned for the Data Space Initiative that we are putting everything in open source, free open source, so that everybody can use it. Unfortunately, that's not the case for all the AI models today. There are some open source models, but still running them is very costly. I would like to mention something. Most people today are focused on LLMs. That's the big thing. Everybody would like to have its own LLM, but there are also small language models, and they could be very efficient on some problems like that, maybe. And they are very less expensive to train, deploy, and run. So that could be also a solution in some cases. Not everything is supposed to be an LLM. LLM, it's for a generic conversation about everything, history, geography, economics, whatever, music. But when it comes to something very specific, like you mentioned, a small language model could be extremely efficient and less costly.
Eric, sorry, forgive my ignorance, like a small LLM would be? You can name them, it's okay, I'm just curious. Everyone talks about chat and Claude and everything else.
So I don't want to advertise for Microsoft products, but we have a lot of small language models.
You do. Say no more. Okay, you heard it. Antonia, perhaps if you could pick up on that as well.
To advertise for Microsoft products, you mean? No, no, I'm kidding. And I have to answer in English or German, but I don't think anyone wants to listen to German. So let me stay with English. And I think it's such a great question also to bring up the aspect of cost. So, I mean, a lot of... Just to stay with the LLMs and then we can progress, but Why are people finding it good to use them? Because they're pre-trained, so you do not have to invest in this pre-training. You can leverage them. And of course, talking from a cloud computing provider, so computing power, meaning data centers, meaning of course it costs something to build a data center, and we haven't touched upon that yet, and it's probably not part of the panel, but it consumes energy and all of the like. But really, we're seeing this advantage of AI because we can use these pre-trained models, and you don't have to build your data center in your backyard and do it all on premise and rebuild it all again, which would incur more costs. I had a case study for today where we had a startup build on us. They also for farming, for satellite data. And they said they were able to decrease their own costs of their own data center by 70%, so 7-0, which is just incredible. Because how cloud computing works is you pay what you use, pay per use. You don't have the infrastructure costs in your own backyard. Nevertheless, of course, it's interesting to look at the concrete use cases and see where are the costs incurring and where can you still drive efficiencies. So also to say, and I think Eric has a great point. You really need to look at the use cases, and you also really need to see where can you use said small LLMs and use them for your own use case.
Sir, your hand up here. Thank you.
My name is Hassan Ibrahim from Somalia. Thank you very much for this wonderful panel. Since Somalia is taking the first time the floor, we would like to take this opportunity to thank UNIDO for these wonderful events and also the host nation. My question, I think, directed to Mr. Eric, and he mentioned that there wasn't enough data. And then suddenly it came to my mind, data silos. So the data silos in the food industry create significant barriers to ensuring food safety when critical information is not shared is isolated within different departments or systems. It prevents seamless communication and integration across the supply chain. I just have this example, for example, delayed response to contamination. Without real-time data sharing, food-borne illnesses outbreak can take longer to trace, increasing risks. So my question is, how are the data silos holding back in food security, and what are the solutions? Thank you.
Yeah, I think there is a new trend in the IT, and you can find a lot of articles on the internet about that at the end of the day, maybe that data silos that have been the evil for 10 years, they are not that bad at the end of the day. If you are able to deal with them in real time, as you said, because we don't want to waste time when we need the data. But if you have the right architecture, it could be efficient and secure to have some data silos instead of having a big replication of all the data from everybody in the middle, and it's almost impossible to secure. It could be good. And once again, if you have the right technology stack to access the right data at the right time, and checking that you have the right to do that, you are authorized to do that, it could be not that bad to have some data silos. I'm not saying that everything has to be a data silo, but it could be that a siloed architecture is not as bad as we thought. So we just need the right infrastructure to deal with it.
Just adding again, not really on a technical note, but I think so the need is clear and it should be addressed. There are solutions. We were hearing yesterday colleagues that use a law firm as a middleman to host, receive, and manage the governance of all of the data. Therefore, what used to be silos now they are trusted by design. Of course, there's technologies such as blockchain. So I think the solutions are there. I would argue even more than that, the trust aspect, which we just touched upon, and again, I take the freedom to say I've been both in the public sector and the private sector, that has to be addressed for historical reasons or whatever the reasons, but the opportunity to change these processes lies into sharing more, and trust is at the core. So something not for maybe this conversation, but a key variable.
Thank you. Perhaps last question? Madam, thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm Janelle Yard Blackman, Food Safety Specialist from CAFSA, a CARICOM institution. My question is around the topic of competencies, the competency gap, and I was wondering whether there are any hybrid academic programs that might have been designed and implemented into curriculum from, let's say, school age, for school age children, with the intentions of building the right habits towards food safety, as well as the right, I want to say, adoption or interest for the AI, because it is a fact that we are dealing with alpha generation, and they are adopting, these technologies much faster than we can imagine. Is there an opportunity for such programs to be mandatory in school curriculums to help build the right habits towards food safety? Thank you.
I honestly don't know the answer to that question, so that's why I'm going to pass this to the panel. Marcello.
I mean, it's a really interesting question, I think very relevant. I guess we all need to think about it. Things that come to mind. School programs, and I'm not thinking the US, but this applies everywhere. School programs and the way you deliver food and which type of foods and how you talk about food, that is already a key moment in which you can, from the bottom up, increase awareness with young kids. Then I'm thinking, but this doesn't cover your, maybe the technology part, but there's amazing programs from the UN. UNDP runs a clean cooking program to make sure that in whatever the geographies in infrastructure, there's awareness about the safety risks, and I'm sure there's more. But it's a good question. I guess none of us had thought about this until now, so thank you for that.
I tend to say when the panelists don't have an answer, it must be a very good question.
Yeah, do we have a question over here? Madam, yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Fatima Oyenike Ojo. I'm a food safety expert working with the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission in Nigeria. Yeah, it's obvious from all the conversation today that the lower and medium income countries are still very far behind. So I'm wondering, what steps do you think a country, for example, a country without even regulatory systems for local vended food, local food vendors, they don't have a regulatory system for them. So what steps do you think they need to take towards data-powered food safety management? Thank you.
I will give it a try. I think we've seen the outstanding initiative of Food Safety Africa, as part of the African Union, this food safety body initiative that was launched in Feb this year, which of course for us is a great initiative. So I think the more there are developments of food safety authorities in the different regions, the more these food safety authorities could take some sort of role under a global codex lead, maybe, in defining not only the standards that need to be applied to implement these initiatives, but also in discussion with public-private partnerships on how that could be done. So I think there's a great opportunity in your region to leverage this newly created food safety authorities to see how to construct. You somehow have a great role that you can play in constructing those type of initiatives, and I think there would be no shame in somehow copy-pasting what is maybe done in some other geographies, always maybe in partnership with those that know how these tools could be developed. But I'm giving the floor to Eric or Deloitte, who wants to...
No, so we know in some countries the informal sector is up to 75% of the transactions. So you may wonder what all this conversation sees is no longer relevant if those are the numbers. So clearly this has to be addressed. Now, when it comes to capturing data, there's always a first moment, right? And so I think we all need to think what could be those moments in which you allow, say, the farmer, the primary producer that is going to the local market and doesn't need necessarily to abide to anything in terms of process or regulations. So how do we get this person to digitally capture the information? I'm thinking about what FAO does, so I'm thinking the angle of digital agriculture. There's agriculture extension services that FAO and other multilateral organizations offer to farmers, and so those could be incentivized. So if I have a mobile, usually those extension services are offered for free by organizations such as FAO, and then you wonder, could we add the option to capture the whatever transactions you've made so that you start adding the data piece, and then it links to trade. But clearly, it's a very complex issues, and it takes also education and infrastructure and investment. So we need to acknowledge that.
Okay, I think we can take one last question, madam.
Hello, my name is Maria Buskoven. I am from Norway. I have a question to Eric. It's a very interesting idea of technology diplomacy and data sharing protocol with peers. What I'm wondering about, in the examples that you were using, were there any regulators that were using the data sharing spaces that you were talking about, or was it only private companies?
Yeah, both. Data sharing, it could be used by citizens, states, small companies, big companies, all of them, and also sometimes regulatory organizations. There is an associated concept to data space that is a data intermediary that is fully defined by the Data Governance Act in Europe. And a data intermediary is not exactly a data space. A data space is not exactly a data intermediary, but there is a way to make them coexist in a very nice way so that you can have in the same trusted data sharing environment both the data intermediary function, that is the regulatory function, plus the data space that is more a business-to-business component. So it's totally possible to have both approaches coexisting in the same environment. And actually, that's the case in some highly regulated industries like healthcare, for instance. That's the one I have in mind, but probably there are other ones.
Okay. Thank you very much. How we're going to close this out is just maybe one or two sentences on a call to action. What you think you want the audience to really take away, and what you would love to act on. And Jenny, I'm putting you on the spot first. So from SFA's perspective, perhaps you can go first, and then we'll go down the line.
Sure. So I think data-empowered technology, AI, is actually here to augment us as food regulators on how we do our operations, but it's actually not to replace any regulatory role. So it is a matter of using these tools to help us to be better, more resource efficient, and probably in a way that we can actually upgrade the food safety standards in Singapore and also globally. Yeah.
Thank you. Eric?
I would say very simply, let's build the first food safety data space all together, and we are going to make some good progress.
Yes, I would say we need it. We need AI for a dynamic, proactive, accelerate food safety management, whether we are in industry or in government. So I don't know how, but let's make it happen.
Thank you.
Yeah, in the line with this at Amazon, we always say work hard, have fun, and make history. I think this is the moment to do all of these three things, especially at this incredibly interesting intersection of AI and food safety that we've been hearing about today.
Thanks. No, and same here. I was thinking, we would want to be pioneers, innovative, almost like kids that play with a new tool. This is a positive attitude, and that's what we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for an expert panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.
Let's proceed to a group photo. Yes, can we have a group photo? Wonderful. A big round of applause once again for such a... one more. We do have a minute left. You are all as handsome as you are very smart. Thank you very much. Thank you. What a wonderful panel. Bringing theory into practice. I would like to thank Matt again and all your experts. Thank you so much for sharing so many practical, compelling examples of this digital transformation that we are talking about here. Thank you also to all of you in the room for such relevant questions. L'argent, le nerf de la guerre, madame. C'était très, très important de le mentionner. Engaging the younger generations as well. Thank you very much. And of course, mentioning all the challenges of the lower income countries. That's absolutely wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, and also I want to remember that Singapore is a food paradise. That's what I have in my notes. So I need to make my way there. In the meantime, let's break out for the last coffee break of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back here at 4:40. Take the opportunity to do a little bit more networking and also pick the brains of our experts. See you here at 4:40.
One was on our table. Depends on where the moderator wants it. So. Oh yeah. Let's go for some coffee. I have.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope that you enjoyed the last coffee break of the day. So let's now proceed to the last session for today, session 3, putting theory into practice, transforming food regulatory practices through digitalization. And this session will provide practical applications and case studies of digital tools, demonstrating how they improve efficiency, transparency, and responsiveness in food regulatory systems, and addressing challenges such as data management and stakeholder collaboration. And it's now my pleasure to welcome the one who will lead us through this segment, Monsieur Samuel Godefroy, President of the International Union of Food Science and Technology. Welcome, Samuel.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction, and it's a pleasure and a privilege to be with you as part of the Food Safety Forum here in Vienna. And again, I would like to congratulate UNIDO and all those who contributed in the making of this event, really, for its organization and also for choosing the topic that we have been discussing over this morning, but also the next couple of days. So, we are the panel that is standing between you and the end of the first day, so hopefully we'll make it interesting enough and useful enough for you to still stick around and also to learn from the experience of all our panelists. I guess we will continue discussing what we have started so far. So we have been trying to harness the potential of digitalization in driving food safety forward. And we're going to be looking really at the environment of food regulatory systems and how digitalization can be an important tool, not only to make our systems more effective, but also to support resource optimization. And what has started really as a necessity, probably by a number of regulators facing the COVID-19 crisis and trying to find ways to still deliver their food regulatory functions using new tools driven by technology, has become since then actually an activity that is a routine activity, and hopefully looking at further potential of using technology and digitalization for more efficient and effective systems. We have a great set of panelists and speakers who will navigate with us this particular topic, and it is my pleasure to welcome them, starting with Dr. Sarah Cahill, the Secretary of the Codex Alimentarius Commission. Welcome, Sarah. And yeah, we'll take seats here. Oh yeah, I guess, yeah, with the order of the names. How about that? That's a great way to do it. Perfect. Thank you. From Germany, Dr. Ina Schneider from the Federal Office of Consumer Protection and Food Safety, known as the BVL. Welcome, Ina. From Canada, it's my pleasure also to welcome Dr. Parthi Muthukuma Arasamy, who is the Executive Director of International Programs at the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, also the Chairperson of the Codex Committee on Food Labeling. Welcome, Parthi. Professor Chris Elliott brings to us part of the academic lens and well known, I'm sure, to many of you, Professor of Food Safety and the founder of the Institute for Global Food Security at Queen's University Belfast in the United Kingdom. Mr. Vidal Zapparoli Mello, professor at the Polytechnic School of the University of Sao Paulo. I haven't seen if Vidal is here. No, he's not. Okay, so Vidal was not able to make it, unfortunately. Miss Julie Pearce, the Director of Information and Science at the UK Food Standards Agency. Thank you and welcome, Julie. I guess we have a number of continents represented and the global perspective. And to start us off, yeah, please. Sorry. And to start us off, I'm going to invite Dr. Sarah Cahill, the Secretary of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, to give us really some opening, setting the stage presentation. Sarah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. And yes, someone did mention earlier the lights were bright up here, so I just see shadows as I look down at you. So good to see everyone here, though, and I've seen many of you during the break. And I felt like I was in an amalgamation of about 10 different Codex committees, given the people that are here. So, but great to see everybody. So some of you will be familiar with what I say over the next few minutes. And really, it's just to highlight a little bit how digitalization relates also to what we're doing in the international standard setting environment. And many of you know the Codex Alimentarius, which has been developed since 1963, and it's something that it's evolved over the last 60 years. So even though it wasn't ever intended to look at things like digitization, because we produce different types of texts, including guidelines, which cover things like principles and guidance on how to do something, we have the opportunity to evolve and address areas like digitization as we move forward and as they become relevant to all our members, and in particular food control regulators or food control system managers. Now, the main area of work, of course, that we're interested in when it comes to digitization is our normative work of standard setting or developing standards, guidelines and codes of practice. I would say it's not the only one, it's the central one, but even things like how we make our standards accessible is something that's really important when it comes to digitization. We have everything online, but we have them online using old technology. And right now, trying to use AI with those to get the best out of those standards is really difficult. So we're having to make decisions about how we invest resources to try and upgrade that technology so that we can work with all the new tools that are available. And while that's a challenge, I think I heard someone this morning say it's also a necessary investment if we're to actually have a product that's fit for purpose moving forward. But when it comes to the actual standards and guidelines and codes of practice we're developing, the areas probably where we've had the most prominent discussions were in the areas of food labelling, the areas of food import, export, inspection and certification systems, as Tom Black mentioned this morning, but also in other areas like surveillance and how we integrate data sets, how we what level of requirements of digitization should we put into some of our standards and guidelines when it comes to these areas of monitoring, of sampling. And I can say in many of those discussions, we have mixed views because many people want to move forward and use technology to the best, but others are concerned. They're afraid they will be left behind. And this is an important consideration for standard setting. The work on digitization, the third area probably where digitization is relevant to us is in terms of how we develop our standards and the processes we use. We have a formula that's worked for 60 years of having a commission and many subsidiary bodies that work on areas of interest. And now they are slowly being supplemented by virtual tools or by electronic tools. And while there is a desire for many to use them even more, because we have maybe 15 meetings a year, so it would be great if we could do much more, use technology much more and ensure that everyone can participate. And it sounds like a great way to enhance inclusivity. And it is, but there's also the challenges with access to the technology, availability, stability of that. So it can increase inclusiveness, but it can also be a challenge. And we also have to, I think, learn a new language for working with technology. How do we ensure that we're hearing everybody's voice? Here, without the lights, I can look around and ask if you agree, and people can nod their heads, and we don't need any more. I can't do that online. So there's many issues like that we have to think about. What's the etiquette for working in these virtual and new digital environments? Now, one of the areas which has been, I think, we've had very interesting discussions, and we have Parthy here today as well, who chaired some of these discussions, is in the area of food labelling. And this work was really done in response to just how technology was changing the way we get information on food, and trying to see if there's a way we can give some high-level guidance, at least, to promote certain principles when it comes to using technology. Partly it's the use of technology in terms of providing information on food, and what's the line between a label, a physical label on a food, and the use of technology. And I was in Korea last month, and they had QR codes. This company was showing some of its digital labeling approaches, and they had a QR code which, if you held close to your digital oven, it would program that oven to cook the food that you had just brought. So it's amazing what these tools can do, but still we want to ensure that at the same time we're giving key information to people through labels, whether it be on allergens or some other or key storage approaches. Similarly, for e-commerce, how do we ensure that people get the right information if they're only interacting with a computer when it comes to their purchases? And so as a result of that, we've developed 2 sets of guidelines. One of these are for the provision of food information for prepackaged foods to be offered via e-commerce. And this really focuses on what type of information should be provided through foods sold on the internet. We've tried to make sure we're in harmony with what's happening with WTO in terms of e-commerce. But I can say there's also a lot of concern that with e-commerce about personal data and other areas that might influence advertising. So even though we've developed guidelines, I would say not without some controversial or difficult discussions. Similarly, guidelines on the use of technology to provide food information. I think what's interesting here is how we find the divide, again, between critical information on the label versus all that nice-to-know information that we can get through the use of QR codes or other mechanisms, and how we can try to promote a harmonised approach to that. The other key area of work, which you've heard a little bit about this morning, relates to the area of import, export, inspection, certification, food certificates, audit, and how we can use technology to enhance the way we do these things, to make them more efficient and to help us overcome challenges like the COVID pandemic, when people just simply couldn't go in and undertake inspections. There was a whole risk to our food being able to move around simply because we were dealing with another challenge, and the measures to address that were having an implication and were having an effect on the way we do our food safety work. So here we had a couple of things that are already done. We have guidelines on design, production, issuance and use of generic official certificates, which now includes the whole element of electronic certificates. And then we have principles and guidelines for the use of remote audit and inspection in regulatory frameworks. So these are both aimed at providing frameworks to national regulatory authorities or competent authorities, again with the aim of promoting a harmonised approach. They're not intended to stifle innovation or digitalisation, but try to ensure that people have systems that will ultimately talk to each other and share similar information. And this is why we continue to work in those areas. One of the challenges that came up in terms of e-certification was what's actually required? What are the terminology used in that on those certificates? How can we make sure we're all using the same thing? Because if we're not using the same terminology, we can't exchange that information. Another area of work that's just getting off the ground now is on digitisation of national food control systems. And again, we've heard great examples already today of some of the things that are happening, and this is not necessarily not intended at all, in fact, to impact those, but again, rather to give high-level principles to guide authorities, many of whom may not be there yet, on how they can start using these new technologies. So I'll wrap up there, but I think looking forward, we have great opportunities, because this can allow us to have more engagement. It can give us easier access to a whole lot of information and help us to navigate standards and understand better how they apply to what we're trying to manage from a food safety or quality perspective. It allows us to have great tools to support implementation of standards and risk management approaches, and to monitor and give us feedback information loops. And it can be very cost effective after the initial investment has been made, and much more time efficient. But we do have challenges, and we have to acknowledge those as we move forward. As we move forward very quickly, this can create different expectations, and not everybody will be able to get there at the same pace. So how do we ensure we don't miss out people or places or even important issues as we move forward rapidly? And how do we safely share information? How do we protect sensitive data? So these are, I think, all some of the challenges we have moving forward in this very exciting digital world. I'll stop there and thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Sarah, for this great overview. Really highlighting also how Codex, as the international food standard setting body, actually, and the grouping that brings all regulators together and industry and all stakeholders, how that this body has been harnessing digitalization on not only how to effectively really modernize the processes, but also how to codify the tools and the practices and the applications resulting from it. I'm going to ask actually that the light be put on, because I think we won't have any other presentations. This will allow our panelists to also see the audience for a better interaction. I don't know if colleagues who are responsible for the room, if we can have the light up, and that might also be a prevention from any potential snoozing as a result. So, well, it's great actually to see you all after the presentation. And I guess we're going to now share really the discussion, perhaps really hearing from the perspectives of the regulators, but also academia and other stakeholders represented here. And really true to the objective of this session, which is trying to share experiences and practices, and really turning to the regulators. So Ina, Parthi, Julie, from your own perspectives, if you can share how your respective agencies, jurisdictions, have been relying on digitalization-based solutions. Perhaps if you can speak about the impetus of relying on those, if there was a particular trigger, which areas you focused on, and how that has resulted potentially on the improvements. So whomever wants to start first, maybe we'll get Ina first, given you need a microphone. Now we'll get you one.
Just talk. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. Yes, I'm from the BWL, which is a risk managing authority in Germany. Germany, as you may be aware of, is a federal state, which has some problems in the communication or specific burdens to really get to the idea of digitalization throughout the whole system. But we in the BWL, we have a so-called digital strategy focusing on the work in BWL itself, like home office and stuff like this, working remote when you're on your way to a panel like this or something else, but also in the data management. We do a lot of digital solutions, and we also start on artificial intelligence. We have like a competence cluster focusing in the whole section of our ministry with other authorities in the portfolio to make sure that knowledge can be exchanged, and so that nobody has to start from the beginning, but starting at a point that is a bit farther than the beginning. And also it's an opportunity to share best practice. And we in the BWL, we at the moment, we're not in the use of it, but in the idea of using it for specific tasks related to our general task. For instance, it's when we do like reporting from the data we get from the federal states. Normally it's we report them and write the report to inform the public and also the stakeholders. And normally it's a process that's ongoing for months. And mainly it can be really shortened by using specific tools like LLM to support the people to write those reports with a final like check up if everything is right. We also use it at the moment for comparing like the standards from third-party countries with their own like maximum residue levels, and the one from the European Union, which is now done by a person that really compares. So it might seem like small steps, but I think it's very crucial to have those small steps. But like we already heard throughout the whole day, that the development of artificial intelligence and digital solutions is so far we cannot even comprehend. And I think it's very crucial to make small steps to really get the people on wanting to use it, understanding what's the advantage of using it, and to really get everybody involved.
Thanks, Ina. So a lot really in trying to gain more efficiency in your processes using and harnessing technology, and work in progress. Parthy, if you can give us maybe part of the North American perspective or the Canadian perspective on that. So.
Thank you, Sami, and thank you for the invitation to be part of this panel. I'm from the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, which is a regulator that regulates food safety, plant health.
I don't know if Parthy's microphone is on. I think it's on. It's supposed to be on. And
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, yes. Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm from the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, and we regulate food safety, plant health, and animal health. Although we are called a food inspection agency, we do regulate all three business lines. And the agency have been using digital solutions since its beginning in 1997, so over 28 years. And of course, at that time, when we were a new agency, we started building individual systems. Someone wants an inspection, digital solution for inspection activities, we build one. Someone wants on laboratory system, we build one. Someone wants on electronic certification, we build one. Someone asked for an incident response, we build one. So the challenges with them is we build them over different time. Like my colleague from Singapore Food Agency mentioned, they don't talk to each other. About 15 years ago, what we did is we needed the data, so we invested in pulling the data across from different legacy systems into one area that allowed us to build multiple different data sets across the different systems. We use a proprietary tool called Cognos. That was about 15 years ago. And about 6-7 years ago, we integrated many of the legacy systems into one. I say many, not all, because that's how much our funding was. But we call them digital service delivery platform. It does have a portal for any request for licensing. We do issue import permit digitally. We do issue export certification in some cases through the common platform. We have all the inspection data in there. We have import inspection information and so forth. So we have integrated. It's still work in progress, but we have come a long way since that we built some of those legacy systems. But the one system I'm very, very proud of, and the agency is proud of, is what we call a establishment risk assessment. It's a risk-based inspection system. So we seek data from the regulated parties, from the industry on a voluntary basis. We have a set of risk factors and data that will feed into our algorithm that determines the risk of the individual facilities. I said it's a voluntary information. The benefit for the industry is their inspection frequency is based on their risk. So what we did is we grouped them into 7 different risk categories, 1 being the highest risk and 7 being the lowest risk. We would audit, inspect, sample more often in risk category 1, and we would do less on risk category 7. So that was still a amazing tool. We didn't use AI at that time. It was purely based on quantitative model and algorithm. But we are right now considering bringing in AI into the tool that will be a lot more efficient and so forth. Since the pandemic, we really pivoted and we started using AI. We have a tool right now called FertiScan. It's for fertilizer labels, but we are also expanding that to food labels. So essentially, we use AI to scan labels, and it allows us to do compliance verification and review of those labels much, much faster. Manually, it used to take hours for us to review each of those labels to determine the number of parameters in them. It takes minutes now to do them, and then certainly over 50% resource saving is realized that. We also use AI right now for weed seed determination, identifying weed seeds in seeds, like we are regulate plant and seeds. We have a number of analysts that used to do that. One is painstaking, hours and hours in front of the microscope. And second, we could only train a human being to look and differentiate 300 species, which we think is a lot. But with the AI and scanning tools, the scope is unlimited, and we are starting to see the benefit of that and starting to really see about 90% efficiency in terms of identification of those. Certainly, we also use machine learning in some elements to determine the risk of importing country versus commodity. So we base our audits and foreign assessments based on those machine learning-based tools. So we have come a long way, but we are not till the end. I think the name of the game is to continuous improvement and continue to listen to the stakeholders, continue to work across the agency, and continue to build a system that allows the agency to be more efficient, but also effective at the same time, improve food safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Parthi. And clearly here, we moved from, gaining efficiency in processes and in day-to-day operations all the way to complete decision-making and decision-making that have regulatory ramifications, so whether be it in the context of compliance verification or in the context of prioritizing your interventions and providing risk ranking. I'm going to actually park 2 points that you've identified there. Definitely the resource limitations, which I'm sure is shared by many in the room, and definitely the regulatory community, but also the sensitivity of sharing data and the process that you have adopted on a voluntary basis, at least for your decision-making process in relation with risk ranking of establishments. So we'll maybe unpack those later on. And I'm going to turn to Julie now and really the perspective of the UK Food Standards Agency and the regulatory environment in the United Kingdom.
Thank you very much. And also thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. I've heard some great talks just being here for a few hours today, and it's really sort of sparked a number of thoughts, both how to do things differently and a reminder of what we have been doing ourselves. So at the FSA, we have been on a journey, and we started a good number of years ago looking at the opportunities for digital and data. We took both at the same time. And I think you asked a question as to, are there any particular reasons for doing this? What were the triggers? And I think for us, sometimes there are those big external knocks that suddenly make this sort of stuff worth doing. One was the pandemic. Absolutely, that did make us think, oh, we can't do things in exactly the way we did before. Another for us was leaving the EU. Suddenly, the world had changed and our relationship with it had changed. And also the other one that seems to be a perennial one, which is access to resources. So that is there all the time, that challenge. So I would say maybe try to embrace some of those knocks as they happen. They can be great opportunities to do things differently. And I think one of the things we did early on was we started to think not only about what the FSA was doing and what we were doing with our own path to automation and use of data, but stood back and thought about what is happening in the whole of the system, what is happening across the world, what's happening in other regulators, what's happening in businesses, and also what's happening outside the food system. There's a lot that goes on out there that is really, really relevant to us and the people we work for. So that sort of stepping back, I think that starts to create sort of a different worldview as to what it is that's going on and what is important. And as part of that worldview, we realised a couple of things. One is that whilst we're great, we don't necessarily have to do everything. There are many others who've been there before, and we can use what others have done. And another thing that we learned was there is a huge amount of data out there. There is a lot of data, not vast amounts of data. There are other industries that have got more data than us, or that we need to have. But we don't need to have all of the data, create all of the data, or own it all. So we're starting to take more of an approach of accessing the data, only needing to have the insight or the information to perform a task at hand. We don't need to collect all of the data into great big data warehouses. And that's one of the things that can take some of the cost out and also can take some of the threat out. Also, as part of our journey, we started off doing things that we found relatively easy and learnt, and then moved on to what the next challenge might be. And so we did start, we didn't really realise we were heading down an AI path. We started with machine learning. We started using some of these more tried and tested tools. A lot of this stuff has been around for a long time. And it is well known, it's well exercised, people know how a lot of it works. A lot of it is new and very novel and maybe bring new challenges. But we're trying to make the most of what was already there and is relatively straightforward. And from that, we then learned. And we've applied it to a number of use cases, particularly around surveillance, understanding what's going on out there in the wider world, understanding what's happening at the border for us, and understanding what is going on locally. So a lot of it was about surveillance of different types, remote audits, again, great business case to be seen in just undertaking those audits remotely. So we were starting to realise that there are opportunities. At the same time, there are challenges. And I think those, I'll maybe come on to it a bit more and expand on it later, but really getting those business cases made. We don't just do this for the fun of it, even though it is great fun. We do need to deliver real value and to make sure all of these initiatives deliver the value against the cost, all the different types of costs that we're making an investment in. So we're having to become quite hard-nosed about it all. So, thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Julie. And definitely we'll come back to those challenges and also how potentially some of you have been addressing those, or potentially also the collaborations that might help address those. And I'm going to turn now to Chris, and you're going to have the responsibility practically to represent here, at least on the panel, the academic voice. And we know that, again, academia is not regulating, but nonetheless, academia contributes in the availability of data, in the availability of methodologies, but also in the development of these innovations that have the potential to be translated and to be used by the stakeholder community, including the regulatory community. And if you can speak to the potential of what academia can contribute with, and even though we have not mentioned all the challenges, how essentially academia can approach, some of the addressing some of the challenges related to making digitalization processes more accessible.
So thank you, Sam, and also thank you for the. Thank you, Sammy. Thanks for the question, and of course the invitation to come and speak with everybody. So it's the raison d'etre of academic researchers to do research. It's about inventing, exploring, pioneering, inquiring. So the way I look at it is not just digitization, not just AI, but data sciences has become a really, really interesting topic. It could be advanced manufacturing, engineering, it can be the aerospace industry. Food is just another example of how researchers are really interested in tapping into data exploitation. Now, data sciences and the world's food supply system. How many academic publications has there been in that? I know, because I asked an AI search engine about that question. It's about 10,000. 10,000 academic publications. You go, whoa, that's a lot. Actually, it's not so much, because I asked the same search engine, salmonella and food, 200,000 publications. So it is in its infancy. There's no doubt about that. Julie said, actually, the whole idea about AI, machine learning, has been about for quite a long time. So I checked my own publications, and my first publication that I used machine learning was 15 years ago. I didn't know it was AI. I didn't know it was machine learning. In those days, we called it advanced statistics, but it was about pattern recognition of complex data sets. Now, 10,000 publications is amazing. One of the great difficulties is the KPI of academics, of researchers, is to publish. Generally, the KPI of academic institutions is the number of publications and the number of citations. The exploitation of that by groups like regulators or industry generally isn't a big driver for academic research. So of those 10,000 publications, a lot of them are wasted, I have to tell you, really, which is a bit of a shame. But I mean, I have been involved in the establishment of 2 very large data hubs, actually very, very successful data hubs, and those came from a lot of the academic research that I was involved in at Queen's University, Belfast. And then if Sammy asked me the question, he won't ask me it, but I'm going to give the answer. What's the next big innovation coming in data sciences? So actually, machine learning, it's a little bit boring now, to be honest with you. We kind of know how to do it. AI, there's lots of different ways that you can exploit AI, so there's still some exciting tools there. But we're much more interested now in things like deep learning and data fusion. And I think probably if we all come back together in 3 years' time, we might be talking about how do you exploit deep learning, how do you exploit data fusion? Because data fusion is taking data from lots of different disparate sources, combining them, and then trying to make sense of it. And that is the kind of research drivers now. So academic research will keep pushing on data sciences. And then the really tough part is, how can you take that and translate it into something that's really needed? And I think, Sammy, you're absolutely right. There's not going to be more resource put into food regulation. It's going to be less. Less. Everywhere. It's going to be less. So how can we exploit data sciences, but still maintain the level of protection we give to consumers in terms of food safety and food authenticity? How do we convince actually consumers this is in their best interest? It's not all about saving money. So these are some of the things that I think there's a huge amount of engagement still has to be done. I mean, I think in the UK, I have to say, Food Standards Agency is really driving that now about how to use data sciences. I think Julie will agree, there's a lot of reticence there from people going, why are you doing this? And who does the data belong to? So I think that's the kind of journey we're on now. And I say, I've set up 2 data hubs. I can talk about them now or maybe leave that to later on. You can talk about them. Okay. You know the expression, never miss a good crisis. And I've been involved in 2 crises. I didn't cause them. I just was on the periphery, okay? I've caused plenty of other crises, but I won't talk about those. Now, on the island of Ireland, in 2008, we had a crisis. We called it the dioxin crisis. 1 gram of dioxin, 1 gram, got into our animal feed supply system. That 1 gram of dioxin caused a massive issue in terms of food safety right across the island of Ireland. We had a global recall of pork right across the world and basically destroyed the pork industry in Ireland for a very long period of time. It was quantified at costing €500 million, 1 gram. So if there's a quiz question, anybody ever asked you what's the most valuable substance in the world, say it's that 1 Irish gram of dioxins, okay? But that was the crisis. And then the industry, the feed industry, actually came to me and said, how can we prevent this happening again? And the first thing I said was, I bet you companies have no idea how much testing for dioxins was actually going on. And of course they went, no, because that's confidential information. And so what we were able to do, and it took just over 2 years to actually convince people it was the right idea, was to get a group of companies to agree to share incredibly sensitive, commercially sensitive data. Numbers of samples they took, the testing they did for the samples, and the results of that. But we started off with 5 companies. That was the pilot. And then some of the companies that at the outset said, we do not want to be part of this, suddenly started to knock on the door. Went, this is actually a good idea. Because you know what? It was saving those 5 companies money, because we ended up doing a single risk assessment for all 5 companies. Companies didn't have to do it individually. The risk assessment was done independently by myself and my colleagues at Queen's University Belfast, so it had a stamp of credibility with it. The regulator really liked what we were doing, because they said, well, I can see the number of tests you're doing, so we can actually reduce the regulatory testing programme. Now, how many companies are in that scheme now? 85. 85 different companies sharing really sensitive information. And we had to work through lots of different mechanisms of confidentiality of data and so forth. But those companies are local, national, and global. And now we monitor, control, risk assess 8 million tonnes of animal feed that comes from the 4 corners of the earth. It works extremely well. That's called the Food Fortress. And now those 85 companies use it as a major marketing tool, because they say, we've got the world's best quality assured animal feed system. Now, second crisis, 2013, the horse meat scandal. Another crisis, people called it a food safety issue. Actually, as far as I know, nobody died, nobody actually got sick of it because of it. But the estimated cost of the horse meat scandal was about £5 billion. £5 billion. And that was in the lost shares of some major companies that were traded in the stock market. Loss of trust. Now, guess what? Knock on my door. Chris, how can we set up a scheme that will prevent the next horse meat scandal? And it was the same discussions, the same questions about, would you be willing to share your testing results, your sampling results? And everybody went, absolutely no. But when we talked about how we'd set up the Food Fortress, and we said we will use exactly the same principles in terms of aggregating data in integrity, about confidentiality, then we got 12 companies that came on board and said, let's run the pilot. That 12 companies is now 70. The turnover of those 70 companies together is in excess of $200 billion. Basically, every large food company in the world now supplies data. We have now got the largest data lake of food authenticity testing in the world. We've got about 500,000 data points. And then you can start to think about, with 500,000 data points, wow, you can start to think about AI tools you can start to use on that. It's absolutely amazing. Now, tomorrow, not today, tomorrow, that organisation called FIN, the Food Industry Intelligence Network, is going to make a big announcement. And you're going to hear it first, because I'm here. And the big announcement is they're going to share some of that data with every food SME in the world. Every food SME in the world is going to get access to some of that data provided by that 200 billion turnover companies. That's the power of data sharing. So I think I'll stop there, but data hubs can really work. And both of them have been in operation for about 10 years.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chris, for this great example and for showcasing really the power of data First, actually, the fact that we need it, because without that, I guess digitalization cannot work, but also the challenges it can represent, both in getting it, but also in using it, because it can be also a challenge being faced with so much data to be treated, particularly by those who need to make a decision about them. So I'm going to use maybe this particular area and seeking maybe some more experience sharing from our regulatory community. And then I'm going to also turn to our audience and to other stakeholders who want to give their views or ask questions, but perhaps asking our regulators about the challenges of accessing the data, managing the data, issues of confidentiality, issues of resistance even to accessing it, and even the challenges associated with handling it, with treating it.
Thank you very much. I think within that one question, there's sort of like a number of threads that are woven through. The first one being, as I think we've all been talking about, is the increased importance and value to that data. Certainly when I started, it was a really hard conversation to have with anyone that data was important or interesting, and maybe it was only Chris and I at the time who might be talking about this sort of stuff. But it really, really is valuable, and I think most people are now starting to get it, and that in itself makes people think, oh, data, it has some value, I need to worry about it. But that's good, because at least you're now valuing it and thinking about it and worrying about it and going to make sure that it is good and it is right. There are lots of different approaches, and I think many of them have been tried and tested. But I would say we're talking about these digital technologies and how the data is important, and we need to make sure that we can access that data. But those same technologies can be used to help protect the data, to manage it, make it visible to only those people who should be seeing it. So that's one thing I would say is, remember, those technologies themselves are assets, are tools that should be deployed. Something else that we found in one of, it appears in many of our use cases, is once I've gone in and realised how valuable that data is, sometimes you also realise the quality isn't quite what I would like it to be. Is it good enough? Do I know enough about it? So we've certainly found using some of these AI tools to correct the data, to improve the data. So that can be the first step that we use in processing these big data sets, is to actually improve the quality of that data. And we find that in itself is invaluable. That then drives the trust for the insights and the products we derive from the data. So there becomes a whole supply chain in that process of the data and what it's being used for.
On what Julie said, as a regulator, we do have certain legislative authorities to seek data from the regulated parties that help in terms of the agency to function and perform its duties. So for countries that don't have a strong legislative background or backing for collection of data, that's one area to look at in terms of how you can strengthen your regulatory framework to seek data. And second, as a government entity, I think we are bound by the Government of Canada's confidentiality and privacy laws. So the industry does know that they can share the data with the government in confidence, and the privacy and confidential data will be maintained because we collect a lot of data from third parties that we analyze. So that part is there. But when I spoke about the establishment risk assessment, one of the reasons we were doing it voluntary is the gaps in some of our legislative authority to seek it. We are certainly considering to expand some of those and fill those gaps in there. But when we, to Chris's point, we did embark on an initiative called Canadian Food Safety Information Network. We essentially connected all the surveillance data across the jurisdictions in Canada. We do have 10 provinces and 3 territories who does their own surveillance and data collection for food safety within their jurisdiction. And the federal jurisdiction is larger. I think we cover about 90% of all regulated food enterprises, but there's still a 10% out there. So we connected all of them, but that was a painful exercise, to be honest, to have agreements with each of the provincial governments, one by one. I think it took at least 5 years, and we're still not done. I think there are some challenges if you need to embark on an agreement and so forth, but the data that we have collected thus far has been immensely helpful, not just for us, but the provinces as well, in terms of making certain risk-based information decisions. Thank you.
The problem seems to be like we also have in Germany with the federal states, that there's a lot of data in Germany that has different quality due to the fact that the federal states are responsible or the only responsible for surveillance in Germany. We as the BVL, we collect data and we also give them further to the EFSA for risk assessment on a European level, which also leads to the problem that we sometimes talk about different things. When we get data from the federal states, it's one thing. Mainly it's aggregated and only reduced on cases where they are obliged to give us data. They have a whole lot more data on their specific focuses. And when we give them to EFSA, there's another problem in communicating. I'm sure my colleague Andrea will tackle this problem tomorrow in the session. I think the collaboration is the key for everything about this, to understand how the data is gathered, how the data is, how the quality standards are. And I really have to make clear that it's in our specific case with 16 federal states, and you don't want to get into the responsibility of someone else. So it's really not easy to find a common ground. And so I think it's crucial to stay in the dialogue, to talk about and to really make sure why you have the interest in data. In Germany, with planning, it's called central IT architecture. And it's planned that we gather all the data that is obtained in Germany to use it for different cases. But I'm sure that we will have really be specific on what cases data will be used. So nobody gets offended when data of their own is used for something they didn't authorize.
Oh, thank you. Thank you all, actually, for these great examples. And I guess we're identifying, again, that while data is really the fuel of processes of digitalization and really gaining the efficiencies and the effectiveness that we're all striving for, there are a number of challenges and also some prerequisites that need to be fulfilled. I mean, you've mentioned the legislative environment and the regulatory environment and its readiness to enable that, governance issues, interoperability of systems when it comes even to a very basic functional part. And you've identified really collaboration as one of the ways forward, because there are solutions to a number of challenges that you've identified, and I guess we'll continue to learn from this, which also brings me now to the point of, if a number of your jurisdictions, which are considered to be part of countries that have a mature food control system, are facing some of these challenges, if we want to harness the full potential of digitalization, we need also to make sure that all other countries, and particularly in developing economies, are equipped to be able to access these tools. And this brings me to perhaps ask some colleagues from the audience about perhaps some examples or some experiences that you have witnessed in your own jurisdictions, or even some questions that you would like to ask to our panelists around that. And maybe while you're thinking about that, I'm maybe preparing Sarah for a next question, which is what Codex can do more. You are doing a lot, but what Codex can do more to level the playing field as it has always done so, which is really leveling the playing field between those who have and those who have less in exploiting the benefits of digitalization for the future of food control systems. So opening it up, and I see the representative of the United Republic of Tanzania, please.
Well, thank you, Sam, and I appreciate what we have heard from the panelists. And well, I'm talking for the first time. So I'm Martin Kimanya, working with the East African Community Secretariat. I support them on standards, on food safety standards harmonization. And so commenting also on this, but it relates to actually the first panel in the morning. And some of you have made me raise my flag quickly because of the comments you made last. Because what I observed from this morning is that divide, the split between North and South in terms of the developments. And when the people from North talk, they're talking about best ways of delivering already structured systems. So it's the practices, but improving the delivery systems in terms of how data generation is done and shared. But in our countries, those infrastructures are still a problem. And actually I had thought of the words you used. They are prerequisites for Africa, for example, to be able to participate or play a role in this data generation, sharing, and when it comes to international standards harmonization. So we have to think of those infrastructures. The ASEAN experience we had in the morning is somewhat advanced. People under trade, health, and agriculture working together and generate data. At least there is a system, and they say they haven't really started operationalizing it. But in Africa, we just had a framework approved, was it this year, February? And there will be a lot of issues with regard to who is going to host the infrastructure and as to whether partner or member states in Africa would actually go by that structure. When you hear Canada saying, Canada Food Inspection Agency is actually looking at plant health, animal health, and human health in terms of food safety. These are difficult things to pursue in Africa. That fragmentation is so wide that we really don't know how to go about it. So I would expect, as part of the recommendations, possibly for those countries, low and middle income countries, to be supported, at least to attain a level of being able to discuss these issues. We see the value of digitalization, but difficult to be there at the moment. When you talk about provinces sharing data, and I think my sister from Germany is saying, those provinces must be developing and generating data using some sort of similar protocols so that you can have the data comparable and you can put them together. So we need prerequisites, at least knowing that there are systems for generating somewhat same level data, or even the industry in Africa, for them to be able to share their data. Number one, for them to generate data. Why? The regulatory authorities must actually require them to provide evidence for safety of their products. And if standards are not enforced, they don't do that. They do not see the value of investing in this. So there are a lot of things to be addressed. And let me end up here. I think I've taken much time. So thank you very much, Sam.
And the representative of Ecuador, please.
Muchas gracias, señor moderador. Usted lo ha expresado. ¿Cómo modificar los procesos? Y me uno a su consulta a la Secretaría del Códex, en cuyo caso Sara nos ha resaltado que debemos seguir innovando y aplicando las tecnologías a la par de la necesidad de procedimientos, lo cual va en línea con lo discutido en la última reunión del Comité de Principios Generales, justamente la semana pasada. A la par, considero que se debería evaluar los sistemas que combinen plataformas tecnológicas. Por ejemplo, con sistemas de interpretación automática que permitan comunicación más fluida entre los miembros en los diferentes espacios de discusión, grupos de trabajo electrónicos, compartir documentos, en las mismas reuniones, lo cual definitivamente aportaría a la inclusividad y, como ya se ha expuesto, reduciría los costos. Eso también apoyaría a nuestras organizaciones patrocinadoras. La FAO y la OMS en reiteradas reuniones han expresado sus recortes presupuestarios. Eso nos obliga a ser más innovadores. Nos queda el reto de incluir las nuevas tecnologías al servicio de la inocuidad de los alimentos, los sistemas de producción nuevos y la necesidad del Códex de atender a sus miembros. Debemos ser más expeditos definitivamente, tomando en cuenta que las asimetrías entre nosotros, los países, como estamos viendo, son cada vez más y más grandes. Gracias, presidente. Gracias, moderador.
Call for further action, and we'll hear Sarah in response to that subsequently. I'll take maybe a couple more interventions because there might be more more requests from you, Sarah. I'm sorry about this, but actually it's not through you, it's really the entire community to contribute, because Codex is really the members' organization. So I saw a, yes, sir, I'm sorry, I didn't see any flags, so we'll give you, yeah, if you can now.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Babatunde Olariwaju from Nigeria. I think this question goes to Mr. Patiba. Thank you so much for that great presentation. And one key thing I read about the Canadian Food Safety Information Network established a few years ago, and the platform which is being developed, which is meant for data collection. I know in the last 5 years that the project has started, you've seen different food safety data, and I also believe that the different food safety data have different level of risks in terms of severity. Now, from your experience over the last few years, what would you say from the food safety data you have carries the highest risks for at company level and country level? Like for country level, we all know that sharing from the previous sessions that food safety data, there could be reputational risks. There could also be a business risks. So at the country level right now, which of the food safety data do you think carries the highest risks based on the data that you've gotten? And from this, how have you been able to manage these risks in terms of reputational risks for Canada? How have you been able to manage it? And are there still gray areas or impact that the platform has exposed your agency to? Has there been any gray areas or the impact? Because we need to know that the food safety data we're sharing are not only between the companies and your agency. Your agency also share with other countries. How have you been able to manage that? And is there any risks or gray areas that going digital has exposed your agency or the country as a whole? Thank you so much.
Bharti, if you don't mind taking that question. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think when we embarked on the CFIS and the Canadian Food Safety Information Network 5 years ago, the biggest challenge we had, and it didn't come out before as well, was the data standards. Like, there's surveillance, not all of them are the same. So someone, let's assume a province did a surveillance on processed meat. They generally call processed meat. And, there's subcategories beneath that. And we would have done, fermented sausages on one side, raw process on the other side. How do you compare them? I think that data, establishing those standards took a long time as well. But in terms of the data we collect, we actually post all our surveillance data transparently in our website on a regular basis. For chemical residues, microbial contaminants, all of that, all our information on our recall is all posted transparently as well. And we do have an initiative, I think in many countries too, called Open Data. And as Government of Canada, we are, the data is owned by Canadians because through tax dollars, they are the ones contributing to that. We have provided those open data on all surveillance, all the data we have access to, and where the provinces have given permission so that researchers like Chris and others can go and mine those data and do in-depth work, which the agency may not have the resources or ability to do that. So we have done a lot of those, and we continue to post significant amount of data. But the CFIS in itself is still evolving. Like I said, we have 6 provinces signed up. The last I remember, it could be more. Not all of them are yet there because of all the challenges in getting them to agree on agreement and so forth.
Thank you, Parthy. I saw an intervention. Yes, please, sir.
Thank you, Samuel. My name is Mahmoud Ba. I'm from the Gambia, Director General of Food Safety and Quality Authority of the Gambia. Since it's the first time I'm taking the floor, I would want to thank really UNIDO for organizing this. It's the first time I'm attending the Vienna Food Safety Forum, and I'm learning a lot. However, I'm not data sharing, but I'm thought sharing. Since in the morning I've been listening to panelists, and I'm able to deduce a small thought. As we continue to speak, I realize the more and more we have the digital divide becomes wider and wider. That realization makes me think that perhaps along the way, shouldn't we consider building strategies along the way to put them in place to bridge the gap as we develop technology and the tools, because otherwise the divide will continue to be there and get wider. But also in data sharing, which is very paramount, it is important, but it works better if the tools are complementary. So I think we should work on the tools as well to bridge the gap of this major divide that is imminent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your intervention. And I see our colleague from Somalia as well wanting to take the floor, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to attend this amazing conference, amazing meeting here. As my colleague, my friend from Gambia, I believe, raised some key questions. I was just thinking about all morning about this, the presentations of people talking about digitization and digitalization and information sharing. I was thinking about our own struggles in Somalia. My name is Abdi Dirshe. I'm the Director General of the Ministry of Fisheries in Somalia. And I'm just wondering if there are ways that we can really bridge the divide that I really sense. In where we are right now, we're thinking about really developing systems, collecting data, making sure that our fisher folks, as well as our business community and companies can really meet standards that are set outside our country. To be compliant, you need to really put together a huge package that allows everyone to, number one, comply with the regulations and the laws that exist in the country, but more so to really jump on the systems that are being built, and that involves a lot of training and requiring really to meet also external really or other countries' standards. My question is, what digital tools? Probably, I was watching the presentation of Sarah, and it was very, really informative, and I thank you very much for that presentation. So what digital tools can improve food safety in our countries, but also can also meet the compliant standards that are set also in other countries, so we can export. Somalia has a great potential, and would like to see if there are ways that we can also meet those standards that are set.
Thank you very much. And actually, this will bring me maybe to turn to Chris. You have maybe a beginning of the answer, and then we'll let Sarah answer at the end. Yeah, please, Chris.
I think just to build on the last comments, also from Martin as well.
I don't know if your microphone is on, just to make sure. Yes.
Yeah. Just to kind of build on that statement, and also some of the thoughts of Martin as well. I honestly think there is a huge opportunity for the Global South to leapfrog the developed world, because we have a lot of systems in place that actually need to be replaced. And there's a lot of reluctance to do that. If you don't have the systems in place, actually, you don't have to remove those. Now, I sit as a judge for the Royal Society of Engineering in the UK, and every 2 years they run a competition about innovation. I scored the best projects of innovation in digital sciences, top 3, from Africa. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Cold chain management, it was reducing food waste. And when I read it, it was actually farmers didn't seem to really worry about using their smartphone and providing information. You try to get farmers in Europe to provide information through smartphones, you've got problems. And the second thing is, a lot of discussion about compliance, and compliance is really important, but there is beyond compliance. And I'll give you one example, is that there is a very large project I'm involved in. It's been run by a multinational company. It's about food safety in India. It's about one particular crop where there's issues with pesticides and mycotoxins, and they want to collect a lot of data. But there is a huge amount of data flow goes back to the farmers about managing water, agrochemicals, the right time to harvest. And my goodness, what that is doing, that's driving the sustainability of those farmers. So think about innovations in digitization, not just about compliance. There are massive opportunities there as well about driving productivity.
Thank you for that, Chris. And indeed, in fact, a lot of the solutions are, to a certain extent, in our backyards. Yeah. And I think there is a huge potential in Africa, both in the academic sector, but also in the service provider sector, that could be harnessed further. And of course, that still does not negate that there are some needs that need to be addressed. There is potentially some guidance that needs to be provided. And as is the case always, when such guidance is needed, and where essentially we're trying to have more consistent or more convergent approaches in the use of innovative processes, in the management of food control systems, in the operations of food control systems, we tend to turn to Codex for guidance. And Sarah, not necessarily asking you to provide the answers of what needs to be done, but perhaps what you need to call your members, the members of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, to help you do in addressing some of the challenges, but also in making some of the opportunities that we've discussed possible to all.
Yes, thanks very much. And it's been some really interesting questions and ideas of how we go forward. Of course, we're not a solution in isolation. We have a huge benefit in that we have 189 members have the opportunity to continue this conversation, right? To continue to bring these challenges, these needs to the table and identify what could help them in doing that. Of course, we're going to have a lot of push and pull, right? So some want to run, some are want to go backwards because it just seems like a scary new world. And we have to find somewhere in between to do that. As I was listening to you, I was thinking of a few years ago when we were working on antimicrobial resistance and we were developing new guidelines for integrated surveillance of AMR, right? And at that point, we were talking about integrating data from the animal side, the plant side, the human side, and the food side. And even while we were discussing that and promoting that, we had no global database on foodborne AMR or plant-borne AMR. But nevertheless, the idea was there that we needed that, and that drove further work. So now there's a database called Inform that's been developed as a global database for foodborne AMR, but not just a global database. First and foremost, what it's trying to do is attract members to collect data. So before you ever submit data for everybody else to look at, you can use the structure that's been developed there at the national level to collate data and use it. And then when you're more confident, there's the opportunity to share it. So that allows the technology to be used without you over-committing at the beginning. And I think these are the opportunities we have within Codex to identify what are the areas we need to go and then work with others to make sure that they happen and we can actually put in place the technology to do that. We heard, I think Chris just mentioned there's an opportunity to leapfrog, and I fully agree with that. But it also means we have to remember that we're not all, up here. We have some basic technologies we need to put in place. So there's some basic things we need to address with technology. We can't assume everybody will have something that will allow them to go to that next step, but they need that to jump to the next step. And cell phone technology has been a great solution in agriculture in many developing countries. And again, we have a nice example from AMR in terms of trying to reduce prescriptions of antimicrobials, where we developed an app where the local veterinarians or just the animal health professionals simply did not have enough access to information on poultry diseases to know whether they needed to prescribe antibiotics or not. By developing this app with descriptions of disease, they had it at the tip of their fingers, right? So we're telling them reduce prescription, but how do you do this? Then you develop this app. Everybody who needs it has access, and they can apply it. And then you have a way of actually achieving the standard or the guideline that we're already developing. So I think it's those initiatives that allow us to identify first what can be really helpful from a risk management perspective or food safety perspective, and then work with everyone around us to develop those solutions and make them available to those who need them. So in that way, I think we can work together. But we need to hear, I think, very importantly, is everybody needs to speak up and say what it is the challenge for them. Not that you can't do it, but what would help you get there.
Thank you for that, Sarah. Parthy, one final point.
We are running out of time. I'll make it quick. I think the big question for all of us is how do we bridge the gap between the global south and the rest of the world? Certainly this forum, for example, is a good example of having the debate, having those discussions on the technology and the innovation and others. But we have Madeline Hopper from STDF, who has done a tremendous job on their organization in terms of implementing some of the Codex standards. We have FAO, who have done some phenomenal job in terms of agriculture development, but also they have a self-assessment tool on food safety systems that you could assess your country's food safety system against the benchmark developed by FAO. But the biggest encouragement for me is the information about the African Food Safety Agency. We have ASEAN here as well. We have regional groups that are working to develop harmonized standards across the board, harmonized inspection systems, data standards, and others. Like Chris mentioned, this is a wonderful opportunity for those organizations to develop from the scratch and learn from the mistakes we have made over the years. I think that's more important lesson than the best practices you learn from others, in my view. But there's plenty of resources available. I think if there's a willing, we can work with as well. And Canada also has done capacity building across the board. We have done hundreds of seminars on our establishment risk assessment model across the world through webinars and other means. Certainly would like to do that at the regional level. We sometimes it's challenging to do one country at a time. We try to bring the whole region and have some of those conversations. We are happy to support and happy to share what we have learned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if I can just build on what a number of others have said, we've been talking about this digital divide, we've talked about technology, we've talked about infrastructure, and earlier there was people talking about access to skills, training, etc. I'd just like to leave people with one last thought. Please do engage keep having these conversations, because one of the things about all of that AI we've been hearing about is that it has to learn. It has to learn on those data sets. And at the moment, it is learning on those Western, largely male-dominated data sources. So we need to redress that balance. So we all need to engage. We all need to get the data in a much better position for all of us so we can all benefit. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Julie. And again, diversity in data sources and in data use as well. Thank you. Thank you for that message. We were authorized to run a little bit over time, so we took the liberty to do so. And it has been really great to have all the insights of our panelists, but also your contributions. A few take-home messages, I guess. We're just really touching the surface of the potential of digitalization particularly in the aspects related to regulatory food control systems and gaining more efficiency, gaining better impact on the decision-making process, but also on the way to protect consumers and to promote fair practices in the food trade. I guess doing so really has to be integrated in an overall strategy. So digitalization is not a standalone practice. It has to be integrated as part of the strategy for the food control system itself, its setup, its modernization. We've heard a number of prerequisites or some of the requirements that need to be addressed. There is a need for a political will. There is a need for a readiness from a legislative and regulatory process. There is a need also of investment, albeit, again, we're not talking here about things that are not achievable. Things are achievable. And Chris mentioned that there is a potential for those who may not have systems actually to build things using the experience and using the potential that is available in low and medium economies through their academic sector, through their service providers. We talked about the importance of collaboration as well, collaboration amongst stakeholders, but also that requires having the right governance, requires upskilling, reskilling some of the professionals working in the regulatory environment. And Sarah mentioned the potential that we have in the Codex Alimentarius Commission in bringing us together again, in creating incentives for the availability of data, for the availability of tools, and in a way that will allow us to continue to build together food control systems that are harnessing the full potential of digitalization for the betterment of consumers and the food production systems. I would like to ask you to join me in thanking our panelists. So thank you all for your contributions. Thanks to all of you for staying this late and for staying engaged in these discussions, and looking forward to the remainder of the program to learn more and hopefully also to develop opportunities for further collaboration. Thank you very much.